Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a fantastic afternoon so far. We're going to be going live for severe weather coverage. I'm expecting to be live for the next 4 to 6 hours. To be honest with you, it's going to be a pretty active afternoon across North Texas. Right now, there is some convection beginning to develop. We're going to see more significant severe weather, most likely between 4 to 6, but storms could fire up within the next 30 minutes that actually become severe. We have several strong storms out there, so I'm going to give you the latest breakdown on what's happening out there right now and what the forecast is for the next several hours. And honestly, I've been saying this on Facebook at least for the last 24 48 hours. I've been mentioning this event has not really been talked about enough. Obviously, we had the big severe weather outbreak across the Midwest back through the southern plains just a couple days ago. This is still a pretty notable event, and we're now up to an enhanced risk of severe weather. I'll show you that here in just a moment, but it's going to be a pretty significant event. We're talking about the threat for some significant hailstones out of the most severe storms. We'll be watching for some significant damaging winds, and also the threat for a few tornadoes exists. The current threat from the Storm Prediction Center, it's now up to an enhanced risk of severe weather. This does include areas like Wichita Falls, Sherman, Tyler, Corsicana, as well as Waco, southwest of, or just southwest of DFW, so Stephenville, as well as Dallas, and the entire DFW Metroplex is included now in this enhanced risk for severe weather. And this is the region where I do anticipate some of the most significant severe weather this afternoon and evening. We'll be watching for the most significant severe weather between 3 o'clock to about 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. That's the best chance for severe weather, especially across this region here. That is where I have the most concern about for some significant severe weather, which does obviously include there the DFW Metroplex. In terms of the tornado threat, it has increased. It's now up to a 10% probability within a 25-mile radius. This does include areas just to the south of Route 380, goes through Interstate 20, so Weatherford, Dallas, Tyler, all those areas included, as well as Rockwall, Cleburne, Corsicana, and going through Waco. Again, all included in that new 10% probability within a 25-mile radius of a tornado. That is a medium threat for tornadoes, by the way. That's not a low threat anymore. We're kind of in that medium stage across this region. In addition to that, we obviously don't have a whole lot of good news here, but there is going to be a chance for an isolated strong tornado in this region. Now, that does not mean everybody will see tornadoes, because obviously not everybody is going to see a tornado or even severe weather, but this is the best air, or at least the best chance for seeing a strong tornado, which a strong tornado is EF2+. We might see one of those somewhere in this region. Where I've kind of picked out probably the best chance for that threat will likely be somewhere in this quadrant, which is just to the west of Interstate 35W and right along, if not just south of Interstate 20, probably has the best chance for something like that. But again, the entire region here has an equal chance of seeing a strong tornado. The hail threat is also very concerning. We do currently have a 30% probability across this region within a 25-mile radius of large to very large hail. This is another area that we're watching for hailstones up to maybe even baseball-sized hail, so you need to make sure you're protecting your car this evening. In addition to that, damaging wind potential is the highest to the east of DFW. That's going to include Dallas, Terrell, Tyler, Longview, Athens, and Corsicana. That's the main region right now that we're watching for a damaging wind threat, so flying trampolines will be possible a bit further off to the east. We do have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day as we are going live. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Wichita Falls. Make sure that you are staying away from windows. This is a rapidly developing cell that is now producing damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and along with that, a little bit of half-dollar sized hail, so make sure that you're staying away from windows. Again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Wichita Falls. That is half-dollar sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Your hail core is currently located over Holiday. That is where we currently are seeing potentially up to half-dollar sized hail, and this can be a quickly evolving storm moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Again, this is our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. We have several other storms that are currently ongoing and developing. We'll probably see more severe storms over the next hour. Another one to kind of keep a close eye on, there's actually one closer to DFW that's beginning to develop. Now, in Fort Worth right now, there is still a cap in place. That means that there is a lid preventing severe thunderstorms from developing for at least the next 30 minutes to an hour. However, that is expected to be overcome here pretty soon. All right, we officially have a tornado watch that has been issued. I do have to post this on Facebook since we are covering both, but there's now a brand new tornado watch that has been issued. This does include areas all across North Texas, and it goes all the way back through southern Oklahoma. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight, so it's going to be a pretty long afternoon and evening. Again, this is going to be pretty much a significant threat for at least damaging winds and large hail. We very well could see a few tornadoes across this region. As we get more information, I'll give you or pass it along here in just a second. Let me just go and post this on Facebook really quick. So the main threats with this will be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, as well as the threat for some large hail upwards of, again, even up to 3-inch diameter, which is just right about baseball size. And we'll also be watching for the threat of a few tornadoes. Damaging winds up to 70, and then we got tornadoes. A few tornadoes will be possible. Again, a strong tornado is also possible out of this as well. So we'll have to be watching this pretty closely. And I'll pop this onto here, and we'll be posting that there. All right, so that is all good to go. So again, brand new tornado watch issued for literally all of North Texas, actually. This is just about all my coverage area in North Texas Weather Center. So we're basically covering this entire region this afternoon for a threat of a few tornadoes. Again, I still think the most significant tornado threat does lie in this region here. Once we start to get some of those supercells developing closer to 4 to 6 o'clock, that is when I think a tornado threat will increase across this region. We'll probably see a few discrete cells develop back out here near Mineral Wells and as well as Stephenville. That's, again, I think an area that will see a bit more of an increased tornado risk, but this entire region does include that threat of a tornado. This is the full view, by the way, of that tornado watch. So if you need to, take a screenshot, whatever. Again, this is our full region now for a tornado watch. It goes until 11 o'clock tonight. That is a total of 8 hours. That is now in effect again in this brand new tornado watch. This is not a PDS tornado watch, by the way. I know a lot of you probably are wondering, is this something like we just saw this past week? No, this is not a PDS tornado watch, but we are still watching for the threat of a few tornadoes, which one of those could very well be strong. Let me just double check to see if we have any other updates here. I'll pass along any new information here for you here in just a second. I'm gonna look and see what the probabilities are on this tornado watch. So this is the wording from the National Weather Service, in case you're curious. A few tornadoes likely. That's kind of a given at this point. Widespread hail up to apple size is possible, or actually likely. So widespread hail up to apple-sized hail. That is their terminology that they're using. Widespread hail up to apple size, and as well as scattered wind gusts around or up to 70 miles per hour. So again, very concerning area of storms we'll be watching this afternoon for that threat of large hail, and as well as several tornadoes, or at least a few tornadoes. We very well could see upwards of 3 to 4 tornadoes though this afternoon. Again, not everybody will see severe weather, but make sure you're taking those proper precautions now. Bringing in any loose line items. Again, this is all the convection that is beginning to burst here across western North Texas, and we'll see a lot more of this from where it came from over the next few hours. Thank you, Loop, for the $4.99. No problem at all. I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, again, we'll be live here covering this event here for quite a while. So, unfortunately, I still have a horrible office chair, but I'll try to bear through it since, again, I do prioritize North Texas weather coverage because I know this area pretty much by heart now in terms of where everything is. Because obviously I covered over on Facebook too. Again, this is a brand new tornado watch if you're tuning in. All right, I'm going to go through a few graphics here real quick since we are not currently seeing any tornado warnings. I'm going to go back to this here in a moment. We're going to go and check out a few things in terms of when you can expect storms this afternoon and all that sort of jazz, because I did pull up a few graphics pre-stream to kind of show you what's going on today. So a big thing that's going to happen this afternoon is the low-level jet. It's actually going to increase this afternoon. This is going to create some more spin in the supercells. Right now, it's not overly strong. The winds aloft are around 30 to 40 knots. That's not overly impressive for a low-level jet. That is enough for a tornado threat, but it's going to stay low in that sort of sense. It will increase more this afternoon, upwards of 50 knots, so we will have a medium low-level jet, which could increase that tornado potential. Significant tornado parameters are definitely not high today, but they're kind of, again, low to medium. Values peak around 3 to 4 here around the DFW area, so we'll have to watch for that tornado threat this afternoon. In terms of timing, storms will really begin to erupt, I think, closer to 4 to 5 o'clock. I think that's when we start to see really significant severe weather, but we could still see a significant cell before that. That's why we're live early. But by 4 o'clock, that is when storms really start to ramp up here across North Texas. We'll be watching for some significant severe weather from Wichita Falls all the way back through areas just south of Interstate 20. By 5 to 6 o'clock, storms will start to roll off to the east. 2 different rounds of storms, one of which will be a bit more of elevated storm activity. That's pretty much what we're seeing right now. And then that second round of storms will have more discrete supercells. This is the area that's going to be much more concerning this evening, where we very well could see a few tornadoes, which one could be strong. Now, out of this area, there is still a chance for an isolated tornado. Just the chances are going to be a bit lower. This is the area that I'm more concerned about tonight for that increased tornado potential as well as the hail threat. By 8 o'clock, storms rolling through the Metroplex, Plano, Dallas, Sherman, all seeing storms by then. And by 9 o'clock, all the storms are east of Interstate 35 35W, and then by 10 to 11 o'clock, all this activity shifts off to our east, and then I'll eventually go into Shreveport, as well as southern Arkansas and eastern Texas. So those will be the main concerned areas. For a closer and more in-depth look at the overall risk for today, I'll kind of move my face cam here. This is the threat level for today. Again, enhanced risk of severe weather. These are the cities included. If you want, you can take a screenshot, whatever you gotta do. I'll leave it on the screen for 5 seconds. But Gainesville, Bowie, Denton, Dallas, Cleburne, basically all the areas that we've already gone over are under that enhanced risk of severe weather. Tornado potential is also hatched, and that does include areas, I did not mean to zoom in, there we go. It does include those areas here. That's going to include Cleburne, Stephenville, Dallas, just south of Denton, Tyler, Corsicana, and Waco are all included in that hatched region. That does mean an EF2 plus tornado is possible, but it'll be a low threat. There's still a chance though, so make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts this afternoon. Do not just rely on my live stream or anybody else's. Make sure you have multiple ways outside of just a live stream. Hail threat will also be pretty much increased across this entire region. Significant hail possible across a large chunk of North Texas. This entire hatched area represents your potential for over 2 inches in diameter hail. That's a 10% probability. We could see hail upwards of baseball size, and even up to apple-sized hail. That's what the National Weather Service has advised. So I'll be watching for that potential very closely. Red shaded region here in the center is much more concerning for that hail potential. And in addition to that, the damaging wind potential, meaning flying trampolines being possible, is more significant east of DFW. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of that potential. Also, we do have a live cam if you're curious to see. We do have a live cam at the bottom left of your screen. That is going to be out of Lantana, Texas. We'll be keeping a close eye out of Lantana. For perspective here, Lantana is right over here just southeast of Denton. That's near Lake Dallas. So Lantana's right here. It's not probably in the most prime area for severe weather, but I would not rule out some severe weather up this direction along Interstate 35 near Denton. That will definitely not be out of the question. Again, potential for some severe weather will exist near Lantana and really anywhere in North Texas, but Denton County, not out of the question for a little bit of severe weather later today. Again, for those that are just tuning in, severe thunderstorm warning is ongoing for Wichita Falls. This does go until about 3:30, so we'll be watching the storm closely. Hail core has maybe shrunk just a smidge. Let's go back to the closer radar site to see what's happening. So yeah, hail core is a little bit smaller here. We're looking at more elevated storm activity, which basically means storms are kind of forming over the cap. Those are usually not nearly as severe. So this one right now is producing $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving towards Wichita Falls, Dean will be in the track. Interstate 44 also going to be in the track here in the next several minutes. And also a special weather statement in effect for those back just south of Henrietta. This is going to be in Clay County, and this is for some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and as well as half-inch sized hail. Again, a lot of storms are beginning to really develop quite quickly here. We'll be watching for some significant severe weather over the next couple of hours. All right, let's go over to chat here real quick. How's everybody doing today? Welcome, welcome. Let me just see what we got here. So, thank you, Lori, for the $5 donation. Excuse me. I appreciate it. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Yes, Tarrant County is in a tornado watch. You are not in a tornado warning. There's a big difference. Tornado warning is obviously ongoing threat for like a tornado, or a tornado watch is really just for the conditions being favorable for tornadic development. We're not seeing any sort of tornado warnings right now. There's no sort of on-the-ground tornadoes or anything like that. We can check the velocities radars and see if there's anything really rotating right now, but I'm pretty sure nothing's rotating. A lot of this is elevated right now. Again, most of the activity for significant severe weather will probably start developing a little bit later. I don't think we'll see a whole lot of significant severe weather until probably about 4 o'clock, so we'll see what happens, though. You never know. Some of these storms are starting to produce some hail cores, and more particularly, we do have a hail core now near Jacksboro, probably $half-sized hail, unwarned severe storm right now ongoing just north of Jacksboro. That should be warned here at any moment. So again, Jacksboro, potential for up to $half-sized hail exists right now with this supercell that is moving off to the north and east. Near Bryson, we could be talking about nickel-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that. Again, we are watching 2 different areas right now for a couple of storms that are unwarned at this current time, but very well could be producing some large hail. And then the Wichita Falls storm right now is moving off to the north and east. We can actually go to the Frederick radar site, and this is a little bit better review at it. So you can see here, Wichita Falls right now under the gun for some hail up to the size of $half. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this storm as it moves off to the north and east. By the way, all of North Texas is in a tornado watch, all of it. Tyler, Texas is not considered North Texas, even though I do, but Tyler is not included in this tornado watch, at least from what I know. Let me double check that. Yeah, Tyler's not on it. It's basically on the cusp of that tornado watch right now. Yeah, a few tornadoes possible. We could see hail up to the size of apples and damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Those are the big concerns here over the next few hours. All right, we'll do a little bit of a widespread view here of the entire region. I'll answer some questions in chat, so if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. If you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe down below and like the video if you are new as well. Let's get this out to more people. Grayson County will probably see storms as early as really 4 to 5 o'clock. Best chance for significant severe weather, if you see any, will probably be closer to about 7 o'clock or so, 6 to 7 o'clock. Yeah, temperatures will be in the 90s tomorrow, actually, in North Texas, and they're going to get pretty hot. And it's not going to create really a whole lot of severe weather tomorrow. We're really talking about today for the severe weather potential. Tomorrow, we're not really going to be watching for any severe weather. We could see, though, an isolated severe storm. It's not going to be significant, though, at least in terms of, like, multiple storms, like widespread action. And if I pull this up on my other monitor here, let's go and pull this up. So let's go to here, and we'll pull this up here. This is tomorrow. There will potentially be a couple of storms that develop. There will be a cap in place, but if storms are able to overcome that, which that's what the HRR model is showing here, there might be a couple of storms tomorrow night, maybe around the DFW area. These would be capable of primarily large hail, but again, damaging winds not out of the question with something like this. This is like a typical summertime storm almost, or a late spring storm that we're looking at in that sort of regard there. So that's what we're looking at for that threat. Again, live cam down at the bottom left is in Lantana. I'm going to go back over to here for right now since Lantana has nothing going on. So we'll go over to here real quick and stay here. Lantana should see some severe action probably a little bit later today. If you see any, it'll probably be closer to like 5, 6 o'clock. Should I cancel our gender reveal barbecue in Haltom City? What time is it at? That kind of matters. But if it's outdoors, I recommend for anybody that has any outdoor events today, if you have any outdoor events and they're still going on, just make sure you have an eye to the sky, have multiple ways to receive warnings, because again, we're going to see severe weather really start to ramp up here pretty quickly. Again, conditions are going to be very favorable for some severe weather here over the next few hours. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This does include areas just to the west of Denton County. Decatur, Runaway Bay, Jacksboro, Bryson, Bowie, and Chico, all included for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and as well as quarter-sized hail. This area of storms is moving quickly off to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. Again, that is our now second area of severe storms. Now, storm back up in Wichita Falls has been downgraded to quarter-sized hail. So this was originally a $half sized. We're back down to quarter-sized hail now. Now, it's always good to have a plan B, just in case there's any severe weather in your location, which again, widespread storms are expected across North Texas today. Not all of them will be severe, but there will be widespread storm action. We're already seeing that back out here to the west. This is pretty much considered widespread right here of storm action. This is all pretty much for the most part elevated storm activity, but once we start seeing some surface-based storms develop, that is when we really start to talk about significant severe weather. We very well could see a few tornadoes really quickly going into like 4 to 5 o'clock. That is still, I think, the peak time for severe weather today. 4 to 6. That's probably the best time frame there. Cap in DFW is still there as of like 2 o'clock, but it is probably eroded, or I wouldn't say it's already eroded. It's going to be eroded probably in like an hour, or not an hour, about 30 minutes, if not earlier, because the temperature aloft is cooling down a bit. Temperature is increasing a little bit at the surface. That will allow for the cap to probably be overcome. At least sometime in the next hour. By the way, the cap will not hang on. I highly doubt the cap will hang on at this point. I mean, we're already watching a lot of storm activity. I highly doubt the cap, which for those that are wondering, what is the cap? Cap is essentially a temperature inversion a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. In more simplistic terms, it's like a lid that prevents storms from developing. Right now, there is a cap over the Fort Worth area, but that I'm pretty sure is going to weaken in the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not within the next half an hour. Which does mean severe weather will be possible as early as like 3:30 here in the Metroplex. And right now, there is already a storm moving closer to the Metroplex, one just to the north of Saginaw, and pretty much just now to the southwest there of Denton County. It's about to enter into Justin and Argyle. This is not a storm that is severe, but it could produce a little bit of small hail and maybe some gusty winds. But watch that one closely. A couple of other very limited cells that have developed as well back out here to the west, none of which are severe. Not a whole lot of concern with these storms right now. Obviously, they will evolve pretty quickly, so we could see some hail threats increase over the next hour with those. But these will be moving off to the northeast and back up here in Jack County, as well as going into Wise County and as well as Monte County. These areas are all under severe thunderstorm warnings. The most significant hail out of these storms is located just to the west of Chico. A bit of a more rural area here in North Texas, northeast of Jacksboro. This is where we're watching right now for some quarter-sized hail. Maybe even a little bit larger than that. I would not rule out that that's up closer to a half-dollar sized hail. But keep in mind, these are elevated storms, so the hail potential will naturally be a little bit lower. Again, this is a region that I'll be watching pretty closely this afternoon. I do think a few discrete cells will start to develop in this region around 4 o'clock. So this region here will have a bit more concern for that potential today. And that will eventually move off to the east, and then obviously the severe weather threat will increase here in the Metroplex. Yeah, all of North Texas is under the tornado watch. Yeah, everybody, literally everybody. I have a lot of viewers, by the way, from North Texas. I am so aware that a lot of you are from North Texas, and pretty much all of you are in this tornado watch, and it's going to be a long afternoon for sure. Again, this has been an event that's been not talked about enough. I've been mentioning it literally since last night on Facebook and as well as on Twitter. This event has been super under talked about in terms of its threat level. It's not really going to peak anytime in the next hour, I would say. I think a lot of the severe weather action is still to come, probably closer to 4 to 5 o'clock, because a lot of this activity is elevated, and once we start getting surface-based thunderstorms developing, that is when serious supercells could develop. That's when the tornado threat increases, the significant hail threat increases, and the damaging wind potential. As long as that happens, we are talking about a significant severe weather event without a doubt here across North Texas. Now again, that is still a little bit of an if. I would say there's still a good 80% chance that we do see those discrete supercell action storms, those surface-based storms develop back to the west of Interstate 35. Those are much more concerning for today. I mean, we're really talking about a pretty significant severe weather threat with anything that develops that is discrete. Again, a lot of this storm activity right now is much more elevated, so we're watching for a little bit more of a marginal hail threat and marginal damaging wind potential. Low-end tornado threat still exists with these, though. If we go to the velocities with the storms that are currently severe, you'll probably notice there's not a whole lot of rotation here with most of them, but this is right now what we're looking at here. So very weak velocities for the most part right now, and then a bit further off here to the north, we're looking at really not any rotation on that Wichita Falls severe storm. So nothing in concern right now in terms of the tornado potential, but that threat really increases by 4 to 5 o'clock. So threat really will start to ramp up here pretty soon. No problem, Alma. Thank you, Philo, for the $5 super chat. No problem. I appreciate it. Yeah, actually, we just hit 40,000 subscribers today. I cannot believe that. We hit 40,000 subscribers before we went live. I was thinking we'd hit on the live stream today, but this video, the forecast that I posted today is already up to like 40,000 views, and a lot of new people watched it, so yeah. I was pretty shocked by that. I mean, I think we've gained about 5,000 subscribers in the last like 2 weeks. It's insane. I cannot believe it, to say the least. I believe the Rangers play indoors. There is a roof on the Rangers stadium. I am 100% sure that they're going to have a roof over that stadium today. That Rangers stadium is they like have a roof that can go on and off. If they are playing today, which I believe they are, that is definitely going to be closed today. There's no way they would have that roof open. Especially with storms already pretty much in the area. I mean, they're not really far away from already having a few showers or downpours. Not really a whole lot of lightning out of these at this point. This storm here is already weakening. Again, there is a cap right now in place in the Fort Worth area, so the storms here might weaken a bit more, but the storms right behind it are probably not going to have much of a problem going through the Metroplex, so we'll be watching for that potential over the next hour or two. But again, current severe thunderstorm warnings are west of the Metroplex. The Wichita Falls storm is really weakened quickly, and again, that's kind of what we're looking at in this environment. This storm is probably less than quarter-sized hail now. If anything, I would say it's probably nickel, maybe even less than that. Right now near Wichita Falls, I will check to see if we have any reports out of Wichita Falls right now, but I do not think we do. No, we do actually have a few reports. So in Wichita Falls, half-inch sized hail has been reported. Dime-sized hail was reported about 10 minutes ago. All right, so yeah, we're at about half-inch sized hail in the Wichita Falls storm that's severe. The one near Jacksboro is currently being reported around dime to quarter-sized hail. So the one down here to the southeast is, again, a little bit more concerning for the hail potential, and that hail is going to be coming out of this cell here that is northeast of Jacksboro, and a couple of cells here just to the south near Jacksboro that are also producing some hail. So that might be a little bit of a double threat there in Jacksboro for some quarter to $half sized hail. So definitely a bit of a concern there. Thank you, DK, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Quarter-sized hail west of Wichita Falls. Thank you for the report. So we do have a person in chat reporting quarter-sized hail near Wichita Falls. The new Storm Prediction Center update just came out, by the way. No changes, honestly. I don't think there's any changes. Hold on, let me double check. I don't think they said anything. Yeah, so for right now, there is no changes to the forecast, but their terminology has changed. Again, So very large hail is possible, several tornadoes are possible, and a couple of which may be strong. So we are looking at a pretty significant severe weather day ahead. Again, we are still a bit away from that threat, but this is the latest update. Again, we are still in an enhanced risk of severe weather here across a large chunk of North Texas. That includes almost all of the tornado watch boxed area. The tornado probabilities have not changed really at all. I don't think they've really shifted or anything like that. It looks to be pretty much the same as before. This is the area that we have a 10% probability within a 25-mile radius of a tornado threat. That includes anywhere from just south of Denton, just south of Route 380, back through Benbrook, Dallas, Terrell, Athens, Corsicana, Hillsboro, Stephenville, all those areas, again, included in that 10% probability for a tornado threat. So we very well could see several tornadoes this afternoon. Hail potential, not really changed at all either. That hail threat is really primarily over the Metroplex, just to the north and west as well, will be our most significant hail potential, and as well as the damaging wind threat will be primarily east of Fort Worth for this afternoon. That is this area here. This is a 30% probability within a 25-mile radius of damaging winds, and the significant tornado probabilities are going to be over this region here. This is where we could see a couple of strong tornadoes this afternoon and evening. We very well could see maybe an EF2 tornado or two over this direction, so make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. That does include Dallas, Fort Worth, Cleburne, Corsicana, Waco, back through Weatherford, and it also goes through Mineral Wells as well. In addition to that, the hail potential, in terms of the significant hail threat, is literally all of North Texas and more. I mean, this is a huge area that we're watching for hailstones over 2 inches in diameter. It extends all the way back through Austin, believe it or not, and all the way back through southern Oklahoma, and that significant damaging wind potential, again, is to the east of the Metroplex for the most part. Actually, now it's Fort Worth and Dallas that are included in that threat. I think the wind potential may have backtracked just a smidge to the west, but other than that, that's what we're looking at for that severe weather potential. So again, several tornadoes could be possible this afternoon. I think the threat for tornadoes will increase a little bit later, so we'll be watching for that potential then. I do have a few photos coming out of Wichita Falls. Pea-sized hail has been at least reported at this point. This was sent in by Sean on Twitter. So yeah, pea-sized hail has been at least reported at this time being out of Wichita Falls. Thank you, Sean, for the photo. If you have any photos, by the way, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter. I will also be looking at messages on Facebook. If you're one of my North Texas followers and you follow me on Facebook, I will be going over photos on there as well. So if you have any photos or videos, feel free to send them in on there. I will not be, by the way, I'm not streaming on Facebook today. It's only YouTube. So just heads up there. After what happened last time, I do not feel like live streaming there again. Thank you, AJ, for the 1999. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the forecast. Also, if you're new here, by the way, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We do live streams like this all the time. Make sure to like the stream as well if you've been enjoying it so far. Again, we'll be keeping you updated with the latest throughout the afternoon and evening across all of North Texas. We're going to watch for some pretty significant severe weather really start to unravel in about an hour or two. I still think we're not really there yet. We're going to be there probably in about an hour where significant supercells develop. And if we go back through the timing here, since we have a few minutes, there's not a whole lot of significant severe weather yet. This is the current timing for today. We're watching for the threat of some significant severe weather to start to really ramp up over the next hour. The HRR model really indicates by about 4 o'clock. That is when a lot of elevated storm activity will be ongoing. This is our first round of storms, by the way. Our second round will develop back over here. I'll try to draw it with a different color. This is going to be our second round. It'll develop over here. So this will be round number 2. That is where we could very well see some discrete supercell action, and those are the storms that are much more concerning. They very well could produce significant damaging winds, really significant hail. We could see up to apple-sized hail today, and as well as several tornadoes will be possible. That is what the Storm Prediction Center has now said in regards to today. In addition to that, we very well could see the threat for a couple of strong tornadoes. You can see here by 5 o'clock, things really start to ramp up. We could very well see a couple of discrete supercells. This is the round 2 of storms, so by 5 o'clock, I did not mean to do that. By 5 o'clock, that is where those storms will really start to ramp up. Maybe another one out here just in between Wichita Falls and Abilene, and also back near Wichita Falls. So we have 3 different areas to watch for. By 6 o'clock, things erupt even a bit more. So again, a few discrete cells will be ongoing by that point. Really, any of these discrete cells have an equal chance of producing a tornado. I still think the tornado threat is higher just to the south and west there of Fort Worth. That basically means this quadrant here, I'll use a different color again, this quadrant here has probably that best chance for a tornado risk between about 4 to 7 o'clock. So if you're in this region, Make sure you definitely have multiple ways to receive alerts. If you're anywhere in the North Texas area, though, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts anyways, because we'll be definitely watching for the threat of some pretty significant severe weather. By 7 o'clock, storms will continue to move off to the east, and by 8 to 9 o'clock, storms will be really off to eastern North Texas. The most recent HRR model run just came out, and this is what it's showing here. So again, it even shows worse on this most recent model run. This is 5 o'clock. Notice again that discrete cell south of Cleburne. 6 o'clock. We're looking at almost 2 different discrete cells, and maybe a few up in here closer to the Metroplex, and by 7 to 8, storms move off to the east. I still think down here to the south is a lot more potential for a tornado threat. You can see, again, even with the HRR model, which, again, it's just one computer model, but it gives us an idea of what we're looking at here. Over here in the Metroplex, it's a lot of different convective activity. We're looking at a lot of different storms here. It's not just 1 or 2. They're all kind of combined. If you look a bit further down here to the south, there's only 2. And, I mean, if we're looking at only 1 to 2 cells south of Interstate 20, that's more concerning because it has a lot more potential. It'll have a much cleaner inflow. The low-level jet is pretty strong as well, just south of Interstate 20, so that will lead to some more rotating supercells here. I still think there's an equal chance of a tornado threat in the Metroplex. However, the hail potential does seem to be more concerning back up this direction. So that is what we're looking at currently in terms of the severe weather potential for this afternoon on the future radar. Again, for those that are just tuning in as well, we do have a live cam out of Lantana, and it does seem to be, let's kind of... Oh, actually, real quick, we do have a new update. We are up to golf ball-sized hail now on the storm that is currently ongoing west of Lantana. This is back over, let's get rid of this here. This is currently back over in Wise County as well as southwest Montague County into Jack County. I do have to post this on Facebook. So again, this warning has now been upgraded to golf ball-sized hail. So make sure that you are staying away from windows, and if you have not already, bring your car into your garage. I cannot stress that enough. If you have a garage, do not just leave it outside because... you know, we very well could see some golf ball-sized hail out of some of these storms. If not, again, apple-sized hail is possible today. So, this is going to be, again, Wise County, Montague County, and as well as Jack County. Let's post this on Facebook really quickly. Again, that is a brand new upgrade to this warning. This warning still goes until 3:45. The biggest concern right now with that hail potential is going to exist in a couple of different spots. We have one storm right now near Chico that is producing that potential for up to golf ball-sized hail. Another of which is near Jacksboro that could be producing that threat. And we have a couple little other spots that might be closer to quarter size, so I'll kind of label these. That's about 1 inch probably about 1 inch as well here. This could be upwards of 1.75 inches, which is, again, golf ball size. And right here is probably somewhere closer to $half sized hail. So those are 4 different areas of hail. Again, those are just rough estimates, but that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the hail potential with this storm. It's right around golf ball sized hail, though, is our maximum hailstone size for Jack, Montague, and Wise County. That is our latest update there. Again, golf ball sized hail currently ongoing just to the west of Denton. Denton will probably start seeing storms in about an hour or so. Let's go back down to the DFW radar site. We're going to go back over to Abilene as well. We are starting to see some more storm action beginning to develop. Elevated storm potentially developing near Duncan. We have a storm that's likely now producing around $half sized hail south of Mineral Wells. Unwarned hail threat right here. That is an unwarned, currently likely large hail potential that's ongoing just to the south of Mineral Wells. So again, that is another area that we're watching very closely for some significant hailstone sizes. Again, $half sized hail possible with that storm south of Mineral Wells. That storm is really increasing quite quickly with its hail potential. West of Weatherford, that's moving off to the north and east. We do have another storm here that's not severe, but it could be producing up to nickel-sized hail right now. That'll be moving quickly off to the north and east over the next hour or so. So, again, we have several different storms that are really developing here. Let's go back over to Abilene. This is an area that will see some discrete supercells develop this afternoon. We do have a cell now developing just to the south of Abilene. This is producing 50-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail, so another little storm here to watch out for. And again, this is the area that I have more concern about those discrete supercells developing a little bit later today. All right, let's go back over here. We'll stay on this like little area here for now. Again, golf ball-sized hailstorms at the top of your screen. We have an unwarned, likely large hailstorm right now ongoing north of Interstate 20. My estimate would probably be closer to $half-sized hail. That is just to the south of Mineral Wells, and then south of Weatherford is another area that we might have a little bit of small hail ongoing. And we do also have a storm way on the right side of your screen. I do not think you can see it. Let me just double check. No, you cannot. But there's one over near Duncanville that's just in southwestern Dallas County. That's not severe. It's just developing. We'll see if anything unfolds out of that, but not severe at this time. I wouldn't be too concerned about that one right now. But again, that is our current coverage here of different supercells that are ongoing here across North Texas. A bit more of a zoomed out look here. Again, we do have a little bit of storm activity south of Wichita Falls. The severe thunderstorm warning back over in Wichita Falls has been canceled, by the way. So we are currently down to one severe thunderstorm warning. I would expect one to get issued on this cell near Mineral Wells at any time. So we'll be awaiting that warning here shortly. Let me check Twitter to see if we have any reports coming in on these storms. Stay on this Zoom here for a second. All right, so yeah, no new updates on any of the storms or anything like that. No reports so far. If you have any reports, you can feel free to leave those in the chat. You can message me on Facebook, or you can also tweet me on Twitter. My Twitter is at MaxVelocityWX. There is a tornado watch in Weatherford. Yeah, the tornado watch, for those that are just tuning in, there is a very large tornado watch. This does include southern Oklahoma, back through a large chunk of North Texas, all included in this tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. So make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. As I literally just mentioned, $half sized hail. I was right on that. We do have an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning that has now newly been issued. This is going to include areas like Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Grafford, and as well as going back through southern Wise County. This is going to be for $half sized hail, and as well as 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So if you're in this region, little heads up here, we now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for those in Wise County, Parker County, as well as Palo Pinto County. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And as well as $half sized hail. Let me just make sure we post that there. So that's posted on Facebook as well. Thank you, Pin, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying the content. Stay safe, Tesla. Make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Cannot stress that enough. If you're anywhere in North Texas tonight, which I'm guessing most of you are, again, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. We'll be covering all of this throughout the afternoon and evening, both on Facebook. That is where we'll be posting at least warnings. I will not be live on Facebook, but we are posting warnings on there, and we'll also be obviously live here on YouTube for the next several hours. We do have a confirmed report now of golf ball sized hail in Jacksboro as of 8 minutes ago at 3:09 Central Time. Again, in Central Jack County, that is a storm chaser that reported golf ball sized hail at 380 and 281. So again, that storm did produce golf ball sized hail, and if we backtrack a little bit here to 309, this is at about 309 here. So it had to have actually been this cell here that was producing some golf ball sized hail. So that is the storm that is producing right about that sized hail, was golf ball sized out of that little cell. You can only imagine the storm back up here closer to Chico. That might have been even up closer to golf ball sized hail as well, but no reports on that one for right now. But that was a little while ago. So again, brand new report there of golf ball sized hail. And yeah, again, a lot of these storms initially will be producing a hail threat. Tornado threat will increase closer to about 4 to 5 o'clock this afternoon. Also, this warning does include southeastern Jack County. I did forget to mention that. All right, no other updates there. There are no tornado warnings ongoing, Ashley. No tornado warnings ongoing. Again, we'll probably see that tornado risk increase a little bit closer to 4 to 5 o'clock. The storms that are ongoing now are elevated. These are not really capable of any tornado potential. If any, it's a very low chance. I wouldn't really expect anything out of this stuff. The stuff that's going to produce that tornado risk will be back out here west of the Metroplex and back out here in western North Texas. That is where I have much more concern about some of these storms producing an increased tornado potential. So, and that'll eventually obviously move closer to the Metroplex. Again, that'll be more isolated to widely scattered supercells that develop, but they will definitely pack a punch. And again, the Storm Prediction Center has been mentioning with their wording of the threat for widespread hail up to, that means that there could be a maximum of apple-sized hail. We could see several tornadoes, which again, a couple of those could be strong, and as well as that damaging wind potential. So flying trampolines will be possible east of Dallas. Again, where I still think the highest tornado potential does exist this afternoon is in this quadrant here. I think that will have a much higher tornado risk here in comparison to the Metroplex. However, it's really still an equal chance altogether. The Storm Prediction Center right now with their threat level of a tornado risk is this entire region with that 10% probability. So that's a 10% chance within a 25-mile radius across all of the Metroplex, excluding northern Denton County and as well as northern Collin County. And it goes back through Tyler, Texas, all the way back through Graham and just east of Breckenridge. But again, I think this is the area that will have more significant tornado potential. Does anybody know where Reed is chasing today? Is he going to be closer to Weatherford? I don't know if he said where he's chasing today or not. Estimated rainfall today, might get upwards of an inch. You get a lot of rain, you might get up closer to 2 inches. If you're in Cook County. Again, if you're anywhere in North Texas, I'll be real with you. You'll probably see somewhere in the realm of maybe even a bit higher than that. I think he said Weatherford, but I could be wrong. I don't know if he changed it or not. Honestly, I do have a storm chaser, like somebody that's chasing today, or at least I know of one, that he's gonna be sending in photos and videos and all that if he has any. But actually, he already has sent in a photo. He's currently back over near Stephenville, I believe. Oh no, he's actually near Perrin. That must be on this storm here. So we actually do have a photo coming out of, I do not know where this is. Where is Perrin, Texas? I have never heard of Perrin, Texas before. Let me look this up. I think it's the storm near Millsap though right now. Oh, this is actually Jack County. Never mind. That's going to be on the southeast Jack County storm. I did send in a photo of the storms, or the storm, I should say. This is the current view of that. Again, it's going to be a bit blurry. Facebook translates these weird or whatever. But you can see here, this is elevated storm activity for sure. And this is, again, that rain that's falling, your rain shaft. But nothing in terms of rotation with this storm. This is looking from Perrin to the north and northwest. Again, that's the Jacksboro storm that just rolled through a few minutes ago. That was this storm here that we were looking at, and that's moving off to the north and east. This warning has now been condensed a little bit. We are still talking about some hail up to golf ball sized hail for Jacksboro, Runaway Bay, Chico, back through Bowie, and Decatur are all included again in that golf ball sized hail potential and 60-mile-per-hour threat. Also in Paradise, it's getting dark over there. This is a photo out of Paradise, Texas. Unfortunately, again, a lot of these photos will be blurry. If you do have photos and you want to actually email me to them, or email me them, feel free to do that as well. My email is down below. It's a little bit easier just because it's not, the quality isn't like reduced, but either way, it's fine. You can message me on Facebook, Twitter, that sort of thing. We do have a report of hail in Runaway Bay in Wise County, by the way, so we do now have a report there. $half size hail was just confirmed at 3 o'clock, so about 20 minutes ago, but this report was slightly delayed. 9 miles to the northeast of Jacksboro. So that's the latest there. So $half size hail possible there, or at least it just occurred. That was out of this cell that's now back up here near 287, southeast of Bowie, northwest of Decatur. So that's the latest there. Again, we are still watching for that little cell that's developing back near Abilene. We'll double check and see if anything's transpired there. Actually, looks like it's weakening a little bit, so that's good news. So that cell's not really transpiring into much yet. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning that's now been issued. This does include Wichita Falls, Henrietta, that is going to be in Clay County, as well as Archer City. This is all for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So again, we now have 3 warnings, all really pretty much for hail. There's still a damaging wind potential, though, upwards of 60 miles per hour. No rotation right now in any of these. Again, these are mostly elevated activity. Once we see some of those discrete cells develop in about an hour or two, that is when the tornado risk really starts to ramp up. So those are our 3 severe thunderstorms now across North Texas. Let me just double check if I didn't miss any notifications here. Well, I did not. Also, actually, great reminder, by the way, make sure you have your tornado action plan in place now. Like, literally now. Make sure you go over your tornado action plan in place, like, literally go over it right now with your family, whoever you're with. Or if you're by yourself, make sure you go over with it. Again, there's going to be a potential for several tornadoes today. Really primarily from about 4 to like 9 o'clock. That's the best chance for that tornado potential. You want to make sure you go over that tornado action plan now and not later. Another recommendation, if you have any outdoor umbrellas on your patio, take those down. That's, you know, those things really, if there's any gusty winds, your umbrella could go flying into your windows. You do not want that. So make sure you take down any patio furniture or umbrellas, that sort of thing. Cover plants over. Hail can damage plants. And obviously make sure you cover your car over if it's outside. I don't know what you want to cover it with. I've seen some crazy inventions before. I've seen people literally put trash cans on top of their car. I'm not sure what that's actually going to do, because those would probably blow away, to be honest with you. I've seen it before, though. In addition to that, I've seen other people put, like, blankets over it that they're not using. So just some good recommendations, some good backup plans if you're able to. Make sure you're protecting your vehicle, because we will probably see some hail. Again, upwards of apple-sized hail is possible. We've already seen a couple of reports now of up to golf ball-sized hail in Jack County, and all these storms right now moving off to the north and east are all producing hail potential upwards of golf ball-sized hail. half dollar golf ball. And also, by the way, if you do have any hail damage to your vehicle or roof, we do have 2 sponsors literally below my face cam that you can check out as well. Very reputable companies here in the Metroplex. New update on this most recent scan here. Look at Jacksboro. This is a hail core now developing over in Jacksboro. This is a bit more concerning. We're starting to see a little bit of an increase in that hail potential. We'll see if this warning gets upgraded at all. That's a big increase on the hail in the last, couple of minutes. That's definitely going to be concerning here. So near Jacksboro right now, definitely increasing that hail potential. Yes, I did get a haircut. Funny enough, I got a high fade, and I did not get any sort of fade at all. I always get a high fade, and this time I didn't get a fade. It was the same length all around. So interesting stuff. Also, another small hail core developing, a couple of them actually. We do have one that is in far southern Clay County, another one back near 281 and 16. That's up to ping pong ball sized hail most likely. This could be up to hen egg sized hail, if not maybe slightly greater. We'll see though, it might be a little bit of a radar glitch, but we'll see. Again, this is golf ball sized hail right now. New hail report out of Runaway Bay. I know I have a viewer out of Runaway Bay that just messaged me and said it was hailing. We do have a confirmed hail report now of 1-inch diameter hail. That's the latest out of there. Thank you, Amber, for sending that in. This is Amber showing a little hail video here. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of hail. More pea, maybe half-inch sized hail at the highest. A little bit of hail there falling over in, I believe that was Runaway Bay as well. Yeah, that was our viewer out of Runaway Bay. So thank you, Amber, for sending that in. So that was a little bit of hail there out of Runaway Bay. They just had a confirmation of quarter-sized hail. That looked just a lot of pea-sized hail, if maybe a little bit greater than that, but obviously there might have been a little bit of quarter-sized hail. Runaway Bay, by the way, for reference, is right here, and it's not too big of a town. You can see here, there's some streets. I do have streets, by the way, on. For those that are wondering, I used to do North Texas weather coverage all the time. I still do, and so I have all the streets on the map. So if we have a tornado warning or something like that, cool stuff. We have all the close-up roads as well. You can see here near Jacksboro. Most of the counties that I cover have roads, so we have them all over the place. You can see them all as well. Back over Denton. Cool stuff. I know, it's amazing. Back through Fort Worth as well. So if there are any tornado warnings, significant hail, we can really get close up and see where that hail core is actually at, or where that tornado might be on the ground, to really improve the overall quality of the stream. So that is why I do North Texas live streams all the time. That's why I love doing them. Makes it a lot easier. I have all the everything down. I know the entire geography of this area. Gaming, I wouldn't get too far ahead of yourself. You can look at a future radar and say, oh, there's nothing coming, I should be fine. Future radars are not really ever, like, accurate to the T. They do have a lot of variation in them. I can actually show you on, let me go over to here real quick. We'll go back to this monitor and do that, and we'll go to here. So this is the HR model as of 6 o'clock here on the 19Z model run. So keep in mind, here are your 2 supercells here, you got some storms here. But if we change to a different model run, let's just go back to like 12 o'clock. We'll do the same time, 6 o'clock. This is your variation. So this is 6 o'clock here. Oh, that's the wrong day. That would help. So 6 o'clock here, it's completely different. There's like nothing here, but you can see a storm still there, but it's further to the west. Again, future radars are not entirely accurate. They're not, accurate to the T. So you never really want to rely on one future radar. So again, they are not always, entirely accurate. They do change quite often, and, they're not completely accurate. Thank you, Smitty, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Or actually, donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bridgeport, Texas has hail. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you have any photos, videos, anything like that, you can tweet me on Twitter. Links in the description. You can also message me on Facebook, or you can email me as well. All those are in the description below. Yeah, so for right now, I think Reed is going to be in Weatherford, which makes sense. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So again, a little hail core still here. It did peak there for a second, so we might have been upwards of hen egg sized hail on the northeast side there of Jacksboro. It's going through a pretty rural area here. See all the streets there, not that many of them. So a bit more of a rural sector here of Jack County, but there is still a little bit of hail there. It might be still upwards of golf ball sized hail. Bridgeport is becoming a bit more concerning here. We do have a much larger hail core ongoing back near Bridgeport. The storm was producing quarter sized hail as of 11 minutes ago over in Runaway Bay. Is probably closer to maybe half dollar, maybe closer to maybe ping pong ball as well. Somewhere in that range. It has increased definitely a little bit though since we last checked it about 10 minutes ago. Hailing in West Fort Worth. Oh yeah, look at that. We actually have some storms firing up over here in DFW. These are not severe, obviously, but a couple of storms now firing up around the Metroplex, one of which is south of Burleson. This is going to be moving northeast. We have another storm here near Lake Worth and Benbrook. That's the one that I'm assuming the person in chat is talking about here near Lake Worth. This is also moving northeast. So again, 2 new cells developing near Fort Worth. Again, none of which are severe, but these are starting to produce some small hail at the bare minimum. So yeah, make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Take the proper precautions now and not later. We do have some potential hail ongoing here just to the west of Fort Worth and as well south of Burleson. 2 different areas that we're watching for some hail. And also, in addition to that, a small cell developing in Denton, probably pea-sized hail, if anything. All 3 of the severe thunderstorms are back out to the west. A lot of these are actually, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, there's several different severe storms in each warning. Potentially one near Weatherford, another one over here north of Mineral Wells. Got another one over in Jack County, another one over in Bridgeport, and then we got another one over here in southern Clay County, and also another one on the border. So we have a lot of cells over here that are all severe. 6 different areas that are all producing hail upwards of at least quarter size, if not larger than that, across those areas. The maximum hailstone size out of this cell is potentially up to hen egg sized hail, but the most recent report was golf ball sized hail as of 20 minutes ago. There may have been a brief glimpse northeast of Jacksboro of maybe hen egg sized hail. The storm back over in Abilene, we're still watching a little bit closely. We'll see if anything's developed there. So yeah, still strong storm, nothing really developing there. The more concerning storms right now are over near the Metroplex. We're starting to see storms bubbling up very quickly, so we'll keep a close eye on the ones near Fort Worth for sure over the next several minutes. These very well could develop quickly. And if you were wondering, there's no longer a cap in place. We do definitely have some storms developing now in Fort Worth. Yeah, so the low-level jet will be increasing tonight. I mean, it's going to increase really over the next few hours. So the tornado potential will increase this afternoon. It's not anywhere near its peak. I'm telling you, like 4, 5, 6 o'clock is when the low-level jet will actually start to be not strong, but stronger than it is right now. And that tornado risk will increase with any cells that develop over this direction. We could see a tornado threat as well up this direction, closer to northern North Texas, Denton, Gainesville, Bowie, as well as even the Clay County. We could see that tornado threat increase a bit over the next few hours, but this is still my more concerned region. And in addition to that, this is really, I still think, where a tornado is likely to occur. Somewhere in here. It could be anywhere, literally. So but I still think it's a much higher chance just southwest of Fort Worth. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Worth. This is going to be for the threat of ping pong ball sized hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. So again, this is a brand new upgrade to the warning. We're now up to ping pong ball sized hail. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Worth, southeast Denton County, and western Dallas County. This is again going to be for the threat of ping pong ball sized hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Alright, that is on Facebook now. So again, that is a brand new warning. We're going to zoom in on this. This is getting a little bit aggressive here near Fort Worth. Let's take a closer view of Fort Worth right now. Again, hail core is now increasing. This is our hail core here just south of Interstate 30. We're going to get very close up on these storms this afternoon, especially with hail cores like this. So let's zoom in a bit more on this storm west of Fort Worth. Hail core number 1, this is where we're probably looking at right now, at least ping pong ball sized hail. That is near Westover Hills, 377 and near Interstate 30, and this is a very close-up view. Again, Fort Worth is just over here, so we're going to go ahead and make it a little bit more zoomed out so you know where we're at. So again, Fort Worth is here. We have our hail core right here. This is moving to the northeast. Westover Hills right now is where we're probably going to start seeing some of that hail increase, upwards of ping pong ball-sized hail. Interstate 30 is where that hail core is right about now, and it'll go towards Interstate 35 over the next several minutes. Again, we have very close-up road views here across the Metroplex, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Further to the south, there's another hail core developing. This is closer to Alvarado in Johnson County. That is where we currently have a hail core ongoing here. That's moving off to the north and east, and this will eventually move towards areas like Mansfield, 287 and 157. That is, again, our new hail core here. That's moving off to the northeast. So we have several different storms. Again, we only have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, but there is a lot more than 4 supercells that are ongoing. I mean, we're looking at one here. That's 2, 3, 4. We have 5. We have 6. We have about 3 others at the top of your screen. So that's about 9 different supercells in 4 total severe thunderstorm warnings. So just kind of put that into perspective. We don't just have one storm ongoing in each one of these boxes. We have multiple ongoing. They are putting multiple warnings for each one of these areas of severe storms. We do have a new report coming out of, let's see. Oh, actually a delayed report of quarter-sized hail just west of Jacksboro as of 2:42. So that's a little bit of a delayed report. $half sized hail is still ongoing. This warning has been condensed. Mineral Wells is no longer in a severe thunderstorm, but this is for Weatherford and as well as northwestern Parker County. That is where the largest hail right now lies, is in northwestern Parker County. We're going to probably go a little bit closer on the... We're going to stay in this zoom for a moment. We'll go closer view here in a second on the Fort Worth storm if things start to develop a bit more. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. This warning, by the way, believe it or not, includes like 5 or 6 different counties. It includes Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Johnson, Parker, and Tarrant County. There's 6 counties included in this warning, even though really it's impacting probably about 4 or 5 of them within the short term. Next radar scan will be coming in here in a moment. We'll wait for that. But for right now, again, brand new warning has been issued for Tarrant County, northern Johnson County, northwest Ellis County, western Dallas County, southeast Denton County, and very far eastern Parker County. But that area is no longer really going to be in the picture for this area of storms. So again, our 2 supercells that have now newly developed are right here. These storms have exploded over the last 5 minutes. They've really exploded. So they are brand new. Thank you, me, for the $9.99 super chat. No problem at all. Appreciate it. Appreciate you tuning in. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to like the stream down below. It helps get this out to more people. Also, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We do live streams across the entire United States all the time, and video forecasts. So never miss the latest if you subscribe and click the bell icon down below so you're notified when I go live. We do have a little bit of convection as well that is developed south of Dallas and Fort Worth. None of this is going to be severe. This is actually not really what was pictured on the future radar a whole lot over the last few hours. We've been watching the computer models pretty closely. This wasn't really in the cards, but we are still seeing a little bit of convection down here, none of which, again, will be severe. The more concerning area right now is all across areas near and as well as north of Interstate 20 over the next hour, and then we'll be watching for a focus of discrete cells that will start to develop over in western North Texas, closer to 4 to 5 o'clock, but storms are definitely exploding right now over Tarrant County. Ping pong ball-sized hail here in Fort Worth. Thank you for the report. So we have now a report of ping pong ball-sized hail. Bridgeport as well. Sasha, just sent in a photo of some hail out of Bridgeport. So that is probably somewhere in the ballpark of dime-sized hail. Also, new update, hail core is centered right over Fort Worth. We have large to potentially very large hail ongoing right over the downtown area of Fort Worth. Again, if you are in Fort Worth and you have any photos that you're able to send safely, or if you've taken them safely, make sure to send them in to me either by Facebook. You can also send them in to me by email or Twitter. All those links are in the description below. Again, hail core is rapidly increasing here near Fort Worth. This is likely at least quarter size, but I would not be surprised if it's higher. White Settlement has confirmed. We have now confirmed out of White Settlement quarter-sized hail. Again, photos are going to be a bit blurry that come through Facebook, but that is what we just saw there. About quarter-sized hail, probably about 0.95 inches in diameter, but again, it doesn't really mean much of a difference there. And then we'll go back over to here, and we have a few other ones. Rain is picking up a lot as well back over in Fort Worth and Lake Worth. We have a video of that, but I'm not going to show that right now. Also in Bridgeport, we have another hail report of about inch in diameter hail. So those are our latest reports right now coming out of the North Texas region. Again, Fort Worth, that is where we're currently seeing a hail core that is ongoing. This is, again, producing upwards of, golf ball-sized hail, if not maybe slightly larger than that near Fort Worth. So again, if you're anywhere in Fort Worth, obviously stay away from windows. Do not take photos, and just stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have another hail core that's also strengthening just to the northwest of Decatur. that is likely going to be closer to ping pong ball sized hail, if not maybe golf ball sized hail. So that is the latest there. We are now on golf ball sized hail in Fort Worth. Again, golf ball sized hail is currently ongoing in Fort Worth. I'm getting a lot of people report, by the way, I'm getting a lot of messages. I have a lot of followers from North Texas. I'm getting a lot of messages. People are saying crazy hailstorm right now in Fort Worth. Again, for those that are in Fort Worth, some crazy stuff is going down there. We do have a Lantana live cam. I don't think we'll be able to see anything though right now. We'll go over there right now, just real quick, and it'll be at the bottom left of your screen. And you can see there, not a whole lot going on right now in Lantana. Lantana is slightly further off to the north of there. So if this storm ends up going through Lantana, we'll have a live cam of that here on our stream. So stay tuned. All right, just posting that to Facebook as well. All right. There are no tornado warnings at this time. There might be tornado sirens going off, and I'm going to give you a friendly reminder. This happens all the time in North Texas. Tornado sirens quite often go off for severe storms. They don't always go off for tornado warnings. So if you're anywhere in North Texas and your tornado sirens are going off, that does not mean there is a tornado warning. I know it's very confusing. It makes, virtually almost no sense, but there is obviously that. I used to live in North Texas, and I literally know, yes, the tornado sirens do go off for severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings ongoing. And I can assure you, really, none of these storms are rotating right now either. The hail threat is more of anything that we're watching. Yeah, none of these storms are rotating. So we're not looking at any sort of tornado threat right now. That tornado risk, though, will increase by 4 to 6 o'clock tonight. That is when that tornado threat starts to ramp up a bit. Right now, we're watching for much more of a hail threat. Again, if you're in Fort Worth, this is where that large hail core is. That is golf ball-sized hail that is ongoing across areas just now, just to the north and west of Fort Worth. That is right now where we have that ongoing hail core moving off to the north and east. So make sure, again, you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. Do not take photos unless it is very safe to do so. I do not recommend you take photos at all, obviously, but if you have, feel free to send them in. But I would recommend you stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Hail core is now shifted a bit further off to the north and east. Again, we have road view on. So if you're in Fort Worth, anywhere near Haltom City, North Richland Hills, or Fort Worth, you can probably pick out your road on this map here. Again, this is moving over towards Haltom City right now. So if you're in Haltom City, you're right now on the track of that golf ball-sized hailstorm. This is a pretty nasty hail core, centered really here near 121 at this given time. But that is, again, moving off to the north and east quite quickly. See if we have any other reports here. Again, this is currently golf ball-sized hail in Fort Worth. New report out of Weatherford, Texas. This is as of 5 minutes ago. Hail briefly fell at intersection of Rick Williamson Memorial Highway at US 183 at 3:32 p.m. So it was actually 9 minutes ago. That was 1.25 inches in diameter. That is via the spotter network. And also via the spotter network, nickel-sized hail in Westover Hills, which was this storm, by the way. Westover Hills is at the very far left of your screen. So that was nickel-sized hail. That was when the storm was initially developing. We're probably talking upwards of golf ball-sized hail now, though. I'm going to see if we have any reports coming out of Fort Worth. We have a lot of them. Not sure how many we actually have that are going to be completely accurate. We have confirmation of quarter-sized hail to this point in Fort Worth via some of our viewers. At this point, we've had no reports of golf ball-sized hail out of this storm, but that's what this is warned for, so we're going to go right off of what it's warned for right now, which is right now golf ball-sized hail. I'm going to see if we have any other things coming on Facebook. Yeah, so we have videos right now coming out. This is, wow, look at this. This is from Jared Stevens on Facebook. This is a hailstorm out of Fort Worth. Put the audio on as well. Yeah, that's a lot of I'll turn it up a little bit more. That's a lot of hail, though. You can see it. It's not just rain. That's a lot of hail that's falling here. This is, again, over in, I believe, Fort Worth that just had a huge hailstorm come through. I'll go a little bit further to the end here. Oh, we caught one. Look at that. He caught hail. It looks to be probably kind of in the realm of maybe dime-sized hail. So that's the latest there out of Fort Worth. Thank you, Jared, for sending that in. I appreciate it. We also have more out of Bridgeport. Bridgeport has had a lot of reports now of quarter-sized hail at this point. Yeah, so that's the latest right now out of Fort Worth. And hail cores right now located just to the northeast of Fort Worth. Moving towards Haltom City, again, we have a very close road view here. So if you're in North Richland Hills, Bedford, Haltom City, you can pick out your road on this map to, give you an idea of where you're at with this storm. Again, this is moving to the northeast right now. So North Richland Hills, Euless, Grapevine will all be in the track of this within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning has also been issued for those in Gainesville, Sanger, Valley View. This is going to be for right around ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is moving off to the north and east. Again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning here as well. If you have any photos, videos, anything like that you are able to safely, or if you have safely taken, you can feel free to send those in to me again by Facebook. That's down in the description below. I'm on Twitter, and as well as my email. Those are all down in the description below. We have a lot of North Texas viewers right now, so it'll help a little bit in the reporting end of stuff. Yeah, and that new warning back up to the north is for Cook County, Denton County, and as well as Wise County. I know all the counties here in North Texas, for the most part. All right, here's the latest update on the radar, and again, hail core is still ongoing. It's slightly weaker than before, but that doesn't mean we're not watching for large hail. There's still at least $1.25 to $1/2 sized hail, if not slightly greater than that. That is moving towards Bedford, North Richland Hills, and Colleyville. Those areas will all be in the track of this within the next 5 minutes. All right, that is posted on Facebook. How's it going, Brady? I see Hurst. Are you in Hurst? Hurst is right in the track of this, actually. Hurst will probably get a pretty close to the direct hit with it. All right, we have reports now coming out of the hail. Ping pong ball-sized hail has been confirmed in Fort Worth. So believe it or not, Fort Worth, which is a pretty populated area, has now had a confirmation of ping pong ball-sized hail. Also, quarter-sized hail has been confirmed with this storm as well. That is back over in 2 miles west of Fort Worth. That was via the amateur radio. So National Weather Service employee has confirmed ping pong ball-sized hail just a couple of miles to the east of the center of Fort Worth. That's the latest out of there. Again, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Ping pong ball-sized hail was also confirmed about a half an hour ago, actually, in Millsap. I did not see that report until now. That must have been delayed. So yeah, just south of south of Mineral Wells. That is where we now have a confirmation of ping pong ball-sized hail. Storms are starting to fire up, by the way, back over in central Texas and western North Texas. We'll be keeping a close eye on those. Confirmation of now golf ball-sized hail was confirmed back over in Briar Oaks. That was from this cell here. This was just a moment ago. So back over here, golf ball-sized hail was confirmed near Mansfield and going towards Cedar Hills. But that storm is weakening pretty quickly. So this is likely quarter-sized, if not less than that. So that storm's weakening quite quickly. This is a more concerning storm still that is currently centered over North Richland Hills and a couple of miles now to the east of Haltom City. It just got warmer in here in Denison all of a sudden. Well, I'll tell you why. Let's go over to here. You might be thinking, why did it just get so much warmer? This is the temperatures at different airports, and actually, interestingly enough, it's much further north than I thought. Never mind. Temperatures are all in the 70s, but it might have got warmer and more humid. That's possible. The dew points may have increased a bit in your location. Yeah, the dew points definitely increased probably substantially in the Grayson County area. You see the dew point of 57 about an hour ago. This is likely into the low 60s now. So the dew point probably increased, which might make it feel a lot warmer there. But yeah, temperatures are all across the region actually in the 70s. I thought they were a little bit warmer to the south, but now, overall, all the temperatures across the region are in the 70s. And look at this, by the way. You know, rain cool air is not much of a factor with these elevated storms. You can see here near 287, it's still 70 degrees despite all these storms. That is why today is so concerning, because the discrete cells that are going to develop back out to the west in about an hour or two are going to be the ones that, have a pretty favorable environment still. We're not seeing a massive temperature drop-off by any means from all this elevated activity. The thing is, though, we could see some sinking air, which actually might help a little bit in the terms of preventing some severe weather, but we'll see what happens here over the next couple of hours. That's going to determine on what kind of goes down. This warning has been condensed. Tarrant County, Denton County, and Dallas County are the only 3 counties now included in this severe thunderstorm warning. This is currently for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The hail core, by the way, is right now located over North Richland Hills. Yeah, I gotta stay hydrated. Pour my water again. I'm actually drinking out of a normal water ball. If you guys remember, a lot of you guys that watch me quite often, I used to drink out of like a circle water ball. I would do like, you know, I'd tip it up or whatever. It'd make a weird noise, so back to a regular water bottle. Regular water tastes fantastic. Downtown Fort Worth is seeing an absolute storm. Look at this. I can pull it up onto my other monitor here. This is quite crazy here. All right, this is from Jazz on Twitter. Look at this hail. The fact that that car is backing out is kind of crazy to me. Yeah, that was out of Fort Worth, I believe. Thank you, Jazz, for sending that in. So yeah, hail was pretty crazy there in downtown Fort Worth. That was at 3:35, by the way, so not too long ago. Only a few minutes ago that was confirmed there. See if we have any other reports here. All right, none on there. We have more photos coming in via Facebook. I'll check some of these out. Front yard in Bridgeport, by the way, some scattered pea-sized hail, maybe some dime-sized hail, somewhere in that range. Decatur hail has been, by the way, Decatur hail is probably up to quarter size. That's what we just had reported out of there. More hail coming out of Haltom City, kind of on the smaller end of things as well. Fort Worth hail has been right now kind of up to $half sized hail. We did have a confirmation from a National Weather Service employee of ping pong ball sized hail. So that's the latest out of there. We are currently sitting at 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. And all these, again, are pretty much elevated thunderstorm activity. We're going to see a lot more surface-based storms develop over the next couple of hours west of DFW. Those are going to be the ones with that significant tornado potential and large hail. Just a friendly reminder, this is only round 1 of 2 of storms. And obviously, the second round of storms is a bit, I would say it's a little bit less certain that it'll actually happen. I still think it's about an 85% chance that we see storms out of that second band that actually develop. Again, the discrete cells are going to develop. There'll probably be like 2 or 3. I mean, like kind of like this widespread. We'll probably see a few supercells develop west of DFW sometime between about 4 to 6 o'clock this afternoon and evening. And those are the ones that are going to be much more concerning, which will have that increased tornado potential and the increased hail threat as well. These hailstorms are really not really much in comparison to what we could see in about an hour or two. So we're still watching for that second round of storms, but even then we're still really focused on this first round of storms for right now. And then once we get there, we'll be really keeping a close eye on that second round of storms that will develop most likely in about an hour. Thank you, by the way, for those that have sent in photos. Again, if you're sending in photos, I highly recommend just stay away from windows. Try to take them safely. I do not want people going outside to take photos and videos. That is unnecessary. I've seen some really bad videos recently of people going outside taking videos of like a tornado, like right outside. I actually retweeted one on Twitter yesterday, and it's so dangerous. Also, for those in Fort Worth, another hail report of $half sized hail has been confirmed in Tarrant County. That is about a mile to the south of Fort Worth. Also, just to the west of Interstate 35W, quarter-sized hail has been confirmed as well. That is in downtown Fort Worth. So again, now we have 2 confirmations there of hail. Again, we've had all these yellow boxes that you're seeing here, with the little square and the line, that's representing hail reports that we've had. We've had a bunch of them already. We've had about 10 different reports. Those are not from you, by the way. Those are just from like the National Weather Service, other people like storm chasers, that sort of thing. So all the reports I've been getting from you guys are obviously not on this map, but unless you reported it to whoever runs this, I don't know how these alerts actually work. I honestly, I don't know how these reports get on here, to be honest. It's some sort of thing that's programmed into the software, so not into the coding aspect of all this. Michael, the link is in the email's down below. It's in the description of the stream. Yeah, it's at the very bottom. It says business inquiries, but it's just for whatever. I don't know why I've never changed that. It should just be for anything, but All right, for Bedford and Euless, that is now where we're still seeing a bit of a hail core, but this is really starting to ramp down pretty quickly. This feels like a bit more of a summertime type thunderstorm, where we have a storm kind of develop and it really weakens really quickly, but it develops large hail very instantly and then just dies out quick. So that's what we're kind of seeing here near Grapevine. This storm is probably down to quarter-sized hail, if anything, maybe a bit less than that. So good news with this storm. We have a couple of other storms developing, one near Terrell. Not really producing any hail, though. Maybe up to P to, maybe dime-sized hail at the most. And then a little bit of convection south of DFW. And a couple other cells still ongoing. One in Cook County, back through northwest Denton County and northeast Wise County. And then in southern Wise County, that's still where we have a little bit of hail ongoing. Probably quarter-sized hail in this chunk of storms from Runaway Bay back through Boyd and going through just far western portions of Tarrant County. So that's what we're looking at there. There is a storm starting to ramp up now. We're starting to see some storms starting to ramp up a bit more back over near Putnam. This is Interstate 20 area. That is east of Abilene. So we do have a storm starting to ramp up here. That's for nickel-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not severe right now, but I would not rule out that that starts to ramp up here over the next hour. So keep a very close eye on that. This is, again, a region that I have a lot of concern about over the next couple of hours. This is where discrete supercells will likely start to ramp up, and this is again the primed environment for that threat. So we're watching anywhere out in western North Texas very closely. Friendly reminder, this is only round 1 of 2 of severe storms. After 9 o'clock tonight for the Metroplex, we're done, but I mean, we still have another 4, 5, 6 hours until these storms are all out of here across North Texas. So it's gonna be a busy afternoon as well as a busy evening ahead. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to hit the like button down below. Subscribe as well if you're new to the channel. We do live streams like this all the time, so make sure to subscribe down below. I've been talking about this since yesterday. This is a big sleeper of an event. A lot of people have been not really talking about this much, which this event really has to be talked about more, because again, the threat for significant severe weather really will ramp up later today. So we're really watching for that potential very closely. 2 new reports out of North Richland Hills. Ping pong ball sized hail confirmed in Richland Hills. And then out of Hearst, we also had a confirmation of quarter sized hail. That's as of 6 minutes ago. It's amateur radio, and a trained spotter reported ping pong ball sized hail out of Richland Hills. So those are the most 2 recent reports out of this hail core. We kind of get the general idea here. We're upwards of ping pong ball sized hail in Fort Worth, ping pong ball sized hail here, and now it's down to quarter-sized hail here. So we're probably under severe limits now with this storm, but we'll watch it closely on the next radar scan. And then from there, obviously, the National Weather Service will evaluate and see where this storm is at. But I'm pretty sure it's less than $half sized hail at the bare minimum, if not even lower than that. So yeah, there's been a lot of hail falling. Even out of Hearst, I had another video sent in, and there was a lot of hail falling. I kind of showed a few videos, but Hearst has had a ton of hail falling. A lot of smaller hailstones, to say the least, but Richland Hills, we had a viewer send in a photo as well of about quarter-sized hail. So, yeah, it's kind of matching up with what we're seeing out there. Bridgeport, also, we've had a lot more reports out of there as well. We've had actually a lot of reports out of Bridgeport. Christy just sent in a photo, and it's going to be more of probably the dime to quarter-sized hail variety. So, got a lot of change-sized hail back up there. A lot of the storms initially have been pretty much below quarter-sized hail, but some of these have gotten upwards of golf ball size. The one in Jacksboro was the most significant hailstorm so far. That was a few miles to the southeast of Jacksboro. That was around golf ball sized. Back through Fort Worth and into southeast Denton County and western Dallas County, this is a storm that has been producing up to ping pong ball sized hail. We did have golf ball sized hail as well back down in Johnson County and Briar Oaks. That was about 20 minutes ago, but now we're starting to kind of wind down, I think, on the severe weather threat with these storms for a little bit. Now we're going to be really starting to shift our focus back out here to the west here pretty soon, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that. We'll stay in a little bit of a zoomed outlook here. Actually, we'll zoom in on this radar. This is actually a better view of the hailstorm, by the way. Hail core is about to actually go over the airport, and that is just south of Capel. So moving towards Interstate 635, that is where we're right now seeing a hail core starting to increase a little bit. Not too far off probably from quarter to $half sized hail. That's probably the range it's still in. That's near 97, moving towards 161, and as well as 635 here in northeastern sections of Tarrant County. It is moving now into Dallas County as we speak. So again, this is a much closer view of this storm. We actually have a few closer up radar sites. This one is near the DFW airport, so it's a little bit easier to see that. Free Timmer's heading out to the Abilene storm. Yeah, that makes sense. That storm is going to be something to watch out for. I'll be keeping a close eye on it as well. I'll be looking at it here in a second, actually. All right, we had a video sent in by Michael. This is a video of some of the hail falling via Michael. So again, you can kind of see all the, looks like a lot of smaller hail for the most part, but some of those hailstones could have maybe been up to quarter-sized. They do sometimes vary. I mean, we sometimes see pea-sized hail, and then eventually you see all sorts of quarter-sized hailstones mixed in here, so definitely not out of the question. Thank you, Michael, for sending that in. So yeah, that was a video just sent in out of Hearst. That's where we just saw this storm go by. So Hearst is back down here near North Richland Hills, just a couple miles east of there. We actually have a few drone shots that, not sure who sent this in. I don't know how to say your name. Angelo. So this was Angelo that sent in some drone shots here over Saginaw. Really cool photos here. I'm actually going to probably post one of these on Facebook if you don't mind. That's out of Saginaw there. Thank you for sending that in. I love the drone shots. I have a few people that send in me drone shots, and they're pretty cool. Actually, really cool photos that you get. Golf ball sized hail out of Richland Hills has been somewhat kind of reported. I don't know how. This is from Will Olson. Gotta make a determination if you want. I don't think this is golf ball sized hail, but it's close. The diameter is close. It's obviously not in the shape of a golf ball, but it is probably in the diameter closer to ping pong ball, if not maybe slightly higher than that. But yeah, see that? That's out of where was that? That was Richland Hills, and that was the Will Olson. Thank you for sending that in. That is quite wild. That was in Saginaw. All right. All right. Let's zoom back out. We'll kind of go over some of the other warnings that we have ongoing. Again, we're actually down to 2 severe thunderstorms that are currently ongoing. Let's go back over to the more regional radar site here. So again, we still have a storm ongoing here in Tarrant County. This is moving into Dallas County as well as southeast Denton County. It is not producing golf ball sized hail anymore. I can kind of assure you of that at this point, but it is still probably producing somewhere in the realm of quarter sized hail. This is moving right now off to the north and east. So that is currently going towards Louisville, Frisco, and Plano. For those that are wondering what my email is, it is the furthest down in the description below. So just gotta click the description. You want to send in photos or videos. Back through Gainesville and into areas as well over in northeastern Wise County. Some storm action here up to probably $half sized hail as possible. I don't think we're really close to ping pong ball, but you never know. There might be a couple of isolated hailstones near ping pong ball. And then back over here near Boyd, there is a small hail core that is developed here. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets warned. We will see if it does, but for right now, it's not warned. So that's moving off to the north and east right now. Again, back over near Abilene, this is becoming a bit more of a concerning cell. If it's able to develop, it very well could become tornadic. This is discrete right now, so we'll have to wait and see if it can organize a bit more. But this is an area that we have to watch for, again, very, very closely. This is where some discrete supercells could develop. And this one in particular, this one very well could potentially develop into a significant supercell, producing maybe large to very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a tornado threat down the road. These storms in the Metroplex, I'll tell you right now, they're probably not going to produce a tornado threat. These are more elevated storm activity. The stuff back out to the west is much more concerning. How's it going, Lacey? Justin might see something. I mean, you're probably going to see some storm activity actually in the next like 15 to 20 minutes right here. That's moving into your area, but you'll probably see, you might see some storm action later today as well. Again, we're only in round 1 right now of storms. This is all round 1 right here. This is all round 1. Round 2 is going to start developing back out here over the next like hour or 2. So this is our round number 2. This is where I have a lot more concern again about discrete supercells, which can produce a tornado threat, damaging winds, and large hail. By the way, the warning for those in Denton, Dallas, and Tarrant County is now down to $half sized hail. And it's still 60 mile per hour damaging winds, The warning for those as well in Cook County and as well as Denton County is down to half-dollar sized hail. So good news on both of these storms. They are shrinking in the hail potential department. We'll have to start shifting our focus again back over to the west over the next hour. But that's where we're looking right now for 2 downgrades of the warnings. And these storms should continue to weaken over the next hour. We do have a storm here near Boyd that's probably producing some half-dollar sized hail, but it's very, very small right now. North Richland Hills as well, we have another report of some small hail. So the highest hailstone size that I've seen so far out of North Richland Hills was golf ball size, but it's really unconfirmed at this point because it wasn't really fully a golf ball size sort of hailstorm. It was kind of more probably ping pong ball. Out of Richland Hills, another report just came in of quarter-sized hail. That was a few minutes ago. So again, we're getting some more delayed reports of hail with this storm. So plenty of hail fell across this area. All of this right here was where we pretty much saw quarter-sized hail or greater. So Fort Worth had upwards of ping pong ball-sized hail, and that threat obviously will start to decrease though as that storm moves off to the north and east, and a bit more of a stable environment for at least hail. All right. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'll be answering some questions while we do have a small break in the action. We're going to have an increase in action again probably in about 30 minutes, if not sooner than that. We're still watching the storm back near Abilene. That one is becoming actually very concerning. Actually, let's go over that right now. The one over near Abilene is starting to produce some serious damaging wind potential right now. At least from what I just saw in the velocities. We'll double check with that. This is over near Putnam. You can see here, look at these bright reds that are ongoing. Damaging wind potential. This is definitely a supercell that's developing. Winds are right now estimated around 60 to 65 miles per hour on the velocities radar. So yeah, again, we are looking at potentially some very significant damaging winds. This is near Putnam. And again, 61, 67 miles per hour. That's what's being estimated. This is a really strong storm that's now developed. Severe level is definitely there if those winds are reaching the surface. We're looking slightly above in the atmosphere. But winds are very strong with this storm. So again, we do have an ongoing cell that is probably severe and it's not warned quite yet. But this is a storm that's becoming kind of concerning because again, this is our discrete supercell action that we're going to start seeing develop over the next couple of hours. This one here near Interstate 20 is starting to form a little bit. So we'll have to watch it very, very closely. And you kind of almost see it's kind of trying to form a hook shape almost. So we'll see what happens over the next 30 minutes or so. That is a very concerning cell, though, that's developing quite quickly. Let's go back and zoom in on this. We're going to go back over to the velocities. I believe the radar just updated. So yeah, we're seeing multiple pockets of high winds. This is probably around 50 to 60. Really all of this, for the most part, is 50 to 60. Let's go ahead and put back on this. So 55-ish miles per hour being estimated. Closer to Putnam, about 55, 56-ish, back closer, a few miles south of Putnam as well. Again, fairly rural areas here, but this is definitely having damaging wind potential, upwards of 60 miles per hour. No rotation in this right now, but definitely probably will get warned here at any time. This is currently a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and as well as nickel-sized hail. So that storm's starting to develop kind of quickly here, so we will keep a close eye on that. See if we have any other reports here. So, friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, we are not done with severe storms. Round 2 is beginning to develop right now, and this is our first storm that has begun to develop along the dry line in round 2. This is your dry line pretty much right here. Storms are going to start firing up along this dry line. Those are the ones that are much, much more concerning. I actually can probably pull up the, let's put on the dew point map here. It's actually kind of funny when you look at this. Temperatures back over here behind the dry line are in the mid to upper 80s. Back over here, they're in like the 70s and upper 60s. So if you look at the dew points, again, much drier air out here west of that dry line. This is a very sharp divide. Again, that is a look at your dry line right now. This is again where round number 2 of storms will develop across this region here over the next hour or two. So again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. This is a very concerning area. From Wichita Falls all the way back through Brownwood. It could even go further south than that with this storm development that we're going to be watching. This is all round 1. Anything over here right now is all round 1. So all that stuff is round number 1. Round 2 is back over here. That's starting to develop now. Let's go over to the new severe thunderstorm warning. We have a brand new one for Plano. This is for Collin County and northern Dallas County. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and as well as quarter-sized hail. A brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. Moving off to the north and east. Collin County, Dallas County, and Denton County included in the brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. Round 2 is more dangerous. You are correct. Yeah, round 2 is more dangerous. Again, it should develop for the most part. We should at least see some isolated to widely scattered supercells develop. And we're already seeing one, so it kind of gives my confidence a bit higher with, you know, us actually seeing round 2. Because round 2 wasn't, like, not going to definitely, like, it was, like, there's, like, pretty solid chance it's going to happen. Just kind of some uncertainty still remained if it would actually happen due to all the storms that we saw right now, like, over the last few hours. These storms should be able to develop over the next few hours and become severe. So we'll have to watch this area pretty closely. Velocities right now, again, this storm is probably producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. This is, again, centered just to the south of Putnam. We are watching the supercell very closely. This one has potential to become a tornadic supercell. So we'll watch that one very closely. Back up near Sherman, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that actually might have larger hail than quarter size. This is going up closer to Gunter over the next few minutes. Sherman, as well as Denison, will be in the track here pretty soon. But this hail core is probably going to be right around quarter to $half sized hail. 60 mile per hour damaging winds are also possible. This is again for Grayson County, and really Denton County is no longer in that storm. So those are our new warnings. Again, we currently have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in the Metroplex. This storm out here to the west should become a 5th here pretty shortly, at least in the North Texas region. I would not be surprised if it gets warned at some point in the next few minutes. What's going to hit Dallas soon? Nothing's really hitting Dallas probably for the next hour or two. The round 2 of storms is what we'll have to watch for more closely for the Metroplex. And I've had a few people asking what direction is this storm going in. First off, it actually has to maintain its strength to even get close to the Metroplex, so we'll begin with that. But the direction right now is going a bit more off to the east. Here's a little loop. I'll do a 30-minute loop to make this a little bit better. Here's a 30-minute loop. You can see it's going east. The other storm activity was going northeast for reference. So this storm's moving a bit more in an easterly direction. And as I mentioned a few times, this is the region where I think the tornado potential is increased. So southwest of Fort Worth, Cleburne, Stephenville, all this area here is in that increased tornado potential for today. So, yeah, again, that's a more concerning region right now for a tornado threat. I still think that's the highest threat is going to be right here near Interstate 20. And this could be the supercell, by the way, that produces a tornado risk in that region. So, again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts today. Take the proper precautions. If you have any umbrellas that are on your patio put up, I would highly recommend you take those down as well, because we could see some damaging wind gusts, hatch down trampolines, all that sort of stuff. Again, this cell is definitely becoming a bit more concerning because it is discrete. And it's going to have a pretty clean inflow. It's not really close to the really where the low-level jet is the strongest. The low-level jet strengthens more as the storm moves closer to the Metroplex. So that is a bit more of a concerning area where we could see that increased tornado potential. Let me see if I can actually... I might be able to show that. I'm not sure. So this is a 700 millibar wind. I don't know if it'll pop up on here. Oh, it did. There we go. So this is the low-level jet actually shown on map here. And you can see here, this is where the low-level jet does increase. We're kind of in a dull area. It's about 30 knots right now, or 30 miles per hour, excuse me. It does increase further off here to the east, and I would anticipate that this low-level jet strengthens more over the next hour or two. It's not really at its peak either, so that tornado risk will increase a bit more. For comparison, across the Metroplex, it's around 30 miles per hour, which is still in the low to medium end of a low-level jet, which again, for those that don't know, a low-level jet helps to rotate these supercells. And back over in the Metroplex, a lot of the storm activity was elevated, which means the tornado risk is much, much lower with storms like that. So we weren't really looking at a tornado risk out of that initial round. The second round of storms is much more concerning for that tornado threat over the next few hours. I actually pull up a lot of stuff on here. This is the instability, believe it or not. Surface-based instability today is around, excuse me, it's around 15 to 2,000 joules per kilogram. So pretty impressive stuff there. That's Abilene and Stamford, actually upwards of 2,500 joules per kilogram being estimated. So pretty strong stuff there in terms of the instability. We'll be keeping a close eye on this storm as it moves off to the east, though. That's a more concerning storm. Do I plan on going live Tuesday? Okay, so this is the deal with Tuesday. I already have something planned for Tuesday. I've had it planned literally for months. I will see if I can, but no guarantees. I'm assuming there's going to be a bunch of people live doing coverage on it anyways, so if I am not live, you'll have plenty of other ways to get warnings and stuff, but I don't think I will. I'd say there's about a 20% chance right now. But I already had something planned weeks ago, and I'm not even kidding. Like, these things come up on, like, the worst days. It's not even funny. Like, I don't plan that many things, to be honest. Like, I usually only have, like, 1 or 2 things planned a month, and this just so happens to fall on a day that I already had a pre-planned event happening. So, but we'll see. No guarantees on Tuesday right now. I will have a video, though. I will be able to make a video on Tuesday if I need to, but it probably won't be necessary. Or actually, it might be. I don't know. We'll see. I don't. The timing on Tuesday will be interesting. It might happen closer to the afternoon and evening. This past event started around like 11, 12 o'clock. This next one probably will start closer to like 4 to 5 o'clock. So I might get a video out on Tuesday, but I don't even know if I can do that. I probably can't. Tuesday? No, actually, yeah, I probably can on Tuesday if I need to. I might be able to do a short update live stream beforehand as well. Like, kind of like what I did on Friday. So yeah, I might be able to do that if needed. So if we go to like a high risk again, all of a sudden, I'll do a quick little update stream. But other than that, I probably will not be live for that event. Yeah, you'll have plenty of other ways to receive, you know, warnings and all that sort of stuff. There's gonna be plenty of people live, I'm guessing. Because that's gonna be another big day, for sure. It's gonna be a pretty huge day, actually, for severe weather. I mean, that's another severe weather outbreak type day, for sure. And it might be kind of similar to what we just saw literally this past Friday. They're not that different. If you watch my video today, I mentioned it several times. The events are like identical almost. It's kind of crazy. You know, they are pretty much the same exact sort of thing. The low pressure system is centered in like the same area. The trough is actually be more negatively tilted than this past one, which might create more spin in the atmosphere. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center have already been saying widespread severe weather is possible. So I would expect a high risk to some extent, probably somewhere. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow will be interesting to see what they actually issue. I'm assuming there will be a moderate risk by tomorrow morning, but yeah, that threat for severe weather is definitely increasing for tomorrow. No problem, maybe. Can I show cloud to ground lightning? I cannot show lightning on this. I'll take a quick look at something called lightningmaps.org. They usually are pretty accurate, but I do not have lightning on my software yet. I'll be adding that at some point in the near future. Lightning strikes per minute across really all of North Texas is right around 100 per minute. So we're looking at about 100 strikes per minute right now. For Tuesday, yes. What I was just talking about a second ago was Tuesday. I'm not talking about today. I check on Dallas. Yeah, Dallas isn't seeing anything right now. Just a little storm off to the east of Dallas. That is moving off to the north and east. Maybe a little bit of small hail, but that's going to be probably a pretty low-end threat anyways. Again, the more concerning area is back near this dry line. We're going to start seeing discrete supercells developing over in western North Texas over the next hour. That is, again, where the tornado threat is higher, damaging wind potential is higher, and as well as the large hail threat is higher as well. So all the threats increase here over the next few hours. There's a bunch of kids playing baseball in Cisco on rain delay. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of outdoor events that are getting delayed, postponed, canceled, that sort of thing today, for sure. Oh, wow, look at this. This is Kelly Johnson that sent this on Facebook. Well, cool video here. Look at that. That's a good video. Good timing, too, for the lightning strike. Let me try to see if I can replay this again. Okay, doesn't want me to replay it. Cool. I'll try to pull that up again. For those that might have missed it. Cool little lightning strike there, though, out of, yeah, you see that there. There's some cloud-to-ground lightning, that's for sure. Now, obviously, that comes with any storm event, any thunderstorm event. We very well could see some cloud-to-ground lightning. And believe it or not, two photos in a or two graphics in a row of showing it. This is another one from Hannah out of Decatur. And again, blurry photo, it's what Facebook does for some reason. But yeah, there you go. You can see again, cloud to ground lightning there in Decatur. Also had a lot of people, actually, out of Haltom City, we have more confirmation of around $50 to ping pong ball sized hail. So that's the most recent update there. So yeah, we've been getting a lot of reports of that over the last little while. Let me just double check to see if I've missed any other reports here on Twitter. I'll get to some questions as well here in a moment. If you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'm not seeing anything new on Twitter as of right now. And I'll check Facebook one more time. Yeah, again, we're gonna have a little lull in the action here probably for the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you have to do anything, you know, if you're not in DFW and you're like, I'm just watching for severe weather, that's perfectly fine. We probably will start ramping stuff up again in about 30 minutes or so. It's kind of my guess. All right, yeah, no new updates on Facebook right now. Cool. Small hail in Cisco. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of small hail out of these storms. Again, we had a hail track over here as well already. And Sherman's also starting to see some hail up that direction here pretty shortly. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued near Cisco, Eastland. And honestly, Eastland really needs the rain. So if they just get a lot of rain here and not a whole lot of severe weather, that'd be really good for them. But Eastland is under the severe thunderstorm warning here. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. That'll be moving through Ranger, Carbon, Gorman, Cisco, all included in that threat. And we just had a report of hail out of Cisco in our chat, not really long ago. So again, Cisco is included in that risk of severe weather as well. So again, make sure you're staying away from windows. This is again a 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind event, and as well as some quarter-sized hail. What's the hailstone size east of Tioga? It's probably right around quarter-sized hail. The storm back over in Grayson County is kind of in that realm of about, you know, that sort of hailstone size. So. All right, no other updates there. Let's check Twitter again real quick. Yeah, any storms right now in the DFW area are maximum of hen-egg size, or not hen-egg sized hail, sorry, $half sized hail. So no larger than about 1.25 inches in diameter is ongoing right now in the Metroplex. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about the storms anymore in the Metroplex, other than a low-end marginal threat of severe weather, pretty much. Even though the storms are a bit more, like, you know, they're a bit more scattered in terms of severe weather. The threat of severe weather is much lower. Those storms are going to be much lower in terms of the quarter to $half sized hail threat. Now, again, we are still going to have to watch for round 2 of severe weather, which is already beginning to develop. The storm here near Cisco and Eastland is now starting to form. We actually have a couple of others up here near 283. We'll have to watch all this storm activity very, very closely over the next hour. These are areas that will have the threat for some significant severe weather once they start to ramp up, which they are beginning to ramp up right now. So we're going to have a really close eye on all this storm activity. But while this starts to develop, I want to take a very quick bathroom break. I'll be back in about a minute, so stay tuned. If you have any questions, leave those in the chat. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, I am back. Alrighty, so I should be good for the next 2 hours in case there's any tornado warnings, which again, I think it'll ramp up here pretty quickly. And in addition to that, my office chair is super uncomfortable because my other one broke. So we're dealing with a really bad office chair. Oh, fun fact, by the way, I kind of said this on my Twitter. I don't know if anybody really looked at my Twitter, but Oh, real quick, actually, we have a severe thunderstorm warning near Oklahoma City. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning back up just to the south of Oklahoma City for Norman. This is up in Oklahoma. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving off to the north and east. So a little update there. That is, again, another storm producing some hail, moving towards Norman, Noble, near Moore, and as well as going toward Oklahoma City. So again, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But my office chair, funny enough, I had one office chair that I spent $200 on back a few months ago. It broke. The handle broke. The entire back of the chair broke. So I'm trying to get that fixed right now. And then my second office chair that I got from college, that broke. And now I have a third one that is also from college. It'll probably break at some point. So if it breaks midstream, then that'd be probably pretty bad. I'll have to do I don't even know what I would do if that chair broke again. All right, let's go back through some of the warnings since we're kind of resetting ourselves here. So for the severe thunderstorm warnings in the Metroplex right now, we have some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour storms ongoing. The only concerning storms that I'm really noticing in the North Texas, like Metroplex area, is the one over near Sherman. That's near Grayson County. That's moving off to the north and east with 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. The other one back over near Valley View has similar threats, but that storm is also beginning to weaken a bit. If you zoom in a little bit more on this storm, you can see the pink is representing maybe some hail, but probably not quarter-sized anymore. That's going to be approaching Collinsville over the next few minutes. The one near Dorchester moving towards Sherman, probably a bit larger in terms of hailstones. We'd probably be upwards of quarter, half dollar, maybe even up to ping pong ball sized hail. Wouldn't be impossible with a hail core in that magnitude. The other storm that we're watching is back over in Collin County. This is producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and as well as quarter-sized hail. That is moving off to the northeast. That'll be moving towards areas like McKinney, Princeton, Farmersville, Nevada. Riley's also kind of in the track of this as well. So those are all currently in the track of this ongoing severe storm. And we also have another one ongoing that's probably producing somewhere near quarter-sized hail in Rockwall. So I know we have some viewers from Rockwall probably. If you are a viewer from Rockwall, let me know in the chat. You might be seeing a little bit of hail out there right now. And also the warning back up here in Grayson County just got condensed. Gunter is no longer included in that. Also back up into Oklahoma, there is an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for those in Norman, Noble, Purcell, as well as Dibble. Those areas are included for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is going to be moving off to the north and east over the next several minutes. Warning goes until 5 o'clock there for Norman. Not concerned about a tornado risk with that storm at this point. It's just a hail and damaging wind potential. So no tornado risk really with that one. It's not zero, but obviously it's very low. The storm back over here that, this is our round 2 of storms, as I mentioned. So if we zoom back out again, round 1 is ongoing, still in the North Texas Metroplex area. This is round 1. Round 2 is now developing back near this dry line. This is the area that has a lot more potential for a significant tornado potential, damaging winds, and as well as large to very large hail. This is an area that we have to watch for very, very closely over the next little while because we'll be watching for some really significant severe storms. This one here near Eastland is becoming a bit more nasty. Look at this damaging wind threat right now. This is going really crazy. We're talking about 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds from Interstate 20 back through 206 here just to the east of Abilene. This storm is really starting to intensify very quickly. This is a storm that very well could produce a significant tornado at some point down the road. This is why I have so much concern about this area. The low-level jet increases further to the east, and not just that, we have a very primed environment along this dry line for some significant severe weather. So, again, this storm is becoming much more concerning. We'll have to watch this one very closely. I would expect it becomes much more organized over the next 20 to 30 minutes. It could very well drop a tornado at any point in the next, hour or two as it moves towards Stephenville and maybe even towards Granbury. And this is on track to be that storm that the HR model was showing, where it became much more intensified as it moved into Stephenville, which is kind of crazy how accurate that's been so far. So, this is a concerning storm for sure. Again, starting to rotate a little bit. We'll have to wait and see if it ends up developing, into an actual tornadic supercell at some point pretty soon. But the winds are really going crazy right now. We're probably around 60, if not 70 mile per hour damaging winds near 183. So damaging wind potential is fairly high with this storm as it continues to move off to the east. Hail in Rockwall, thank you for the report. Yeah, I always know there's somebody from Rockwall. We have a lot of, funny enough, we have a lot of Rockwall viewers. I don't know why, but we somehow attracted the Rockwall audience on Facebook. Really crazy. I don't even know. I don't remember usually when we gain followers on Facebook, it's usually from a specific event, and a lot of the people that are watching, I'm pretty sure, are from Facebook. So I'm not live on Facebook right now. We are just live on YouTube for reference, but always interesting. But yeah, again, we're watching this cell very closely. This has a really good potential of producing a tornado really shortly. I mean, it's not rotating a whole lot yet, but the damaging wind threat is increasing quite substantially. The hail threat is also beginning to increase. And yeah, again, this storm has really, all signs are pointing towards this one becoming something that's very significant here really soon. We have a couple of other cells trying to develop back up near Graham. This will have more of a potential once it moves towards into Graham, really, in Jacksboro. That is when this area of storms will become much more significant and potentially could produce all modes of severe weather as well. But for right now, not really getting much of any traction with those cells right now. But this one, again, is becoming much more concerning. Next radar scan is coming in like a minute, so we're going to have an update on this one in any moment. Yeah, then this one has a lot of potential right now for some significant severe weather. Damaging wind threat, though, out of this is much higher than a tornado threat for the time being. And we're talking still 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds along 183 right now. Hail core also probably upwards of $half sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that. I am going to see if we have any reports on this. We'll take a look at this. So this is near Cisco. Again, Cisco, Texas, Eastland, Texas, where we're at. East of Abilene. No reports right now on radar scope of any hail. We'll go over to Twitter and see if we have any reports there. And for right now, we do not. Again, this is an area that these storms are right along the dry line, have the greatest potential of producing some pretty significant severe weather. So, and we're keeping a very, very close eye to these ones. Collin County is going to be winding down over the next 30 minutes. It's mainly just going to be up to quarter-sized hail and damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Again, this is all round one of storms. All of this activity here is all round one. So the storm in Collin County right now is just quarter-sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Those are maximum limits right now in that storm. I don't even know if it's really that high, to be honest, but it's probably a little bit lower than that at this point. The one also in Grayson County is the same thing. But this is still the very concerning area. This is right along the dry line. If we pull up the dew point map, this is what we're looking at here. The dry line is a little bit further to the east now. It's like right here. It hasn't updated. But that's where the dry line is. This is where all the storms that are really significant, could produce a tornado risk, very large hail threat, all that will develop this afternoon. So we're watching this area right now for a couple of cells trying to develop. This one has fully matured at this point, and it's now trying to organize itself maybe into some sort of tornadic cell. And so this is the region that really is more concerning. This is all going to be round two in this region here over the next hour or so. That's where round two is going to be developing. So right along the dry line, all this other stuff was just elevated convection and not really that concerning, to be honest with you. We do have a little cell near Marlin. I'm curious to see what this is doing. A little cell back near Lott, that's south of Waco. Not really severe yet, but that might become severe in the next 20 minutes. That could produce a little bit of small, or maybe a little bit of quarter-sized hail. So, not really a tornadic cell either, but there will be a low chance for a tornado with that. It ends up maturing itself in the next little while. Next radar scan on this cell is coming out in about 30 seconds. So, we'll have another radar scan to see if there's any rotation growing in the cell over the next few minutes. Sun is out again in Fort Worth, and you know what that means? That means more instability. That means significant severe weather is right around the corner. But not everybody will see it. I'm just saying. Pretty much what that means. This is the live cam, by the way, at the bottom left of your screen. That's the live cam out of Lantana. We can actually pull this up. Whoa, what just happened? What in the... Whoa! I don't even know what's happening. Okay, it just doesn't want to go full screen. But this is the current live cam out of Lantana. I have to put this kind of behind myself here. Still kind of not behind me yet. There we go. So yeah, that's the live cam right now out of Lantana, Texas, and I do not know why, but this thing doesn't... Oh, there we go. I got it. There we go. So this is Lantana live cam. That's back over in DFW, so you can kind of see right now just some cloud cover. There was a storm here not too long ago, and if you notice back down at the bottom of your screen, some of those walkways are rained over. No sunshine yet in Lantana, but that'll be coming right around the corner. If we go back over to... That's not the right scene. Over here, if we go back to this screen, again, this is the cell that we're watching here. Lantana is back into Denton County, so it's going to be right about here. Actually, Lantana is about to see this thunderstorm in the next, 2 minutes, so we might pull up that live cam again. Not severe, but there might be some small hail. But yeah, we have that live cam just in case there's any severe weather there this afternoon, and so we'll keep you posted with the latest there. Let's go back over to the velocities. We just got our most recent radar scan here. This is the velocities. Again, wind speeds are probably right upwards of 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's where the highest wind is right now. That's near Carbon. This is a bit of an outflow-driven storm, so if it's able to kind of, get past that, we might be able to see a tornado threat with this. But this is starting to become a bit more concerning of a storm. It's becoming a bit more organized, and so we'll have to watch that very closely. We do have a storm that's now beginning to strengthen a bit near the dry line, near 183 and Breckenridge. Another area to watch for very closely as well over the next several minutes. By the way, if you're just tuning in for the first time, friendly reminder to hit the subscribe button down below if you're new here. And also make sure to like the stream if you're enjoying the live stream so far. Again, we're actually 117 subscribers from 41,000. So make sure to subscribe down below if you're new here. We do live streams and forecasts all the time. How's it going, Cole? Stay safe in Eastland. The storm isn't too bad for you in Eastland right now. I'm not concerned about a tornado risk for Eastland right now. I mean, this storm, where the rotation would lie with a tornado risk, is usually going to be somewhere down in here, so not concerned about that right now, but do stay away from windows and stay at the lowest floor possible. Because this storm, again, is producing damaging winds around 60, probably even higher than that, and maybe some $1.25 sized hail. The hail threat is primarily south of Cisco, but if we go a little bit closer here in Eastland, there is a small hail core there, and now it's moved a little bit. There's a small hail core there, in that pink, in a little bit of that black and pink shaded region here. That is representing a hail core just to the southwest of Eastland. So if you're on like the southwestern side of Eastland, you might be seeing a little bit of quarter-sized hail. The hail threat is much higher though down here. But yeah, this storm again is becoming much, much more organized. It's starting to develop a little bit of a clean inflow. But again, it is outflow driven, so it might struggle a little bit initially to develop an actual tornado threat. There's another cell now developing on the back side of this, and there's also a cell starting to strengthen back near Woodson. Again, all this is included in a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. This goes for another 6.5 hours. This is for hail up to the size of apples, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And those are our main threats for tonight. Actually, yeah, let's put on a time guide for this storm here. I'll put a tracker on here, so you can get an idea of where this will be heading here over the next couple of hours. Storm has now been upgraded, by the way, to ping pong ball sized hail, just for the record. All right, so this is going about 40 miles per hour, maybe slightly higher than that. So this is the current trajectory of this storm. Timing is on the left side of your screen there. So that is the current trajectory. Again, it might be going slightly further. It sometimes changes directions, right? So it might go slightly further to the north. It might go slightly further to the south. But just keep in mind, this is the general track of where this will be heading. It's going pretty much east, maybe the slightest bit east-northeast. So this is going pretty much about 86 degrees to the east. But the storm right now, the storm motion is being estimated by the computer around 82 degrees. So, I mean, again, it could go slightly further to the north. But, again, timing is Ranger right around 4:45, Toller 5:42, Granbury 5:52, Godley 6:12, Joshua 6:23, Cleburne 6:24, Cross Timber 6:29, Keene 6:29, and Briar Oaks at 6:31. And this storm is starting to organize, though, itself very, very quickly. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that over the next several minutes. And for those that are wondering, all these little yellow boxes are representing hail reports from earlier. So we have multiple of those. We have like 4 up here, back through Jack, and as well as into Wise County. And we also have another one back over here in Palo Pinto County, and another one over here in Johnson County, a bunch through Fort Worth, which we did see a hailstorm go through Fort Worth. Now, we're not done again in Fort Worth or anywhere here in North Texas. We still have round 2 of severe storms to come. And just for reference, this storm has now been upgraded to ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Yes, this has just been upgraded. It was originally quarter sized hail, which I was kind of thinking would be a little bit higher than that. So it's now up to ping pong ball sized hail. Yeah, if you're in Fort Worth, round 2 will probably not arrive for at least another hour. But have multiple ways to receive alerts and keep a close eye out of the sky if you're in Fort Worth. That's when the next round of storms will arrive there. And that goes anywhere in the DFW Metroplex, by the way. After that first round of storms kind of moves through. All right, let's go back over to here. This is the live cam view out of Lantana. I am not seeing anything different right now to Lantana right now. It's just still cloudy skies. Not a whole lot different in Lantana. But we have a Lantana live cam here. We'll keep you posted if anything changes there. Let's go back to the screen. Oop, that's not the right one. There we go. Oop, nope, that's not. There we go. All right. 436. All right, we have another radar scan that just came in a moment ago. This is, again, what we're looking at in terms of the winds, and still some high winds here. Let's kind of circle this here real quick. I'm curious. No, it's still a little bit out in front of it, but we do have a little bit. It looks like the storm's trying to begin to rotate a little bit. We do have a little bit of an inflow into the storm, so we have to watch this closely. This is near Carbon right now. More of a damaging wind threat, but this could start to rotate a little bit as it moves off to the east. And since this is outflow driven, we have another storm that just developed back near Cisco. So that's another storm to watch out for kind of closely. And then we have a couple of other cells, one back over near Graham and another one near Woodson. All of which, again, are severe right now. And back over in DFW, for those that are anywhere in the North Texas region, back over near the Metroplex, storms are beginning to move out now. So we have still storms in Denton County. Those are moving out. Skies are clearing here, as I've heard a few reports of. I'm going to show you the satellite imagery here in a second. A couple of storms still ongoing, one in Collin County and one back through Grayson County, both of which producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then another one back near Nakona. This is near Lake Nakona as well. This is producing some winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, as well as some quarter-sized hail. I don't believe this is rotating, but we're just going to double check there. Yeah, it's not rotating. Looked like it might have a little hook there, but that's more of quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back up near Norman, there's still an ongoing threat for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This storm is going to be weakening most likely, but that is a threat right now back up in central Oklahoma. And here's the latest on the storm in Eastland and Carbon. Again, hail core is increasing quite substantially. We're around ping pong ball sized hail here, if not larger. This could very well be upwards of even maybe 10 egg sized and maybe even a little bit larger than that. So we are still looking at a large hail threat here. Hail core is really strengthened very quickly. Is anybody in Eastland right now? Anybody in Carbon area? I don't know if anybody's in the chat from there. It's kind of lowly populated areas, but I don't know if you're from those areas. No problem, Mayo. What do you mean by that, Cowbell? Driving south out of the path of the... Oh, driving out of the path of the Eastland storm? I would recommend... I mean, if you're trying to drive out of the storm, drive north. If you're driving south, you're driving right into it. So, I mean, if you're in, like, downtown Eastland, and you're trying to avoid the hail and whatever, I'll drive north. But honestly, the hail's over here now, and this is where the other hail core is. This is the main hail core. This is where we're looking at some significant hail right now. So... if you want more on the Illinois weather, Alturo, make sure to check out my latest YouTube forecast. It literally just came out a few hours ago. I'm not going over that today. This is North Texas coverage for severe weather. I wouldn't be surprised if Reed is going after this storm. This storm has much more potential for some significant severe weather. Again, tornado threat will definitely increase as this moves off to the east. Large hail potential as well be moving off to the east as well with this storm. Could potentially see, again, upwards of apple-sized hail with that cell. We do have a storm developing back down near Brady. Very rural area, but a little bit of a strong storm. A couple of cells now beginning to form near Graham. And one just off to the northwest of Breckenridge. So two different cells there that we're watching for some storm development. And the cell, by the way, for Cleveland and McLean County in Oakland, that's for Norman. The hailstone threat, I showed it a moment ago, but the hailstone threat is no longer quarter-sized hail. That threat is going down pretty quickly on that storm. Oh, Reed's already in the storm? I got you. I'm not watching him. I don't have it in my second monitor. I'll pull him up. I'm not going to show it on stream, obviously, but I'll pull it up on my monitor. Reed sure is in that storm. He's he's in Carbon right now. I'm guessing what he's going to do is drive down this road here, 6, and then try to dash east, is my guess, but I could be wrong. I'm not familiar with western North Texas, so I don't even know what road he's on. I've never been this far to the west in Texas before. Believe it or not, even though I lived here before. Crazy stuff. Well, anything hit Kansas City, Missouri? Nothing today. Tuesday, there's a low chance. Again, if you want more details on that, check out my latest forecast. It came out this morning. Today's forecast is my earliest upload, I think, in like 3 months, too. I never upload at 10 o'clock. Only reason why I uploaded so early was because I knew I was going to go live this afternoon, so. We're going to stay on this photo here for a second. Next radar scan actually just came in. Let's actually zoom back in on this. This is the current view of the wind storm, really. This has become more of a wind storm. It's not really rotating at all, but this has really become much more of a damaging wind threat here. Very strong winds currently ongoing near Carbon. Let's go ahead and check out what it's actually at. So right around 60 miles per hour is ongoing here across areas like Carbon and back near 6 going through Eastland. So again, high winds right now with this supercell as well as large hail. This is a concerning storm here. If it's able to start to mature more with this outflow boundary kind of playing a factor in it, it could very well produce a tornado as it moves off to the east towards areas like Stephenville. And again, the tornado risk really ramps up back over in here. I've mentioned it a lot of times already in this stream, but this is the area where I think the most significant tornado risk will be with any cells that enter it, which this is very well going to be potentially one storm that produces a bit more of a significant tornado risk as it moves into this region. This is really where it really increases, and the Storm Prediction Center has outlined their own area. This is, again, where I think the highest tornado risk is, but if we go into what they have said here in terms of the threat, it increases really across this entire area. And you can notice it here. This is your 10% chance within a 25-mile radius of a tornado. So it includes actually anywhere from right here, just east of Eastland, Stephenville, Cleburne, all included. And it also includes areas back near Graham, which, again, these storms also would have an increased tornado potential if they are able to evolve and mature. So we'll be watching for that threat pretty closely as well. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include areas back near Waco. This is for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is right now moving off to the north and east. So Thornton, Thornton, yeah, as well as Groesbeck, all included in this new warning. Marlin is right now on the track of that hail core. So that's what we're watching there. We're still keeping a very close eye, though, on this storm back out here to the west. Also, real quick, let's go back to the DFW radar. The storm back up here near Nakona, the hail core is likely increasing quite substantially. That's probably some pretty large hail. I'm seeing if we have any reports here. That's possibly up to ping pong ball sized hail, though, near Nakona. I know we have some Nakona viewers on Facebook, so I'm just seeing if anybody said anything. So yeah, for right now, no reports out of Nakona, but this warning here, I would not be surprised if it gets upgraded. That is pretty significant for sure. Back over here near Greenville, there's a brand new large severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This does include areas like Greenville. Sulphur Springs is on the cusp of it, but not in it. Cooper, Commerce, Celeste, Wolf City, Leonard, and I think I said Greenville already. Josephine, Farmersville, and Quinlan, all included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's go back over here to the west. Again, this is a storm that could very well evolve quickly. More of a hail and damaging wind threat for now, but if it's able to mature, again, we very well could see a tornado risk increase over the next little while. Thank you, Jordan, for the 199. What time will round 2 hit Kaufman and, I don't know where my bank is, but McCaufman County area will probably be hit right around, I would say 6:30 to about 9:30. That's your best chance. But probably closer to 7 to 10. But 6:30, 9:30 is probably your best chance for storm activity. Terrell might get hit by round 2 as well. So yeah, you might be in the track of it in a little bit. But again, that'll be probably closer to like 6, 7 o'clock. Denton's the same way. If anybody's in DFW, your timing right now is right about 5:30, like 9 o'clock. That's your best chance. Anywhere in the DFW Metroplex, which includes Denton, Dallas, Collin, and Tarrant County. All 4 of those counties. Cook County, Grayson County are in the same boat for timing. Johnson County, Ellis County is in the same boat of timing. 5:30 to 9 o'clock is your best chance. But even that, I think it'll be probably closer to 6 o'clock. 6 to 9 o'clock is your best chance for storms. And we can actually go through the future radar real quick, since we have a quick, I mean, we don't really have a quick break here, but we can at least go check out the future radar again. Let's go over to here. So this is the future radar. The HRR model, the most recent run on the computer model, kind of indicates probably not the best accurate representation of this. Let's actually just go to the 18Z. So this is probably your best representation here of the storm activity. And you notice by about 5 o'clock, which is like 15 minutes from now, HRR model is off on the placement of these storms. But storms will probably arrive in the Metroplex right around 6 to 9 o'clock. That's your best chance. So yeah, again, if you're in DFW, have any plans outdoors after 9 o'clock, things should be clearing out. And if we go to the dew points, Actually gonna stay pretty humid overnight. And this is the thing, going into tomorrow, I did mention this. Tomorrow, there's another threat for severe weather. It's low. I will not probably go live for this. Maybe a brief live stream, if anything. But there might be a couple of severe storms tomorrow just to the south of Interstate 20. So this will be an area to watch for maybe some significant severe weather. But that will be a very low chance. It's not going to be widespread. So we'll be watching for that potential as well. And so far, three storms that we're watching with the round 2 of storms, which is going to be more significant. This is the first area, and then this is the second area back to just to the west of Stephenville. That's going to be moving to the east here over the next little while. This storm is making basically a beeline to the east, going towards Cleburne, Johnson County. This storm specifically will probably not go directly towards Fort Worth. These storms have a chance, though, if they're able to develop, which they are starting to develop there. Thank you, by the way, for everybody subscribing. If you've not already, make sure to subscribe down below. If you're new here, we do live streams and weather forecasts all the time. Also, make sure to like the video. If you've been enjoying the stream so far, we're only 34 likes from 1,000, so make sure to like the stream. All of that is free to do. Paris timing would probably be closer to like 7 to 11. But round 1, which has not hit you yet, will be there in like the next hour. Which all of this, it looks messy, it looks crazy, but this is only going to be like maximum of quarter-sized hail and maximum of 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds for Paris. But that's round 1. Round 2, if you get hit by it, will be closer to like 8, probably 8 to 11 is probably more reasonable. Maybe as late as midnight, but I would probably think it'll be out of there by 11. All right, we have an upgrade on the severe thunderstorm warning back near Eastland. This is a significant storm, producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And it is also producing the threat for ping pong ball-sized hail. Again, this is a brand new upgrade to this severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile. Whoa, look at that. This is getting aggressive. So we now have a very large hail core. This is actually going to be probably very severe now. This could be very well upwards of, like hen egg sized hail, maybe even larger than that. This is again back over near Eastland. We are watching for the threat of very significant hail. Again, this is near Eastland and Gorman. And damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. The latest radar scan just made this thing like literally explode. So let's zoom in a bit more on this. Again, it's a rural area, but this is where we have a potential for a very large hail core right now ongoing. Again, this is currently located near Gorman, just about a couple miles north of Gorman right now is where that very large hail core is right now, just east of Carbon. That is where that large hail core currently really lies. And this is going to be moving off to the east pretty quickly, going towards 16. And it'll eventually go closer to areas like Stephenville over the next 45 minutes. But again, very large hail core. We're probably talking much larger than quarter-sized hail. We're probably talking much larger than ping pong ball-sized hail, to be honest with you. This could very well be tennis ball-sized hail with this supercell. In addition to that, the damaging wind potential has definitely increased. Look at this area up here. This is getting kind of aggressive here, that damaging wind potential. And in addition to that, there is potentially some rotation that is trying to develop. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation developing up here, just west of 16. The winds going towards the radar are not overly strong, but if it's able to strengthen, we could get a rain-wrapped tornado out of this at some point down the road. So, again, make sure that you are staying away from windows with this storm, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is not a tornado warning, but you should seek shelter as if it is one, because this is definitely a very dangerous storm. Rotation is starting to strengthen here, kind of embedded in this thunderstorm. Yeah, again, this is getting kind of concerning here. Over here. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Again, this is a very significant severe storm that's now unfolding. This could very well produce a tornado threat at some point here pretty shortly. Rotation is beginning to strengthen a bit, kind of on the northern side here. Storm near Waco is heating up. Let me check it out. This is the storm near Waco. Check out the velocities here. Might be a little bit of rotation here as well. Watch this one closely. I don't think there's a lot of rotation with this one. It's more of a quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat. So not nearly as significant as this one. But if there's anything that evolves with it, we'll obviously keep a close eye on it. All right, here's the latest radar scan as of 4:53. So again, we are currently looking at a storm north of Gorman, and this is the one that could very well be producing some significant hail. We're probably talking like very large hail potential with this storm, as well as damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. And there is a threat for maybe some rotation in the supercell. Again, if we go back over to the velocities right now, there is not nearly as much rotation as there once was. There was a little bit of broad rotation kind of up here a second ago. It's more of damaging winds again. So we're still looking at damaging winds. Again, this is probably your pocket of 70 mile per hour damaging winds. That is where the most significant damaging winds are right now with this cell. Moving towards 16 over the next several minutes, and it'll eventually go towards Stephenville in North Texas pretty shortly. So again, this storm is getting a bit more concerning with all modes of severe weather, including that damaging wind potential rapidly increasing here in North Texas. Again, just to the east of Eastland. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm as it continues to move off to the east. We have a confirmation, by the way, out of Nocona, Texas, of some pea to penny-sized hail. That is the latest report there. Rose City, we're also getting a report of some small hail there as well. So some new reports there of some hail. And we're starting to see that hail risk kind of starting to marginalize itself back over to the east, back over in areas like DFW and whatnot. Nightbot spam subscriber notifications, I don't know why. So if you do subscribe, it gets spammed in the chat. I probably will turn it off at some point. We never used to get 1,900 viewers concurrently. To be honest with you, I'm shocked we even have that many. I know, honestly, like usually with live streams here, we usually average like 600 to 700. So the subscriber notifications wouldn't really matter a whole lot, but now they're kind of getting spammy. Even on the stream a couple of days ago, we had like 4,000 at one point. It's crazy. I don't care too much about viewers. That's why, I left it on anyways, but obviously if I'm keeping you safe, that's what matters, but I could care less about having 1 view or 100 views. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is what we're looking at right now with this severe storm. The warning expires in 5 minutes. We'll have a new one come out probably around 4:58 with this storm. This is, again, where that wind threat right now lies. That is 70 mile per hour damaging wind potential. And if we go to the correlation coefficient, notice here, that's your hail core actually showing up here on the correlation coefficient. So the hail is actually popping up now on the correlation coefficient, which the correlation coefficient is what shows debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. But in some cases, if there's hail, it's a little bit different. We're not really looking at as much at a tornado or something like that. That's not debris. We're looking at actual hail kind of being picked up by the correlation coefficient. Fort Worth is not done. I cannot stress this enough, guys. Fort Worth, anywhere in North Texas right now, you are not done with severe weather. We still have round 2. Not everybody will see it, but we're going to see some isolated to scattered severe storms develop in western North Texas over the next few hours. This is what we have to watch for much more closely. We are not done. This is where all the significant severe weather will lie. Again, I cannot stress it enough. If you're in DFW, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and again, have a plan in place now because there could be a threat for an isolated tornado or 2 out of this area of storms, which a strong tornado is not out of the question. The highest tornado risk, in my opinion, is going to be in this region here. But again, it could happen anywhere in North Texas. So have multiple ways to receive alerts. I cannot stress it enough. I've had a lot of people asking, we've already seen storms are done, right? We're not. We're not even done. I mean, all that stuff was elevated storm activity. Now we're looking at the actual surface-based supercells developing back over in western North Texas. This is much more concerning. A lot of this is much more concerning if it's able to really strengthen and develop. This one is our first example of a pretty serious severe storm here. I mean, it's possibly peaked as high as hen egg-sized hail, so. Yeah, I cannot stress it enough. Cannot. I try to stress it a lot on Facebook, too. I mean, again, I run North Texas Weather Center on Facebook, and I try to mention that as much as possible. This is not done. We have 2 rounds of storms. And again, this is our second round of storms. It's more isolated and scattered. It's not as widespread as our first one, but it's much more significant. And with isolated to scattered discrete supercells, those are usually the more significant of the 2. So. Further reminder, if you're just tuning in, by the way, make sure to subscribe down below. We're only 3 subscribers from 41,000. Make sure to subscribe down below. And like the stream as well if you're just tuning in. This is the live cam, by the way, out of Lantana. Let's pull it up. This is something that's also concerning. So this is the live view out of Lantana. Look at the top of your screen. Clouds are beginning to clear. What that basically means is that instability will be growing again in the Metroplex, which is going to help to allow for more of that severe weather over the next few hours. So keep that in mind. We are starting to see sunny, or not sunny skies, but partly sunny skies across the DFW area, and that is obviously becoming a bit more of a concern because instability will begin to grow. Back to the storm, we just got our most recent most recent update on the radar, and as of 4:58, which we should get a new severe thunderstorm warning momentarily, the hail core is growing again near Gorman. That is where a significant hail core is ongoing, upwards of at least ping pong ball sized hail, but again, I would not be surprised if this is higher. Damaging wind potential is significant with this storm. We're not seeing a whole lot of rotation yet, but once it moves a bit further to the east, it'll have a bit more of a primed environment for the threat of a tornado. The warning has now been extended, obviously. This storm is moving a bit more east-southeast, at least from what they are showing on this new polygon warning. For those in Stephenville, you're in the track of this severe thunderstorm. Damaging wind potential is back down to 60 miles per hour. We're still in a ping-pong ball-sized hail threat. This is moving to the east, closer to Stephenville, 281, 67, Dublin, and Gorman are all included in this brand new warning, as well as Eastland County. So, again, if you're anywhere in this polygon box as the storm approaches, make sure you're inside, indoors, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. The storm is going to be producing ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We still have a couple of other storms back up here to the north that are trying to develop north of Interstate 20. Those could also produce all modes of severe weather if they're able to strengthen and mature, but for right now, they are not too significant. Yeah, this storm right now, for those that are northeast or east of Waco, not too concerning. I know it has a really crazy shape to it. It looks like a hook. It's more of just a damaging wind and hail threat right now. Not really concerned about a tornado risk at this current time with that storm right now. So we'll keep you posted, though, if anything changes there. Again, this is a much more concerning cell back over here. Your Interstate 20. Thank you, Todd, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate becoming a member. Yeah, I've been offered jobs before for being a meteorologist on TV, but I've declined. I've actually been offered now twice. But I am currently, I mean, I'm only 2 years, I'm not even 2 years through college yet. I'm not really planning on dropping out for a TV position anyways, but I love doing what I do right now, though. I love doing YouTube live streams and all that sort of stuff. I'd rather do this. I can go live whenever I want, for how long I want. You know, I can cover severe weather all day, and I can make videos and all that sort of stuff every day. And I'm also working right now on a green screen setup, and that should be done by May. And we'll have a green screen availability for streams and stuff like that. Reports coming out of Gorman, our quarter-inch limbs are down in the road. That's approximately 7 miles north of Gorman. So that is a new report there. We have some limbs being snapped. Wind gusts are up to 70 miles per hour there. And we are now at 60 miles per hour, but looking at there. All right. How's it going, Dean? How's it going, Devin? Welcome back. We're gonna bet $10 on the storm and Waco gets a tornado warning before the Eastland one. I don't think the Waco one's gonna get a tornado warning. I mean, if we go back to this storm again, it's not overly impressive. I know it has a crazy shape, but I don't think we're really looking at a whole lot of rotation here. Let's go a little bit higher up into the atmosphere. Yeah, the winds are really weak. They're not really contrasting very well here. I mean, we're not really looking at a whole lot of rotation. Now, there is... Okay, well, let's take that back. There's now a tornado warning that is now issued. Okay, I guess I was actually entirely wrong. I didn't see a whole lot there, and we'll look at it again. But there is a brand new tornado warning that has been issued for Marlin, as well as going through Thornton. Wow, I'm usually never wrong, and this time I'm actually a little bit wrong on this case. But this storm is now rotating back near Marlin, east of Waco. Make sure you seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And this is, again, where that rotation currently lies. That is near Marlin. So, brand new tornado warning ongoing. And my $10 is gone. That's, again, tornado warning for Marlin. Let me post this on Facebook, because, again, I gotta post this stuff real quickly. Back to the tornado warning, we'll do that. Again, rotation is currently centered near Marlin. Seek shelter immediately. Away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. I'll go back to the velocities here in a second. It does have a hook, though. I mean, we're not really off on that. Let me find this. Let's do that. This is going to be east of Waco. All right, again, brand new tornado warning here. We're going to keep a close eye on the storm back up here to the northwest as well. But again, tornado warning's ongoing for Marlin. We're going to take a closer dive into the actual velocities here on the radar. Let's go ahead and do this and go to velocity. So this is where we're currently looking at the rotation. These are your winds going away from the radar. This is towards the radar, so that's your counterclockwise spin. This is where that rotation's centered. It is broad right now. I mean, it's honestly like, you know, it's broad. They are warning the storm because it could produce a tornado at some point in the next few minutes. But for right now, the rotation is broad. It could tighten and strengthen, though, at any time. So near Marlin, that is where we're currently looking for some rotation. This is moving off to the east-northeast. Again, east of Waco is where this tornado warning is ongoing. A currently ongoing tornado warning, though, for those in Marlin, going towards Cosi as well. And this is the latest radar scan here. So again, the rotation's kind of centered right about there. This is the reflectivity. So that's where our rotation's located. Just to the east of Marlin, near 7, going towards Cosi over the next several minutes. So make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. You have got to get away from windows from this storm. And again, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. If you have no windows, or if you have a lot of windows, excuse me, if you don't have a room without windows, make sure that you're going to the most interior room of your home or building. Do not try to take a video of this. Taking videos of tornado warnings is not a good idea. It's just not. I've seen really bad outcomes from those sort of things. All right, let's go back over to the other storm real quick. We'll do a quick update on this. We're going in between both storms, but this one over here going towards Stephenville, still producing very large hail potential. Damaging wind threat is up there. No rotation with this cell right now, so no tornado risk is with that right now. There's also a storm back up near Graham, not really producing anything too crazy. The storm back over here near Waco, again, is much more concerning because it does have some rotation. We're going to keep a very close eye on this one over the next several minutes. This is, again, the rotation on the storm. Go back to the base velocity. So again, rotation is located right here. It's not that strong. It's still fairly broad. The warning was likely issued because there is a threat for this to drop a tornado at some point in the next few minutes since it is discrete. But for now, the rotation has remained fairly broad to this point. But we'll see if that does end up changing at any point in the next several minutes. So again, Falls County and Limestone County are the two included in this tornado warning in Texas. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the $5 super chat. What about Cook County, Illinois, the next couple of hours? Illinois. Nothing's happening, I don't think, in Illinois today. If you're wondering about what's going to happen, like, in the next few days, like next week for severe weather, make sure to check out my forecast from today, because there is a lot of details on Tuesday's event on that video. I'm not going to give any more new details here, because there's not really anything new to talk about yet. Yeah. Yeah, the second round of storms is supposed to really peak around 6 o'clock. So we'll see if it peaks. It hasn't really done too much yet. I mean, it's remained isolated as forecasted. Isolated, like, widely scattered. I've been mentioning that a lot. A lot of these storms over here are really isolated to widely scattered. We only have one severe storm out of this so far. We have another one here, but it might ramp up at some point soon. But so far, good news. But again, we'll have to wait and see. There is a lot of sinking air, most likely, kind of playing a part back in the DFW area due to how many storms we've already seen. But again, we're still probably a good hour away from those storms peaking. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, it's 5 o'clock right now. See what happens in about 30 to 45 minutes and see if we're still at the same stage or not. If we still are, that might be good news and we might not see a whole lot of significant severe weather, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Here's the latest radar scan. This is as of 5:06:59. So 5:07. Again, this is your rotation right here. It is still remaining fairly broad. A little bit higher up, the rotation is slightly stronger, and you actually can see here, there might be a funnel cloud or a wall cloud of some sort with the cell near Thornton. Again, this is still producing the threat for some hail up to quarter size and damaging winds up to 60, but there is a threat maybe in this tornado warning here for a maybe a little wall cloud or funnel cloud of some sort. So not at the surface from what we know, but there very well could be some sort of threat for maybe some sort of wall cloud with this. If any storm chasers are in the area. How's it going, bro? This is not a PDS tornado warning. This is currently a radar indicated tornado. From what I know, there's not an ongoing tornado, but again, it could drop at any time. And in this sort of case, it'd probably be on the brief and weak side of things, but we'll have to wait and see. The velocities have been quite weak at this point. Again, if we go back to the most recent velocity scan a little bit more up into the atmosphere, you can see that is where our tight rotation is. That is where a funnel cloud or a wall cloud may be present. In the most recent scan, it has gone away. So rotation is weakening from the latest scan, which is good news. And it does seem like this is a bit more outflow driven as well. You can see the outflow boundary right here. There is a bit more of an outflow boundary there. So that might be kind of hindering the overall threat right now of that, tornado risk. So we'll see what happens though. Could redevelop at some point. You're now bet me $10 that Eastland Storm will get a tornado warning in the next 10 minutes. Basically double or nothing. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. Hey, stay safe, Mike. 2 tornadoes. That's crazy. PDS is particularly dangerous situation. Bit of a tongue twister. Can't talk. Thanks, Darlene. Appreciate it. Ardmore, Oklahoma has a pretty low chance of severe weather. It's not overly high. If anything, just some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are your main threats. Back under the storm near Gorman, this one is exploding in hail. I mean, this is insane. We are probably talking very, very significant hailstone right now east of Gorman. There possibly is upwards of baseball-sized hail here. I'm not even kidding. I mean, this is a massive hail core that is now developed near 16. Correlation coefficient is picking up on it a little bit, but yeah, this is a huge hail core now developing. This is not a tornado warning cell, by the way. The tornado warning's back down to the south and east, but yeah, again, huge hail core heading towards Stephenville right now. That is a concerning storm without a doubt. We'll be keeping a very close eye on that. I'm guessing the warning will get upgraded at some point shortly to at least some sort of hen egg sized hailstones or bigger. I mean, that's a huge hailstorm. This is the tornado warning storm. Again, we still have some rotation here. I'm trying to get a little bit higher up here to see what we got. It's kind of hard to see. Let's do the base velocity. So yeah, there's a little bit of rotation right now. It's kind of recentered here to just north of 6 east of Marlin and near 7. So that's where the current rotation is with the Supercell moving off to the east-northeast. That Stephenville storm is moving towards Stephenville. How's it going, Clay? Hey, CD. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see sometimes on this. I don't know why. Confirmed rotating wall cloud right now near Marlin. At least reported. Again, rotating wall cloud has just been reported southeast of Marlin, 2 miles southeast of there. So that's what I kind of figured already to begin with. I kind of figured there was already a rotating wall cloud there, just due to the fact we had some rotation there a little bit higher up. It was pretty tight. So yeah, we at least have some sort of rotating wall cloud with this storm. Right now, though, there's no confirmation of any tornado at this point. But we will keep you posted if we hear anything on that. That is where our rotation's centered. I know the purple stuff is kind of messing with it, but that is where the strongest rotation is. You can see here, it's a little bit broader once we go a little bit higher up, but there was at least a brief wall cloud of some sort. It might still be ongoing, though, so we'll keep you posted on that. Has this warning been upgraded yet? Not yet. I'm honestly surprised. This warning probably will get upgraded of how large this hail core is near Stephenville. I mean, this thing, I'm being honest with you, this is baseball-sized hail potential right now near 16. It is a massive, massive storm right now. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a hailstorm that is producing significant hail. I mean, even in picture, I'm seeing a few photos of it, and it looks like it. Look at this. Actually, there is some, I mean, this isn't really, I don't think this rotation will go a little bit higher up here. Actually, it might be. But this is where the hail right now is, so significant hail right now ongoing north of De Leon, and that is west of Stephenville. This storm is becoming very significant, though, with hail, so we'll be keeping a, again, very close eye on that storm. We are watching 2 different supercells, one of which back near Stephenville, the other one that is currently having, at least has been reported, with a wall cloud back near Marlin. This one is, again, producing some rotation back here near 7. Next radar scan comes in here in just a moment, so we'll keep posted with that. Also, Love County, Oklahoma is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. New update there. All right, so we have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center that literally just came out for a large chunk of North Texas. This is primarily south and west of DFW. This is basically where the storms are right now. Supercell is capable of all severe hazards, including very large hail and tornadoes will remain possible over the next several hours. That's the most recent update. That is primarily south and west of DFW. We also have a report of a rotating funnel cloud out of Marlin a few minutes ago. That was about 5 minutes ago. So for right now, probably not rotating, or I mean, it might still be rotating, but there probably isn't a funnel cloud, at least from what we see on the velocities, but there has been a recent report there of a funnel cloud reported. Matthew, I have more details on that. My forecast today. Make sure to check that out. Has all the details there. Gator, no, it's just I prioritize super chats because chat is really fast most of the time, at least right now. Usually when we have like less than 1,000 viewers, it's not a problem answering questions, but since I'm also covering weather, it's very difficult to answer every single question. I only answer a handful of them, and even super chats aren't guaranteed to get answered. I just, you know, it's a little bit easier to see in chat. No, you don't have to pay to ask a question. Just, I will not probably get to every question regardless. All right, back over to Stephenville. This is, again, the storm that is producing some large hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as ping-pong ball-sized hail. Hailstorm has been pretty large for a while here. The hail core is weakening like the slightest bit, but it's probably still upwards of golf ball, if not higher than that. North of De Leon going towards Stephenville. So if you're in Stephenville, friendly reminder to make sure you stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Stephenville is under the gun right now for a pretty significant hailstorm going off right now to the east-southeast. The storm has turned a pretty decent direction here to the east-southeast, so Granbury might not be impacted as much by that storm. Storms back up here to the north are struggling to form, so we'll see if they have any sort of momentum, but for right now, they have been struggling to really develop. Really, most of it's been because of the elevated activity that we saw earlier today. In addition to that, we still have an ongoing tornado warning back east of Waco. This is, again, producing the threat for damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail, and also the threat for a tornado if it's able to develop. We had a report of a wall cloud and funnel cloud with this storm near Thornton most recently, so that's what we're looking at right now here. Thanks, Clay. Appreciate it. Gator, the threat's overall low. I'm not that concerned about northwest Louisiana, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's not a whole lot in the Metroplex right now. Again, the threat really will come with any storms that develop over the next couple of hours. So far, we've gotten pretty lucky. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was forecasted at this point to see more discrete cells than this. We're probably gonna at least see 2, if not maybe 3 cells kind of up and down this area. So far, we've seen that, but the 2 cells up here have been very weak. Now, that doesn't mean they can't develop. I mean, they very well could still develop. We're not even at peak of severe weather, so I still think the peak of severe weather as it is at 6 o'clock. Right now, these are still very disorganized cells. The one down here has become much more discreet, has not had to deal with the environment of all that rain and the storm action that DFW saw earlier today. So the instability is much higher over here. The sinking air isn't really a problem. There's more sinking air over near DFW right now, which could help to limit the severe weather threat a little bit. But again, we'll have to see what unfolds over the next hour. Obviously, we have been preparing for this to be a bit more significant. It could very well be more significant than what it is right now. Right now, though, it's kind of I wouldn't say like a low-end stage because we still have 2 very significant supercells, one of which is this one. The other one's over in Stephenville, but we very well could see those storms ramp up tonight. Now, if you're in DFW, heads up. I've not talked about this on Facebook yet for those that are watching from there. Tomorrow night, there is a threat for a couple of supercells that could evolve if it is the cap is overcome from the warmth, which is very possible. I'll have more details on that tomorrow, so supercells could develop tomorrow night as well. So we're not done with severe weather today. There will be a threat again tomorrow. Friendly reminder as well, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream as well. That is all free to do. Keep you posted with the latest. This is the storm right now, back over near Kusei right now. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation left. I was kind of surprised this warning got issued. I wasn't like, I was actually surprised when it happened, but I'm not overly surprised that this actually got issued. The thing is, there's not a whole lot of rotation at the surface right now. There is rotation in the upper levels. We've had reports now of a wall cloud and a funnel cloud, which does mean there has been some rotation, more of the mid-levels of the storm. But right now, the lower levels, the very low levels of the storm, like near the surface, are not really in much of a concern right now for a tornado risk, at least for the next like minute or two. Now, it could evolve if it's able to closer to Thornton, but for right now, the threat of a tornado is decreasing a little bit with this storm. But stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, Thornton, the Callahan, as well as Kusei are all included in this tornado warning for the next 25 minutes, unless it is otherwise canceled, which for right now I do not think it will be. Here's the storm back near Stephenville. Again, we've been watching the storm pretty closely. More of a damaging wind and hail threat, not really much of a tornado risk right now, but we could see a tornado evolve with this at some point down the road. It's currently producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. How's it going, soldier? Out of Las Vegas. A cap is a temperature inversion in the atmosphere. A very easy way to put it. Let's just say you are at the surface. I'm going to draw a little picture here. This is you at the surface right here. So let's just say you're here. And then the clouds are developing, let's just say right here. But all of a sudden they stop developing. That is because of a temperature inversion in the atmosphere. What that means is the temperature is actually warming at a certain height level. So that stops clouds from developing, meaning supercells typically can't develop. Now, once that cap is overcome by either the upper level or mid-level temperatures cooling or the surface temperatures increasing, that can lead to clouds now getting past that cap and making supercell storms. That's what a cap is. Which we saw that this morning in North Texas. We do not have a cap in place right now. More than anything right now, we just have a lot of sinking air here across North Texas, which is going to cause an issue with severe weather actually forming. Again, storm ongoing near Stephenville. We'll be watching that closely. We're going to keep a more of a close eye here on the storm near Marlin. See what happens over the next few minutes. See if this does develop into anything. And it is rotating for right now. Rotation is centered right here, by the way, so you can see it here. It's broad still. It's not like entirely gone away. It's kind of in a broad stage again. So near Kusei as well as Thornton, that is where we're seeing a little bit of rotation. Could develop at some point down the road. Back over to the higher levels of the storm as well. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, again, there might still be a funnel cloud or a wall cloud. We had a report of a wall cloud not too long ago with this storm, but the threat of that it seems to be going down a little bit. See if there's any other reports here. So another report out of Marlin, Texas, as of 7 minutes ago, there was a brief funnel cloud about a mile east-southeast of Marlin. That's our most recent report there. I think you lost the second $10, so I think we evened out. Yeah, I have a couple of videos explaining the cap. They're kind of old. I have to make new ones. Funny enough, I watched my video on the cap last night because I noticed they're still on my front page of my YouTube channel. They are so old. It's actually really funny. It's crazy how much I've changed over the last year. Like, I started doing nationwide live streams like a year from like literally this, like today. Like today is like my 1 year anniversary of doing nationwide live streams. Funny enough, I still have cap videos, and it's kind of wild. They are so old, and they're so fast. They're so, like, you know, they don't have a lot of pronunciation. They're not like, you know, they don't have a lot of diction. That's the right word. I use a lot more diction now. Ping pong ball size hail has been confirmed by emergency management in Gorman. Just a heads up there. So that storm again is still producing some very hefty hail. Still have an ongoing tornado warning near Kusei and Thornton. And this storm has been really pretty decently strong here for a while. Had a funnel cloud and a wall cloud a few moments ago. It still has a little bit of an inflow going into the storm. Here's your inflow. And again, your rotation on that storm would be right out here. That would be where a tornado would occur, or somewhere in this area, pretty much anywhere in like this region here, would be where a tornado would occur if there was enough strong rotation with this. But again, pretty clean inflow going into the storm right now, for sure. Another reminder, by the way, the tornado watch across this entire region goes until 11 o'clock tonight. So we're not done with severe weather really yet. We're still a good 6 hours from severe weather being done. That severe weather threat, though, closer to like 9 to 11 o'clock, is going to be back east of Interstate 35 near Sulphur Springs, Paris, Corsicana, and that sort of thing. Tyler, Texas might get into a new watch eventually, but we're not really that close to that severe weather threat yet. How's it going, Clocks? I remember everybody. Thanks, Justin. 1 year flew by so fast. I'm not even kidding. It literally has gone by so fast. I feel like it literally feels like yesterday I was doing that. Now look at it. I'm not even that close anymore to that. Let's real quick go back to the storm near Stephenville. I do want to take a closer look at this again because we haven't really looked at it too much recently. The hail threat has been increasing pretty substantially here near Stephenville. Again, we have some pretty large hail there. Surprisingly, they actually have downgraded this warning to $half sized hail. I'm a little bit shocked by that. I mean, ping pong ball sized hail was just confirmed in Gorman. I would still not be ruling out, some ping pong ball sized hail there. Go to these storm relative velocities. Again, still some strong winds. We're not really looking at a significant threat for damaging winds or a tornado threat right now at this storm, but it's more of a hail threat, especially on the south end of the storm right now as it moves off to the east. So, again, something to keep a very close eye on. We have a couple of storms trying to develop near Graham. Have been unsuccessful so far, and we still have a tornado warning ongoing back down southeast of Waco. Also, this is the live view out of Lantana, Texas right now, and I've mentioned this a few times. Lantana has a lot of sunlight now again, and it's pretty clear. This is looking north right now out of Lantana, Texas in the DFW Metroplex. This could allow for some more instability. And again, we could see some severe weather in this area at some point pretty soon. So we'll keep a close eye on that as it continues to evolve. I cannot speak English. But yeah, that's an area that we'll have to watch for a potential for a threat for severe weather over the next few hours. And the dry line, for those that are wondering, is located right here. So if you are west of this dry line, you are done with severe weather. To the east, still has a severe weather threat. For those in Weatherford, Denton, anywhere in Fort Worth, you have a chance of severe weather through about 8 o'clock. We still have about 2.5 hours left of severe weather potential. This is the latest radar scan on the storm near Thornton and Coucy. Velocities still kind of broad at the surface. Been looking at the surface velocities a lot to give us an idea of what we're looking at in terms of the rotation at the surface level, meaning is there a tornado here? It's still very broad rotation. We're not really looking at that, but if we go a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, you may notice just a little bit. There's a little bit more rotation there, but again, it's still not overly impressive. I am not overly impressed right now with the overall rotation with this storm in the upper levels anymore. There was, again, a funnel cloud and a wall cloud confirmed, or at least reported about 20-ish minutes ago, maybe a little bit less than that, and this storm has definitely lost a lot of that. So, good news with that storm so far. We are still very well concerned, though, about the storm going towards Stephenville, producing that large hail potential. The latest radar scan showing a bit of a decrease in that hail threat. So there is some good news so far. I mean, honestly, we don't talk, I try to talk a lot about good news when we can. There is some good news. We haven't seen as many discrete cells as what was forecasted so far, and doesn't mean that we won't see them the next hour. And, this storm is not as severe as what it at least looks like. I mean, we're looking at $half sized hail in that little pocket. Otherwise, it's probably quarter-sized hail up and down this area. And, yeah, we had ping pong ball sized hail already confirmed with this, but that was when it was much more severe. And the rotation has not evolved at all. We have an outflow boundary pretty much driving the storm more to the south and east. So that's limiting the threat of severe weather here as well. So there is some good news there. But we'll still have to watch things closely. Again, everything's not over yet. I'm still watching to see if anything actually develops up here. This stuff here has been kind of, trying to develop. It's just not really developing so far. That's near Graham, Bryson, and Jacksboro, Grafford. So far, though, nothing too crazy out of that. So really good news so far. We're not done, though. I mean, we're still a good 3-ish hours away from probably seeing less significant severe weather. So we'll have to wait and see what evolves here over the next few hours. But you cannot lie, we have some good news. I love spreading good news instead of bad news, but obviously a lot of the stuff that we have on this channel is bad news because we've had a lot of bad storms recently. Let's just say that. I mean, Friday was horrible. And also going into Tuesday, it's not going to be any better. So. I hope I'm wrong. I've said that last night too. I was like, I hope I'm wrong on this, but the threat of significant severe weather seemed to be increasing. But we've had some good news so far. We'll see if anything evolves. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Canton. This is an area that I know we have a few viewers in. Gun Barrel City to Canton. This is for the threat of 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So Van, Canton, and Interstate 20. It's all included there. Low-end severe weather, but something still to be keeping a close eye on. Also, we do have a new... this is actually kind of interesting. So let's go and pull this up on the screen here. New mesoscale discussion for the East Texas and into Louisiana region. Supercells with large hail and tornado potential will be possible within the next few hours. A tornado watch will be issued within the next 1 to 2 hours downstream. So just heads up there for anyone that's watching in East Texas and Louisiana and Arkansas. There is an increasing threat that there will be a tornado watch for this region, which again, I do not think the threat of severe weather is as significant this direction in comparison to DFW. But there is still a threat here down the road as we get closer to East Texas, Southwest Arkansas, and as well as West and Northwestern Louisiana. 80% chance of that tornado watch being issued. And we have breaking news. There's now a tornado on the ground in Thornton and Coucy. So there's now an ongoing tornado on the ground over here in the Thornton and Coucy area. So make sure you seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building if you're in this area. Again, ongoing tornado on the ground. Again, confirmed tornado. Let's actually go over to the velocities. This must have been observed by a storm chaser is my guess. This is the current look here at the velocities. Again, very broad for the most part. Go to the correlation coefficient, not showing anything, but this had to have been some sort of observed tornado from a spotter in the area, because this is not really rotating a whole lot here on the map. But again, this is an observed tornado. Population of 878 for Coucy and as well as Thornton. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Again, this is in Limestone County. This is an ongoing confirmed tornado on the ground. Go back to the base velocities as well. Let's go to storm relative velocities. Let's go back in time a smidge. I don't know if I missed anything here. Do the correlation coefficient as well. Yeah, at least some sort of brief tornado at this point has been on the ground. Doesn't seem as if it's still on the ground, but there's possibility. Again, stay in shelter. There is at least been a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let me pull up the text here and see what they actually said. All right, so a confirmed tornado was located 12 miles north of Bremond, 14 miles southwest of Groesbeck, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This was located on Highway 14 at about 5:24. That's the most recent update on this ongoing tornado. My guess, honestly, is that the tornado is probably somewhere over here. That's probably where that tornado is located. It's a little bit more difficult to see that because, again, we don't have any precipitation here, so the correlation coefficient doesn't really indicate a whole lot there. But the tornado's probably here. At least somebody said it was right along Highway 14. Unless it was looking a bit more to the north and west, where I think it could be as well. That's where we're looking in terms of where that tornado is. Let's go back to the velocities again. Again, there's no clear-cut area of velocities that is combining to actually show us where that tornado is on the ground. But again, that is what we're looking at right now in terms of this ongoing tornado. This was, again, confirmed by weather spotters. Damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail is ongoing. That is the latest from what we just heard out of this storm. So, and that is near 14. I'm going to check on radar scope too and see if we have any better view on that. Yeah, my guess is that it's still probably embedded in where the inflow goes. So this is where the inflow is going in. This is your hook. We usually see a tornado right about here. So that's probably where it is. It's probably somewhere there just to the southwest of Thornton. Regardless, it's not really that much of a difference in this storm since we're still talking about Thornton. That's the main area, and then just in the suburbs of this little town here. So again, if you're in this area, make sure you seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And this is an ongoing tornado on the ground right now. It has probably been a briefer weak tornado. I don't think this has been on the ground for that long, and if it even still is, it's probably not been on the ground for that long. Ro, I mean, technically I got a new chair, but it's not really new. It's another edition of the college chair. It's still bad. My back is killing me right now. I'm not even kidding. So, my other chair is being worked on, so I'm hoping I can get it fixed. But I'm probably not gonna be live Tuesday to begin with. I already had something planned, and plus I don't have an office chair. My back is killing me right now. But I'm hoping to get a new chair, like, or at least fix my chair sometime this week. Probably by Wednesday is when I probably should get a new chair. Maybe Thursday. My back hurts though. If you see me, I'm trying to do like some shoulder like stretches or whatever, but yeah, the office chair is so uncomfortable. There's like no back support to it, so hurts. Weatherford is not clear. You're not gonna be clear until about 8 o'clock. That's, or probably 7:30. That's when you'll be clear. Just after 7:30. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this tornado is on the ground. At least from what we know, weather spotters confirm the tornado. This is going to be east of Temple and Waco. That is far southeastern North Texas. Again, ongoing tornado is on the ground. So make sure you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, Coucy and Thornton are the two areas right now included in this ongoing tornado warning. Thank you, Radio Man, for the $10 super chat. For the chair fund. Actually, I had somebody, funny enough, I had somebody super chat $100 the other day for the chair fund. So if I have to get a new chair, I at least have something to go off of. Because honestly, like, I don't want to keep dishing out a bunch of money for chairs. It's one of the most annoying expenses. It really is. Because, like, you know, this one lasted 4 to 5 months, and I spent $200 on it. I was like, that's my big investment, and it now has gone pretty much to waste unless I can get it fixed. All the screws kept breaking in it, though. It's the most, I'm telling you, it was the most annoying thing ever. I actually, funny enough, last night, I was doing a little weather segment for something that I have coming up, and a screw literally fell out of my chair. I was using the office chair that had the broken back because it felt a little bit more comfortable. Another screw fell out of the chair when I was doing that. So it's like, come on. it's just, you know, things have been going well with the chairs recently. Yeah, if you're still in the tornado watch, you are not in the clear. Again, tornado's on the ground, at least from what we know. It may have lifted, but that is where the tornado would be located if it is still on the ground. This is the velocities. Again, it has been kind of hit or miss with the velocities. We haven't seen anything very tight and defined. But if there's a tornado on the ground, it's probably going to be located here just a couple miles to the south of Thornton. Yeah, lazy boy. I've had people saying I need to get Herman Miller, which is like $1,000. I'm like, I'm good. Herman Miller would probably not be a bad idea since it lasts like forever, but I don't want to dish out $1,000 for an office chair. That'd be absolutely crazy. All right, let's go back up to the north real quick. There is an update that I want to post or tell you about real quick on the DFW, or not DFW, the East North Texas storm near Canton. You want to look at the velocities here? Let's circle this real quick. I think this might be off the storm. Yeah, it's off the storm. But right now we do have some hail going on with the storm as well. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is for Canton, Texas, Van, and Gun Barrel. Not really any rotation at this current time, but we might see it increase a little bit. The Stephenville storm is still concerning. We're still looking at the threat of some hail. The hail threat's really increased here for Stephenville. Hail is right now right around $50 to ping pong ball sized hail. So if you're in Stephenville, stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building for the next several minutes. Storms are ongoing as well near Jacksboro, Grafford, and those storms are not severe, but they may develop over the next little while. So that's the update. Not really any big changes there, but just kind of giving an update on what's happening. Stephenville will be under the track of that hailstorm over the next several minutes. Let me change the warning count. I believe we're down to 3, so we'll do that. All right, there we go. There's a good chance that Denton doesn't see any rain, but there's also that small chance that Denton does see some rain. So if you're anywhere in the DFW Metroplex, be mindful. There is a threat for some severe weather. But again, it's still on the low. I wouldn't say it's high. It's still kind of on the low to medium end. Depends on if any storms actually develop. There's a lot of sinking air up there in the Metroplex, so it might kind of prevent the severe weather from actually occurring. Yeah, and here's the latest update on this tornado warning. This is your inflow going into the storm. That's where the tornado would likely be located if it's on the ground. And here's your hook. A little bit of a funky looking storm here. Your hail core is over here. It almost looks sidewards. If we tilted it, if we tilted the entire screen kind of around a little bit, if we tilted it like this direction, it would look a lot more like an actual supercell. But it is a little bit of a weird tilt to it because the hail core is actually on the northeast side of the storm. And with that, with these easterly winds up a little bit higher up into the atmosphere, that is impacting the overall actual rotation and life of a tornado here. I mean, this is happening with the storm back up in Stephenville too. rain cool air is kind of coming out in front of the storm, which makes it more difficult for rotation to develop. So a little bit of an interesting little tidbit there. Winds are going, and you actually can see it on radar, by the way. If you look a bit further off here to the east, look at that. All this rain here is literally from east-southeast winds, and that's kind of causing this hail core to get a little bit off-centered from where, you know, usually would be. So I'll kind of put it back to where it was before. There we go. No need to redraw it. You guys like, by the way, my cursor not being on the screen? I kind of changed that recently. The cursor is no longer on the screen. It's just like, you know, it just draws automatically. I don't know if it makes much of a difference. I don't really have a clue. Any predictions for Granbury? You might see severe weather through 7:30. That's pretty much when it'll end, though, after 7:30. We'll probably wind down then. The threat of severe weather does exist around 7:30, 8 o'clock. We have a few videos and photos coming out of the DFW area. I'm going to see if any of these are anything of value. Somebody messaged me on Facebook and said, I bet you $10 that at this tornado warning is going to hit your area. Okay. Interesting stuff. Oh, we actually have some cool photos out of Wise County. Really cool photos. I wish these would be able to be shown easily. This is one of the photos. I'll try to show it. It's gonna be a bit blurry. This is from Kelly Johnson out of Wise County. It's gonna be blurry, but cool little photo here. This is the backside of the round 1 in Bridgeport a little while ago. A little cool storm action there. There's some really cool photos. I'll have to post some of those on Facebook. The problem is I'm doing a lot of multitasking to begin with. I'll get to those at some point. Appreciate you sending those in, Kelly, if you're still here. If you're wondering what's going to happen on Tuesday, you can check out my latest video that was uploaded this morning. Has all the details for you. Hailstorm is now entering into Stephenville. This is your hail core here. That is producing, again, hail up to the size of $0.50. Damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Pretty substantial hail core still regardless. Also, somebody asked what is the dry line. The dry line is where the dew points basically collide. I'll give you an idea of a graphic here. So this is the dew points right now. Or actually, this is earlier. This is no longer right now. But this is basically what we're looking at. If the dry line was back here, dew points are like 60 plus on this side, and then the dew points behind it are like 30, 40 or lower. So that's the dry line. This is typically where storms do end up developing a lot of the time, and a lot of those can be discrete, severe, produce all modes of severe weather. So the dry line, though, overall here is not really that far to the west. It's just, it hasn't updated on here. Hail core is now going through Stephenville. Warning is still ongoing for $0.50 sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. And the tornado warning is still ongoing back near Marlin. And as well as Thornton. Thornton is really the main area right now in this tornado warning. Again, still on the ground from what we know, but obviously I don't think it's on the ground anymore. We can go back to the velocities and double check here. Still stay in shelter if you're in this area, but the tornado threat is definitely diminishing with this storm. Yeah, the rotation is way out of bound at this point. So the tornado that probably occurred was like brief and weak, which I mentioned when it first was tornado warned. A brief and weak tornado would probably be what happens, and that's what's happened, it looks like, so far. Sunny in Waco, calm before the storm. It definitely is. I mean, I mentioned this a lot. Again, round 1 of storms is ongoing back over here. That's pretty much all moving out now. North Texas, it's all moving north and east. Round 2 of storms is back over here. That's round 2. This is kind of part of round 1, by the way, as well. I'll remove this line so it doesn't confuse you. But this is round 2 of storms. And so we're starting to see sunshine across a lot of these areas. That's going to create more instability. It's going to kind of really make this environment more primed and more unstable for some of these severe storms. So we have a couple of areas in particular that we're watching, one of which is back up here near Graham, another one in Stephenville, which has been a long-tracked severe storm, and then another storm that's now developing southeast of Brownwood, and it looks like a little cell near Waco, which would be not along that dry line, so the severe weather threat of that would be a bit lower. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now in terms of these storms. We have a brand new warning for Sherman, Gainesville. This is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning here for Sherman, Howie, Gunter, Collinsville, all those sort of areas for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. The direction of the Stephenville storm is right now east-southeast. This direction. I don't really like any of these colors. I can think of the white looks best. Does the white look best? Do you guys think that looks best for these things? I think it does. I've so many colors that you can choose from, and none of them I really do like. All right, let's go back down to the ongoing tornado on the ground. This warning expires in 2 minutes. I don't think there'll be a new tornado warning. Again, it's still on the ground as from what we know, but it's, again, moving off to the east-northeast. At about 35 miles per hour, but this will likely be let to expire. Unless something drastically changes in the next couple of minutes. I'm going to circle this real quick to make sure this isn't rotation, and doesn't seem like it. So, again, maybe a little bit of rotation. We'll have to wait and see. But that looks to be, if anything, another very brief and weak tornado, if there is anything there. But again, warning's expiring in a minute, and the rotation overall has become much weaker. Oh, actually, no, we're going on to another observed tornado warning. So tornado's actually still on the ground, and I'm assuming that that's possibly what it is here, is right here. That is where a tornado is potentially still ongoing near Thornton. So, tornado's still on the ground. For those near Thornton moving off to the northeast, again, make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, brand new tornado warning. This is going towards Tague and as well as Jewett, and Buffalo will be in the track of it eventually. So, and make sure you stay in shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Tornado that is potentially still on the ground is located right here. Let's see what these warning notes say as well. Tornado, there was a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles southeast of Thornton. So yeah, that's what we're looking at here. I can double check to make sure that's the exact distance, so we're not looking at something different. Let's just double check. Fortunately, the distance thing. All right, I'm gonna check radar scope, but yeah, pretty sure that's the area that we're looking at for that tornado right now. Yeah, it's right about there where that tornado is. Now, it says 4 miles, and 4 miles is in between two different areas. So, but yeah, again, that's what we're looking at there in terms of the tornado on the ground. So, it's still on the ground here for the time being. It's more to the east-northeast now. So, yeah, or east-southeast. So, yeah, now this is where the tornado's on the ground. Again, near Thornton, tornado is still on the ground from what we know. It is east-southeast of Thornton, moving off to the northeast. Going towards 164. Make sure you stay in shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. I was going to go live yesterday, and then something happened, so I couldn't go live. I was going to go live last night for that tornado threat in the mid-Atlantic, but I know I knew there was a tornado on the ground. I just couldn't go live. I do apologize. I was supposed to be going live for that, but I wasn't able to. Which that event lasted about 2 hours. There was actually a confirmed tornado in Delaware. There's actually a couple of them, I'm pretty sure. Hail in Stephenville, the most recent report is only dime size, so the threat is going down now in that area, just for a heads up. All right, let me post this on Facebook real quick. Again, we have a brand new tornado warning here. This was literally just issued. This is going to be going for another 45 minutes. This is for the threat of damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail, and obviously the threat of an ongoing tornado right now. Again, confirmed tornado still on the ground. Moving off to the east. Live about 20 minutes from that tornado in Delaware. That's crazy. Yeah, that tornado looked pretty crazy on radar. I saw it on radar scope and also my computer. It's pretty cool to see on radar there. The velocities, how tight they were. And we don't really see the velocities, you know, that strong really ever in Delaware. I'll be honest with you. Like, we don't really see severe weather that often in Delaware, Maryland, those areas. And to see that rotation on radar was, you know, crazy. You never see tornadoes over there. But the threat was there. I mean, we had enough of a low-level jet and all that sort of stuff, so definitely was a bit of a concern there. Hail course still ongoing, by the way, southeast of Stephenville. That is for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is, again, moving off to the east-southeast right now. Will eventually probably go towards Meridian. And Walnut Springs and Iredell. Glenrose may get hit, but the storm is taking a bit more a southeast turn. That's what we're looking at there. Sticking to the ongoing tornado on the ground, this is again east of Waco. That is where we're at with this tornado on the ground, east of Thornton. Fairly rural area from what I know. Let me double check to see what the population is. Actually, 3,900. The main area and track of this is Farrer. And Farrer does not show up on this map. Farrer is right here. So Farrer is in the track of this ongoing tornado on the ground. So, yeah, make sure you seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your room or building. Home or building. Weatherford has a low chance of severe storms over the next few hours. And after about 7:30, you'll be done. And we still have that round 2 of storms back out to the west. If any storms are able to really develop over there, we very well could see that threat of severe weather increase. So stay tuned. Keep you posted with the latest there. Again, Farrer right now is in the track of this ongoing tornado on the ground. Tornado is located here, moving off to the north and east. Or east-northeast, excuse me. That's going towards Farrer. Farrar. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I've actually never heard of that town, even though I know most of North Texas. Never heard of Farrer or Farrar. I can't talk. Stephenville looks more promising. Yeah, I mean, in terms of a severe storm, it definitely is a lot more severe. I would say than this. Again, this storm, even though there's a tornado on the ground, I still think it's kind of in the weak and brief sort of variety. It's not a PDS tornado either. I mean, this is just a tornado warning for probably some sort of small tornado, but it's still notable. I mean, we're still talking about a populated area here that's seeing an ongoing tornado on the ground, and we don't see tornado on the grounds that often. I mean, even North Texas, we see it, 50, 60 times a year, but down this direction, they're not, like, as common, I would say, as areas a bit further to the north. I don't remember the last time I covered a tornado warning down here. I think the last one I covered down near Waco was probably last year, honestly, back in May or June. There was a tornado, what was it? You guys might know. What was the tornado back down here? It wasn't Lockett. It was, Temple? Or Troy? It was between Waco and Temple, I think, unless it was a bit further to the south. It starts with a D. I know it starts with a D. I cannot figure out the name. But, yeah, that tornado we covered live, too. That was, like, the last tornado I think I covered down this direction. Gerardo or something. Can't remember. Probably not Navy. I mean, there might be a chance going into Wednesday or Thursday, but it's probably a low chance for Delaware. Low chance for severe weather in the colony, Sheila. For about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Tyler, Texas is in the zone. Yeah, Tyler, Texas is seeing round 1 of the severe storms right now, actually, just to your north. Round 2 will kind of move to your region probably closer to like 9, 10 o'clock. So that's when that threat will start to increase there. I have no clue, Navy. You might have to check the National Weather Service of that area. I've not looked. I'm guessing they were surveying that today, though. All right, let's go back to the velocities again. See if there's any new details here that we can kind of pick out with the velocities. Yeah, we've had spotters spot this tornado a few times. That is why this tornado warning is still ongoing. The assumption is that the tornado is here now east of Thornton. And that's kind of where it would probably be lying, would be there just to the east of Thornton. But it's probably some sort of small tornado. It most likely was brief. Again, make sure you're staying in shelter if you're in Farrer or Farrar. Again, don't know what the pronunciation is of that, but that's south of 164. El Dorado, that's what it was, by the way. El Dorado tornado. That happened last year. I just had that come to my name. But yeah, again, east of Thornton, that is where an ongoing tornado is still on the ground, moving off to the east. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to like the live stream and as well subscribe to the channel if you've not already. It's free to do when we do live streams and weather forecasts literally all the time. So make sure to subscribe down below. And again, if you want more details and you're tuning in from like Illinois, the Midwest, Lower Mississippi Valley, wherever, and you want more details on Tuesday's severe weather event, make sure to check out my video from today. The video forecast has all the details for you. If you want to check that out, you can literally just click my name and you'll get the latest details on there. Bunch of stuff that you can look at in that video. That has all the details. I will not be talking about that in this live stream. My plan is right now on Monday night, which is tomorrow, I might go live for a little discussion stream if I don't make a video. But if I make a video, it might be 50-50. We'll see. But I'll probably have another live stream tomorrow night discussing that severe weather outbreak potential. And I'll be answering your questions, whatever you got. And yeah, I might do a Tuesday morning stream too, but we'll see if anything changes. For everybody that's asking about DFW, I've answered the questions a bunch for DFW, but if you're anywhere in this area, your chance for storms still exists until about 8 to 9 o'clock. After then, you're done. It's an isolated threat of severe weather. So far, storms have been much less scattered than what they were supposed to be. They're pretty isolated, and they haven't really evolved into anything. That storm action right now west of DFW is something to watch, but it's not severe right now, and the chances of it really evolving to severe weather is kind of low. So yeah, if you're anywhere in the DFW Metroplex, Weatherford, that includes Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Wise County, anywhere in there, you're all in the same boat. To be honest with you, Johnson County's kind of in the same boat too, this area too. And as well as up here. Other than the round one still kind of impacting that area. That would be your threat, though, for severe weather. But, yeah. For those that are wondering from Metroplex, I've had a lot of people asking about the Metroplex. You're going to have a potential for severe weather until about 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock would be the latest. That'd be for Eastern DFW. Thank you, Dakota, for the $1.99. I appreciate it. Any radar shows radar cores. Like radar scope, this one obviously shows hail cores. This is the hail core right here. You can see it here. That's your hail core, possibly some quarter-sized hail. Tornado, again, is located right about here. That's east of Thornton. The storm is, again, moving off to the east-northeast. This is an ongoing tornado on the ground, and it is still on the ground as of right now, even with the most recent condensation here of the warning. Most recent update, confirmed tornado is 9 miles east of Thornton. That is going to be near FM 1246. Moving east at about 30 miles, or northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So that's your tornado there. That's about 9 miles east of Thornton. So that's where our ongoing tornado is still on the ground. It is still on the ground, by the way. I don't know how long it's been on the ground for, but problem is the correlation coefficient hasn't really been showing it. Let's go to, real quick, actually. I'm curious on this storm. Thornton's there. Let's do that. I'm doing it on my phone. So yeah, let's go to the correlation coefficient again. This is interesting. So go to the velocities radar. This is where your tornado is now located. Correlation coefficient isn't really picking up on much debris. That's the one thing. It's not picking up on any debris right now. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to kind of know where the exact location of that tornado is on radar. But this is where the tornado is located. It's right there, east of Thornton. Moving towards Farrar right now at about 30 miles per hour to the northeast. So again, that is where a confirmed ongoing tornado still is for Freestone, Leon, and Limestone counties. So that's where we still have an ongoing tornado. Hiko, Texas, by the way, just confirmed quarter-sized hail. Tornado is still on the ground 9 miles east-southeast of Thornton. That's where we're looking right now. That's where the confirmed tornado is still on the ground. That was just reported there. Actually, probably can look at this here. We'll go to the velocities. And that is your tornado on the ground. It's right there. Correlation coefficient, not really indicating that debris. That's a little hole in the reflectivity, which can sometimes give off that little look of like a debris ball being on the right, or debris being lifted up into the atmosphere, but that's not what's happening there. So some sort of tornado there, east of Thornton. We'll see again if it ends up actually showing a bit more on radar, which it hasn't yet, but that's kind of the area that that tornado is ongoing. Heiko, thank you. Thanks, Joyce, for the report. Yeah, there's a little storm over there, but it's not severe quite yet. Rangers game, I'm pretty sure will be fine. As long as I'm pretty sure they're putting the roof on or whatever, so I'm pretty sure it should be fine. All right, here's the latest radar scan. This is the velocities again. Again, tornado potentially still on the ground right about there. Correlation coefficient, again, potential tornado still on the ground right about here. That's where at least we've had reports of a tornado is kind of in that exact spot. So right about there, where that white circle is, I'm trying to put it like precisely. So right about there is where that tornado is likely still on the ground. By the way, new tornado watch has now officially been issued for northwest Louisiana back through eastern Texas. Texarkana and Red River County are actually not included in this tornado watch. So that area back up here in far northeast Texas are not included. But brand new tornado watch until 1 a.m. tonight. That includes tennis ball sized hail, 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and the threat for some, or a couple tornadoes will be possible. So that's the area that we're watching for, mainly damaging winds and hail, but there is a threat for maybe a storm or two producing a tornado. So that's the latest there. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning also just got issued for Avant. That is going to be back west of Waco and Gatesville for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. The storm back up near Stephenville is falling apart pretty quickly. It is still severe, but it is not as severe as it once was, producing half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Storms are developing west of DFW. We'll see if any of these do end up evolving. This one does seem to be a bit more concerning, though. We'll see if it ends up evolving into an actual severe storm. But for right now, it is not severe. And we can look at the velocities on this. Not a severe storm by any means, but there is some wind gusts, probably right around 50 miles per hour. That's the latest there. Again, tornado watch was issued for Tyler, Texas, back through northwest Louisiana, as well as eastern Texas. Joyce, you'll be fine. As long as you have a tornado action plan in place, you'll be fine. I would not be concerned about a tornado. I mean, like, just make sure you're aware. Have multiple ways to receive warnings, but I'm not overly concerned about the tornado threat right now. Hasn't really lived up to what it was supposed to be so far. But again, we're still, we're right around peak time, which still haven't really seen much. So it's been really good news so far, to be honest. The Jacksboro storm is strengthening a little bit. We're watching that one closely. It has strengthened a little bit. That's the most concerning one in the short term, probably for development of maybe a tornadic threat. Might be that one. But we'll see if it evolves or not. We'll see if it's outflow driven, all that sort of stuff, and we'll go from there. But for right now, it's not severe, so no worries right now on that. Thank you, Jason, for the $1.99. I appreciate it. No problem, Joyce. I'm here to calm people down too. I can't urge it enough. I really cannot stress it enough. Like, there's a lot of tornado outbreaks and stuff like that, but to be honest with you, most people aren't impacted. You gotta realize that. A lot of people think everybody's being impacted by tornadoes. Not everybody is. I get it. Even the one that we had, like, Friday, there's a big tornado outbreak, and, there's a lot of tornadoes, but again, most people were not affected by a tornado, but there were some that were, and, most of the people that were affected hopefully had multiple ways to receive alerts and were prepared. And if you were prepared, you have a much better chance of getting through a tornado than, somebody that's not prepared. So, big thing there. Again, that goes with any severe weather, to be honest, too. I mean, damaging winds and hail is a bit of a different story. Those can sometimes be more numerous and widespread. We got to think of it this way. I mean, if you look at this one supercell here and there's one tornado here, that tornado might take a track like that or something like that, but you got to realize nothing else is around it. There's a huge, huge area that's not seeing a tornado at that point. So, and not enough people actually realize that. I feel like too many people kind of get caught up in that sort of thing where it's like, it's just like they think there's definitely gonna be a tornado at their house, but there's, not. It's just kind of one of those things. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued west of DFW. I do have to post this on Facebook, which is why I'm going back to the screen. But ongoing new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for those west of Fort Worth and as well as west of Denton County. This is going to be for a brand new warning of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. This is, again, one storm that I have a bit of concern about, potentially developing some significant severe weather, but we'll see. All right, so yeah, again, this storm is going to be something to watch out for. Moving towards Fort Worth. Right now, it is 6:01 p.m., a couple hours away, or about an hour and a half away from sunset. But again, this is a storm that could potentially evolve as it moves towards the Metroplex. So, again, significant severe weather does still remain in play. This one here is definitely not out of the question of potentially producing something at some point down the road. Yeah, that's the new warning there. By the way, new warning back down here for those in Walnut Springs, as well as Heiko, Iredell, Meridian, all those areas are included. Let's take a look at the velocities here. I'm not seeing too much rotation right now with this. It's more of a damaging wind potential still, but there's still some ongoing hail with this, around quarter to half-dollar sized hail moving down to the south and east. Again, tornado warning is still ongoing back down here in the Buffalo area. We're going to take another look at this real quick, but I'm going to probably take off the tornado on the ground here in just a second so we can kind of look more at the other storms. There's a lot of other activity that's beginning to ramp up, but tornado is still on the ground here. That is going to be located there. It's moved now in the last couple of seconds. But the tornado's on the ground near Farrer. If you're in Farrer, make sure you get to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Tornado is still on the ground here, probably right about here. That's where that tornado is probably on the ground. It's right about here, most likely. That's, again, moving towards 164. And, again, Buffalo's in the track, Interstate 45, ongoing tornado on the ground. Make sure you're staying in shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, so I can kind of discuss the other stuff. I am going to go off of the tornado on the ground screen so it doesn't confuse people a ton. So I'll put it on that screen, and I'm going to put it on the warning count. Should be higher. It should be about 7, I think, right? 2, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5. No, that's 5. All right, there we go. Never mind. All right, so again, we have a lot of warnings ongoing. We're starting to see more storms developing. We have a lot of discrete cells right now. Again, none of them have evolved into tornadic producers other than the one, again, back down here to the southeast. The other two that have developed that really recently, one of which is now west of Fort Worth, this is more concerning because, again, this has the discrete potential of maybe producing a significant hail or tornado threat if it's able to mature. It has not matured yet. It's still very... I would say I wouldn't say it's like a weak supercell, but it's not really that strong of a supercell right now that is developed. But it is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is near Runaway Bay again, and I know you guys have already seen some hail. You might see a little bit more here. Boyd will be in the track of this here pretty shortly. This storm is moving to the east-southeast towards areas like Tarrant County. So if it's able to mature and develop, this could be a storm that produces some sort of severe weather characteristic of hail, like significant hail, or maybe a tornado, but for right now, we're not at that stage yet. It's definitely much more of a low-end threat of severe weather, so we'll keep a close eye on it, but for right now, it's not too concerning, but you should keep a very close eye on this if you're anywhere in the Metroplex, especially if you have outdoor plans over the next few hours. I know there are a ton of people going to the Taylor Swift concert. There are people doing other stuff, going to the baseball game, the Rangers, but again, this is something to watch out for quite closely. It'll be moving towards Fort Worth as well as Denton, so we'll keep a close eye on that. The storm near Gatesville also, it's a little bit concerning, but not nearly as concerning. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. That's moving towards Gatesville. And then the other one back up here near Stephenville, it has been a long-tracked hailstorm. You can see the hail track here. This is where the hail is gone. That's a horrible line. This has been the hail track, though. Basically going a bit more to the south and east. It is still outflow driven, but there is still a little bit of severe weather there, producing some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And then our confirmed tornado still on the ground near Fairfield and as well as going towards Buffalo. We'll keep you posted with the latest details if anything new happens there. And also near Sherman, there's also a severe thunderstorm warning with that first round of storms, which is still ongoing up there, believe it or not. So that has been ongoing, but we're still concerned a bit more on this storm that's going to be moving towards the Metroplex over the next several minutes. Keep you posted with the latest. Again, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and click the bell icon so you're notified for the latest forecasts and videos. Again, we'll be live here for the next few hours, so we'll be covering this for a while, as long as there's still severe weather here in North Texas. My back is killing me. I'm telling you, I need a new office chair like ASAP, because my other one broke. I'm on a horrible office chair. My back support is horrible, so I'm going to try to be live for as long as possible, but... See what that one on the Lantana live cam? The Lantana live cam is actually looking north. So if we go over to the Lantana live cam, this is the live view of that. You look to the north there. That is the storm that is back up in Cook County. So there we go. I'm trying to center myself. But back up in Cook County, that's the storm right now. And the clouds are moving pretty quickly, by the way. So yeah, that's back over in Cook County and Grayson County area looking north. Clouds are still rolling through. There was some sunshine there for a little while, but we're starting to see more mostly cloudy to overcast skies again, which, again, it has to do with the storm action that's now back out here to the west. Let's go back over to this screen here. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at there. Interesting to see if that storm can evolve or not. Again, if it matures, we very well could be talking about some significant severe weather. If it's not able to mature, it's going to be probably just a marginal severe storm at best. Real quick update on the ongoing tornado on the ground. Again, this has been observed multiple times at this point. Still ongoing, potentially. Again, we've had recent reports of a tornado still on the ground. This is going towards Buffalo and Interstate 45. So if you're in Buffalo, just have your tornado action plan in place now and not later. And make sure you're aware of this storm. We'll not be talking about too much about this unless we see some significant developments with it. Since it's kind of moving out of the coverage area that I want to be in tonight. But we will keep you posted if anything does change there. Nothing really too crazy with that tornado warning right now, though. All right, we'll stay on this storm here for a second. I do need to check Twitter to see if we have any other new reports coming out about these storms. Let's see. By the way, for those in Fort Worth, the current timing on this storm arriving is 6:50. So if you're in DFW, storm will arrive right around 6:50. We have a report of tennis ball sized hail in this storm here. That has just been reported. Tennis ball sized hail potentially just fell back down here. That is a recent report out of Heiko. So new report of potentially some tennis ball sized hail. Wow. That is actually crazy. So this storm apparently just produced tennis ball sized hail, which again is kind of crazy with how this storm's been. It had a much more intense hail core it looked like earlier, but all of a sudden it's really ramped up. So again, that is now, we also have on the map here, 7 miles north of Heiko. That is a hen egg sized hail report, but we just had a tennis ball sized hail report come in from a spotter in the area. So we'll see if that obviously holds up. But that was as of 8 minutes ago that was confirmed. So the storm has now officially produced that threat. Yeah, hen egg sized hail was at least confirmed. Tennis ball sized hail also may have just fallen in this storm. Yeah, the storms are moving at about 40 miles per hour. 35-ish is pretty precise, but it might be going closer to 40 in some instances. This one in particular is moving a bit more like 40. The outflow during storm here is moving 40. The one back up here near DFW is a bit more like 35. They kind of all vary a little bit, especially with how widespread these storms are. The upper level winds are a bit different, so a little bit different across the board. But yeah, again, this storm now producing up to tennis ball sized hail. That was just confirmed moments ago. Thank you, by the way, for everybody that subscribed today. I appreciate it. I cannot go over all the new subscribers because there's just so many of them, but I do appreciate if you have subscribed. Let me see if we have any other updates on Facebook. I know we have a lot of people sending in photos and videos on Facebook. I'm going to check some of these out as well. Live streaming for 3 hours and I've barely stretched. Let's see. Somebody just said there was a tornado report in Hiko. I cannot confirm it. If you're are you watching the live stream right now, Dawn? Do you have a photo or anything like that? I'll make a post, but I cannot confirm it entirely because look at the velocities. There's possibly a brief tornado here, which wouldn't be ruled out with this, but apparently there was a report now of a possible tornado here. But somebody said it was a small one, and it was brief. Heiko. I keep saying Hiko. I don't know why. Heiko. Thank you. So apparently there was possibly a brief tornado here near Heiko. And I have not got any confirmation on that yet. I don't know if we have any photos. The photos would be, like, useful, but I obviously, you know, don't want to take a photo during a tornado, but it's hard to kind of prove. Alright, so yeah. Again, that is... Well, I just heard there's possibly a twister or something like that. Maybe something brief. Obviously, it's probably not on the ground anymore, but they did mention there was possibly a brief little tornado. It might have also been a gust-nado. You never know. Sometimes that does happen, but yeah. Again, possible tornado just occurred near Heiko. Thanks, Philip, by the way. I saw your comment on Facebook. I'm looking through Facebook a little bit here. So, yeah, okay. If I get any more confirmation on that, I'll let you know. But for right now, I'm just going to leave it as a possibility that there may have been a brief tornado here near Kiko. Or Heiko. I keep saying Hiko. Heiko, but yeah, again, that is a possibility. Again, Dawn on Facebook mentioned that, but I cannot confirm at this point. A gustnado usually happens out in front of a actual storm, and they look like a tornado, but they're not. I'll have to make a video on like gustnados, tornadoes, snownados, all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of different nados. A lot of different nados. You might be surprised. Here, if you want more details on Tuesday, check out my latest video from today. I'm not going over that in today's live stream. I already talked about it in my video today, so. We see the rotation near Sherman? Yeah, sure. I'll show it. I don't think there's any rotation up here, but we'll check it out just in case. Yeah, this is not rotation. I know it looks like it, but it's not really rotation here. More of damaging wind potential. That's more of a leading edge wind threat right now. Back up that direction. And back over here near anywhere in Wise County and Parker County, this storm is still really not unorganized. It's not developed really much into anything yet. Still a threat for some isolated severe weather, but the threat does still remain quite low. Back further to the south, we still have a confirmed tornado. I don't know if this is still on the ground at this point. We've had no updates on this recently. But if there is still a tornado on the ground, it is moving probably outside of the tornado warning. So we'll know in a couple minutes if there's still a tornado on the ground near Buffalo. But I do think the threat is lowering on that tornado that happened. We've had a lot of reports of a tornado on that storm. So, but again, for those over back near Heiko, this is where we just had a report of a tornado on the ground briefly. But again, I have no confirmation of that. We had tennis ball sized hail also reported. That was unconfirmed. But we've had confirmed hen egg sized hail. So that's what we've had so far. We've had a lot of different reports on this storm, but just kind of give you an idea of everything that's happening with this one. I had a report of rotation near Collinsville about 5 minutes ago. It's entirely possible that there's some rotation in the mid-levels, but yeah, again, there's not a whole lot of low-level rotation there. Funnel cloud is still ongoing in Buffalo, Texas, by the way, so that is still happening, believe it or not. That storm's been going for a while. It's been a good, like, hour. Alright. Let's just kind of put it on a regional view here for a second. But again, funnel cloud was just reported again near Buffalo. So my guess is that there will be probably another tornado warning with that at some point in a few minutes. But we'll see. A wall cloud is lowering. All right, let me check it out. That is, yeah, there's a wall cloud there. So, yeah, there was apparently a brief tornado that somebody just reported moments ago in that area near Heiko. So now we're getting more reports now of a possible wall cloud. So yeah, again, wall cloud was, at least from right now, Reed Timmer apparently sees a wall cloud there. So pretty crazy stuff there. So this one near Heiko, possibility that there's a wall cloud now, which it looks like there was a wall cloud on a stream. Also, new tornado warning back over here. This is going to include Buffalo, Oakwood. This is now a tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, so no longer on the ground. So make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is an ongoing, brand new tornado warning. That is, again, our latest there out of that storm. But, yeah, again, this storm apparently has a report now of that. Golf ball-sized hail is also confirmed back over in 5 miles north of Heiko as well. All right. Yeah, that tornado warning is in a really bad radar hole. That's the problem with that. I mean, we were looking at the warning down here, but it's just in such a bad little radar spot. It makes it kind of unfortunate to look at here. And this is DFW. I mean, we can go to this one. It's in a bad little spot, which isn't good. I mean, Palestine is a pretty populated area, but yeah, it's kind of in a bad spot. Again, this is a tornado warning that is in a little bit of a less populated area, but it is going towards Palestine, which is a bit more populated. So we'll have to watch this closely. I'll keep a close eye on it if anything develops, but yeah, it is in a bad radar hole, which makes it 2 times harder to really figure out what's going on there. But the rotation is still located just to the west of Interstate 45 right now. All right, we're going to stay on this storm for right now. Yeah, this is the one that we've had now reports of a wall cloud. We've had reports of a brief tornado, according to one of my viewers. Yeah, so that person just said that was right about the Heiko area, that there's a brief tornado. I have to fix my post. I did not mean to say confirmed. I'm going to say possible. Let's do this. Possible. All right. Warning has been updated, and I believe... No, we're still not in a tornado possible, which is kind of surprising. But again, this is still an ongoing storm that is producing damaging winds up to 60. $half sized hail. And backside of the storm looks kind of interesting, but this is our current look at the velocities. So, again, we've had a report of a wall cloud possibility, maybe some scud clouds at least, and that is currently to the northeast of Heiko, moving down to the southeast right now towards Walnut Springs. Meridian will be in the track of this as well, so if you're in Meridian, just a little heads up, that storm is heading your direction. And again, severe storms ongoing across the or just west of the Metroplex and to the north, one of which is west of Flower Mound, and another one back up near Sherman and Gainesville. Those are both producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. And we also have a tornado warning ongoing back near Buffalo. This is still a little bit of a concerning area. This storm's produced multiple funnel clouds and also a couple of brief tornadoes. But for right now, it's definitely a bit less of a significant tornado risk. But there, again, make sure you stay in shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. We're going to stay on the Heiko storm again, or Heiko storm. See if there's any other reports here. Yeah, we've had a lot of reports in the last several minutes on that storm. In Heiko, we have another report just as of now of quarter-sized hail is still falling a few miles to the northeast of Heiko. So that's going to be in here. Oops, that's a highlighter. Back up in here. That is where we still have ongoing at least quarter-sized hail falling. That's the latest report there. And funnel cloud has been reported with this storm. Had a possible tornado with this storm. We've not yet had any confirmation, though, of either. So, see what happens. We'll see what happens. Interesting stuff, though, happening here. I'm going to go over to Facebook again, see if there's any other messages here. Not yet. Yeah, it's got some photo. I got more photos of the Stephenville storm. Wish we had some on the storm here near Heiko. None right now. All right. Go back over to here. If you have any photos or videos, by the way, feel free to send them in to me by Facebook Messenger. You can send them in to me by Twitter, email me. All those links are in the description below. If you're looking for my email, it's at the very, very bottom of the thing bobber there, the description. I have some other photos coming out. Rockwall, I had a video from earlier. Let's see what this is. It's actually kind of funny. You can hear him play my live stream in the background. That's out of Rockwall from earlier. Very small hail. Pretty cool. Some people actually watch me on TV, believe it or not, which is really cool. I'm guessing a few of you guys might be watching on TV. This is another cool photo. It's kind of sidewards. I don't know if I can fix this, but that's a cool cloud photo. I wish I could fix it. It'll look better. But that's out of that's Matthew out of Louisville. Let's go over to here. Double checking to see if we have anything new. So yeah, again, there might have been a brief wall cloud. I'm looking at that right now. And there's a little bit of mid-level rotation with this cell right now near Heiko, but nothing too concerning at this time being. We could see a brief tornado, though, with this at any time. So we'll keep you posted with the latest on that. National Weather Service of Fort Worth has gotten my message, by the way. I did mention that there might have been a tornado here, so for those that are wondering, I've passed along the information. We don't not need to spam the National Weather Service, but they have gotten my message. There may have been a brief tornado here, so at this point, that's what we know. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if this does get tornado warned, but at this point, the storm is just falling apart. It's not been overly organized for a while now. There's still damaging winds, that's without a doubt. We're still looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's still hail, but the supercell size, it's become super small. I mean, we're looking at a hail core here west of Walnut Springs, fairly small area to begin with. So yeah, again, we're not really looking at a whole lot in terms of severe weather with this storm, probably in the long term. Still could see some stuff in the short term, but the storm is beginning to weaken out. And I know Reed Timmer's been on this one for a while, so it is probably weakening a little bit, but we'll see if it does do anything. I mean, this is a 1 hour loop, by the way, for those that are curious on this storm. You kind of see how it's gradually, it hasn't really like decreased in intensity super fast or anything like that, but it has decreased in intensity very, very gradually. It was much bigger before. It's starting to become a bit smaller. That doesn't mean we won't see severe weather, and it doesn't mean that the storm's going to fizzle out entirely. It just means the supercell is becoming a bit smaller, which means the threat of severe weather becomes a bit more small scale. Because before, this thing was massive going through Gorman and Stephenville. It was huge. You can go back 2 hours, and you can look at this. This is 2 hours back. It was huge before. It's kind of weakened a little bit. So, but it is moving towards actually Waco right now. So this might go kind of towards Waco and Hillsboro. We'll see what happens there. And this is a 2 hour loop across this entire area as well, if you're curious. Okay, we got our tornado warning. This tornado was on the ground for quite a while, from what we know, but yeah, it's been interesting. We do have an update on a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for... let's figure out what this warning's for. So this is going to be for Longview, Texas. That's back over here. This is a tornado possible storm back over near Longview. Interestingly enough, this is a storm near Tyler as well that is currently producing ping pong ball sized hail, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. We have a tornado possible label on the storm as well. Some very broad rotation embedded in that storm near Winona and as well as near Big Sandy. Not too concerned about this right now, but I would be keeping a close eye on this if you're in this region because there is a little bit of rotation, but I'll keep a close eye on that. That's definitely rain-wrapped rotation too, going towards Longview, Texas. And brand new warning out that direction. Still have an ongoing tornado warning back down here near Buffalo. Again, funnel cloud was reported quite recently, so make sure you're staying away from windows on that one. A couple of storms ongoing near Springtown and Boyd and south of Decatur as well. Those are moving east right now, producing 60 mile per hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. These have not become organized at all, though. But we're still looking at a damaging wind threat at the bare minimum. No tornado risk right now in that storm. And then back down here near Hyco is where we had a viewer report a brief tornado at one point, and we've also had a few people mention that there may have been a wall cloud with this, so that's what we're looking at there as well. See if there's any other reports here. All right, nope, none as of right now. All right. Actually, let me check Facebook again. Nope, nothing there. All right. Reed spotted a tornado, did he? Tornado's forming. I keep closing out his stream and going back in. Let me check again. Alright, let me go back a little bit here. Don't see anything yet. Maybe something forming there? Looks like there might be like a small lowering, but... yeah, it's trying. It's definitely trying to form a tornado. Which again, I'm kind of surprised this hasn't been tornado warned at this point. I mean, I already relayed the report that there was a brief tornado with this. But the other thing is, the storm is just losing some of its intensity. This is the velocities right now. If there were to be a tornado, it would be here over Iredell. And if we go a bit higher up into the atmosphere, again, you can see there is probably at least a, some sort of wall cloud of some sort there near Iredell. There's definitely some stronger rotation aloft, but closer to the surface, it is very, very weak right now. And it's going to take a lot to make this tornado develop right now. This is an area that I thought there would be a tornado for sure today. And so far, this has possibly been our first one. We possibly saw one over in Hyco, but yeah, I'm watching the stream. I'm not seeing anything too fine right now for a tornado. This spinning a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, we'll keep you posted with the latest if anything changes there. But yeah, again, this is a storm that had produced a brief tornado at one point and that sort of thing, so it's very weak rotation to say the least. It's not overly strong, but it does have that shape. You can see it on radar here. It has a very defined area of hail. That's typical with most supercells. And then we have a little hook here. That's your inflow. Tornado will be located most likely right there. That's what it's trying to do right now. So again, currently severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado is possible with this. So if you're anywhere near Meridian, should definitely seek shelter. North of Lampasas, Texas, we have another rotating wall cloud. That's 15 miles north of Lampasas. Gotta figure out where this actually exactly is. So that's near Adamsville. That's the storm back down west of Waco. So there's apparently a rotating wall cloud back down west of Waco. It's pretty far west of Waco, but this is right now what we're looking at. So back over here, this storm apparently just reported of a rotating wall cloud. This is your rotation. It's broad at the surface again, but near the upper levels in the loft, that's probably a bit stronger. That's south of Avant. That is an ongoing wall cloud that was just reported down that direction. So we have another rotating wall cloud. But a lot of these storms that are rotating in the upper levels. The lower level is starting to... It's been struggling a bit, though. That's the problem. Yeah, Rita's currently looking at rotation, by the way, for those that are wondering. It is above his head, actually, but there's nothing really rotating that strongly. I mean, the rotation in the mid-levels is struggling, I'm telling you. It has been struggling with some of these storms. But... it's interesting. I'm literally watching a stream on my other monitor right now. But yeah. And there's some rotation. It's been struggling, though. And that's a problem. I mean, honestly, the lower level winds have been much weaker than what was forecasted, to say the least. Lampasas. Thank you. Lampasas. Lampasas. All right, we'll do that. Lake Limestone, I'm pretty sure that's where that tornado warning is right now. We'll go down to that here real quick. So the tornado warning is still ongoing back down here near Interstate 45. The rotation is located back near Buffalo. I don't know where exactly Lake Limestone is, but this is where that tornado warned area is. That's where our rotation is located. So that's what we're looking at, near Buffalo. Again, the rotation's been pretty broad here for quite a while. Let's go back down to here. New radar scan should come in here in a second. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation. Again, no tornado, though, at this point from what we've seen. Here's the latest radar scan. Look at this storm. It's still going pretty crazy here. Yeah, we have rotation right here near Iredell. That's where Reed Timmer is right now. This storm has been producing some rotation, but right now, nothing on the ground. It's been really weak, low-level rotation. Stronger upper-level rotation, though, for sure. So that's the area that we have some rotation right now. Moving to the east-southeast. So make sure, again, that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in Meridian, just in case that does end up dropping. Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Just a quick update on the other storms. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings near the Red River. We have an ongoing severe storm west of Keller and Justin. This is west of DFW, producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Back down here, again, that is the storm that has some rotation. Not produced a tornado yet, but there is a little bit of rotation there. Storm down here near Avant, as well as Gatesville, has been producing a wall cloud recently, so this may start to rotate a bit. And then back over here near Buffalo, that is where a tornado warning is still ongoing. This has had a history of producing a tornado, but it is right now still radar indicated. But a tornado could happen at any time. Back near Tyler, Texas, that is where we're still seeing an ongoing severe storm near Winona, Longview, and as well as going towards Lakeport. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. A tornado is possible with that storm, so we'll keep posted with the latest there. All right. I do not use Radar Omega, no. Hail and a tornado siren near Collinsville. If a tornado siren's going off, it's probably for a severe thunderstorm warning. Sirens have been going off in North Texas a lot for just regular severe storms that are not necessarily tornado warning storms. Yeah, if you're in Collinsville, you're just looking at possibly some small hail or whatever it might be, but there's no severe weather up there right now at this time. There's a little area storm zone moving in. So again, no tornado on the ground or anything like that up here. Just they play the tornado sirens for actual severe storms too. This is not even severe, but yeah, a lot of places do just play those just in case, but usually it's not for a tornado. Still monitoring the storms back over here near DFW. We'll keep a close eye on those. Yeah, let's go back down to here for right now. Also, I do want to look at something real quick. I meant to show this like 2 hours ago, but I forgot. The satellite imagery is kind of cool. Here in North Texas. This is the satellite imagery here. Go a little bit closer view of things here. And let's do this. Satellite imagery is really cool here in North Texas. This is the last, like, hour or so. Last couple of hours. Keep closing out of this. I'm trying to zoom down here. Whatever. Let's do that. So, yeah, this is what we're looking at on the satellite imagery. You can see the storms developing. This was the tornadic supercell. It's developed back down near Buffalo. That's produced a tornado a few times. This is that long-tracked hailstorm that's moving a bit more southeast now. You can see that here. And then another one down over here. That's the storm that has a wall cloud ongoing right now. And then the other one that's now developing. And then here's your area of storms that's now developing, or has been ongoing for a while. And you can see all the dry air behind it. It's actually a little bit blowing dust, it looks like, behind it as well. Kind of trying to pop up on here. But, yeah, again, this is a pretty well-defined area where your dry line is right now. It's actually a bit further back like here. But that's your dry line. And, again, those are your supercells. After this is all done, we're done for the night. But this is what we have to get through first. We got a cell here, cell here. We got another cell here, cell here. Yeah, it's pretty much what we forecasted. It's just not to the intensity as it was supposed to be. Because if we go back to the radar here, actually, we'll do this. Yeah, this is a live view of Lantana. But if we go back to the live radar here, again, the storms have not been as intense as forecasted. We still have pretty much the same as what was forecasted, but not necessarily to the extent that it was supposed to be. They're not as intense. They are pretty much where they were supposed to be at this exact time. But you can see here, this storm's well further to the south and east than what was forecasted. This one up here, again, is moving towards DFW, but a lot less intense. This one down here was in the forecast, but again, a lot less intense. This one was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. This tornado warning down here that's produced a tornado. And the other area back north of Denton, that's also an interesting area that we've been looking at for a little bit of hail. So, see what happens there. But interesting to say the least what's been happening here. More West Texas dust to breathe in. I know. It's unfortunate. You know, the pollen's been awful, too. My throat, by the way, I'm actually a little bit sick again. I didn't lose my voice this time, but I do have a little bit of a lesser voice than I usually do. My throat's a little bit sore, but I'm not doing too bad. I've actually managed to go, we're about 4 hours in now. I've been able to go 4 hours without losing my voice by any means, so that's good. I've lost it like a little bit, but not really that much, so. What's the time for the storm near Boyd going towards Justin? That storm will be arriving probably in the next 20-ish minutes. I'll put a little time guide on this for those that are in the track of this. I messed up the timing. Let me do that again. So here's your timing. We'll do a little area here. Moving a bit more southeast. This is your timing right now. So Denton will be about 6:53 on this. Possibly a little bit earlier. I think it's going to be slightly earlier than that. This is a little bit delayed. Flower Mound 7:04, Grapevine 7:10, Louisville 7:10, Bedford right around 7:12, Euless 7:16, Carrollton 7:22, Allen 7:34, Plano 7:34, Richardson 7:35, Garland 7:44, and Rolette right around 7:50. Again, that is moving to the east-southeast. This is still producing the threat for damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail. This has not yet evolved into any sort of tornadic supercell. Has maybe some signs of it, but it has not organized by any means. So we're not really concerned about a tornado threat right now with that storm. The one down here near Meridian has had a bit more concern on that sort of end. You still have a little bit of rotation here. It's been broad for a while. There are definitely high winds up to 60, along with some hail. But again, not too concerning right now. And tornado warning still ongoing for Freestone County and Leon County in Texas. That is going for at least another 23 minutes. This is currently for the threat of a radar-indicated tornado that has not changed. I'll go and show you guys this anyways. This is the ongoing tornado warning. Again, it has been radar-indicated for quite a while, but Buffalo, Oakwood, all in the threat right now of this little tornado-warned cell. Again, rotation has not been overly strong recently, but a tornado could occur at any time. Going towards Oakland, Elkhart, Grape Land will be in the track of it eventually. That is moving off to the east-northeast. So we'll keep a close eye on that one if anything does end up developing. We're still keeping a very close eye on the storm near Meridian. Meridian is a lot more populated than areas elsewhere with these other storms right now, so. Buffalo, Texas, another rotating wall cloud was just reported, so. That's what we have out of there. All right, let's go back over to here. I'm going to go back to this again. If you have any questions, by the way, feel free to leave them in the chat. I'll be answering a few questions here if you have any questions about the storms that are ongoing. If you have questions regarding Tuesday, again, make sure to watch my latest forecast. That's all the details for you there. All right, let's go over to here. All right. Where's the dry line right now? That is back out to the west, so we'll kind of draw it on the map. But this is basically where the dry line is right now. If you're west of the dry line, you are done for the rest of today and tonight. If you're east of there, that means anywhere near, like, you know, again, west of Interstate 35 in this area here, that is where storms are still ongoing. You still have a threat for severe weather for the next hour or two, and this dry line by like 7:30 will probably be right about here. 8:30 will probably be about here, and 9:30 probably about here or so. So that's kind of what the timing of the dry line will be. So if you're like Dallas, Plano, you have a chance for severe weather through about 8:30. And then this storm over here near Weatherford, you still have a chance for severe weather through, I'd say, about, you know, the next 30 minutes. But like Argyle, Denton, Tarrant County, those areas right now, probably until about 7:30 will be your chance for severe storms, which we're still seeing a little bit of storm activity here. Let's go to our live cam feed out of Lantana because storms are starting to approach. This is your live cam right now looking to the north. That is looking towards that storm that is right now back up in northern Denton County. So we'll keep a close eye on this as these storms do end up approaching. For sure. It's definitely something to watch out for. All right. Thank you, American Patriot, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, real quick, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break. I'll be back in about 45 seconds. Stay tuned. If you have any questions, leave them in the chat. I'll get to them in a moment. Well, after the break, we'll go ahead and talk about more on the warnings that are ongoing, what's up for the rest of the night, and as well as any other storms that might be rotating. We'll be talking about that in about 60 seconds. Stay tuned. While I take a quick break, I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder to hit that red button down below and subscribe. That way you never miss an accurate and honest forecast from Max Velocity. Also, make sure to hit that bell icon and click all so you receive all notifications when I go live or I have a video forecast for you. Also, hit the like button down below as well. Helps our page out a lot. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support our page above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99 per month. All you need to do is click that little join button and you can select from 4 different tiers, which will give you different benefits from bloopers access to exclusive forecasts. You will also get a shout out here on our live stream. We'll be right back. All right, I am back. Yeah, I filled my water bottle again. Gone through a good 3 waters throughout this live stream. We're 4 hours in, by the way. This is, I think, my longest live stream I've had in a while. Actually, it's not my longest. The longest live stream we've had recently was that that DFW tornado warnings that we had. We had a couple weeks ago. That live stream lasted about 5 hours, I think. So we're pretty much close to that. But let's go back through everything that's happening right now. We'll kind of give you a breakdown of what's happening and any storms that have any concerning features over the next really 30 to 60 minutes in the short term, the storms that are approaching DFW. Let's kind of break all that stuff down right now. So let's begin with the north. We'll begin really with the storms that are currently coming into the Metroplex. We still have some storms here that are producing some gusty winds and small hail. None of these are really severe right now, but they very well could become severe at some point down the road. More concerning storm is the one back down near Boyd. This one's actually becoming more organized, and the threat for a possible large hail and maybe a tornado may exist with this as it starts to evolve. This is becoming a bit more shaped like a supercell. So Something to watch here for sure near Springtown. Let's go ahead and check out the velocities. This is currently producing some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but nothing right now in the cell that is indicative of a actual, like, rotation right now. So nothing too concerning yet, but it is going to be something to watch for as this moves into the Metroplex. Again, we still have a primed environment for severe weather for the next hour or two in North Texas before that threat of severe weather shifts to the east of Interstate 35 and into really areas in eastern North Texas. A storm that has had a history of having at least a wall cloud and a funnel cloud is back near Walnut Springs. This one currently is still rotating back to the west-northwestern meridian near 6. That is moving down to the southeast right now. Still something to keep in mind is that could produce a tornado at some point down the road. There's another storm southwest of Gatesville. This one is not currently producing a tornado, but there is some rotation intensifying here southwest of Gatesville. So there's a little bit of rotation there. We'll have to keep a close eye on it. But for right now, no tornado on the ground, but something to watch for. That is going to be eventually approaching Waco in the next couple of hours. And we still have a tornado warning ongoing back near Buffalo. This has been producing, has had a history, of producing a tornado, but this is starting to weaken, it looks like, a bit. But something to still stay in shelter in if you are still included in that warning. We do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those back up to the north of Denton. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County, as well as going back through Salina, as well as going even into areas like Cowie. This is currently for the threat of damaging winds up to 60, and as well as the threat for some quarter-sized hail. So a brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. And I have a lot of other reports coming in, by the way, of rotation, so I'm going to go and check those out here in a second. So we still have a lot of stuff to break down in the next few minutes. Let me first post this warning to Facebook. So we can get that done, and we'll go over to the other stuff here in a second. Again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Denton County, Cook County, Racing County, and as well as Collin County. This is definitely more of a damaging wind threat, I would say, as it moves down to the south and east. All right, we have some more photos, videos, all that sort of stuff coming in. Big Sandy, Texas, and Hawkins, Texas. We have a report of rotation. So Big Sandy, Texas, that is where we have a report of rotation. I can't figure out where that is exactly. That is over actually back on the other storm over this direction. So we have a report of now rotation back near Longview, Texas. This is currently for the threat of some rotation. This is near Kilgore. So we've had a report of rotation on this cell. There is actually some rotation inside of the storm. If you look at that there, you could see a possible brief tornado out of this thing moving towards Longview. So if you're in this area, make sure you're getting away from windows, seeking shelter, that sort of thing. Maybe a little bit of rotation there near that hail core. In addition to that, we have a few other photos coming in. Trying to see if we have anything else here. A lot of photos that are varying here. Storms are moving into the Metroplex, nothing too new. All right, so that's all pretty much what we've already seen. All right, so yeah, again, we're going to watch this area of storms pretty closely here. We do have a live cam view out of Lantana. We are keeping a close eye on as well. This is the live view. Storms are starting to approach Lantana for reference. If you're wondering, oh, look at that person in the park. Actually see it. Back down, I can't draw on the screen. Back over at the bottom left of your screen. There's actually people at the park, which is kind of surprising. Storms are about to kind of impact the area. Might get kind of split in between, though, because if we look at the radar here, this is where Lantana is. It's right here. So, again, storms will probably impact Lantana to some extent, but the current storms, this is going this direction, that's going this direction. Got a little bit of a break in the action here in the middle, so see what happens. But, yeah, again, that's another area that we're watching for that threat of a, a tornado threat. Back near Meridian, this is what we're looking at here. We still have some rotation on this storm. It's been kind of hit or miss, though. Upper level rotation's been strong. Lower level rotation's been very weak. And you can really clearly see that. I mean, the rotation's much stronger aloft. We still probably have a wall cloud to some extent, but just near the surface, this thing is not rotating very well. So we're not really looking at a whole lot of rotation there, but something to watch out for. New tornado warning was issued for Grapeland. That's going to go until 7:15, and I'm guessing so much that Elkhart will be included in a warning as well. So tornado warning has been issued there. We're still watching that storm closely, but so far there's not been any big developments with that storm recently. All right, got all that stuff there. If you want more information about Tuesday, please watch my video today. I am not talking about that on the live stream because I've made a whole entire video on it today. There's nothing that's changed. That's, the reason why I'm not talking about it. We've already kind of discussed that in the video today. I will be going live probably tomorrow night for a full-blown discussion stream like what we did the other day with the high risk of severe weather. I'll probably do another discussion stream just like that, so you can ask questions, all that sort of stuff. So stay tuned tomorrow night at about 8 o'clock, probably. You're making hot dogs for dinner? That'd be great. Love some sort of food. I'm hungry. It's 4 hours into the stream. El Dorado still at a risk for severe weather through about 8 to 9 o'clock. All right, let's go back to the storm near Boyd. The storm near Boyd is starting to develop into a bit more of a stronger supercell here. But again, not a whole lot of rotation. It looks to still be outflow driven, so see what happens with this one. This one's going to enter the Metroplex, so we definitely have a hail potential with it. And again, something to watch for as it moves into the Metroplex. The low-level winds have been surprisingly weaker than I thought. So, yeah. Houston, Texas is under a tornado warning. The county. It's kind of funny. There's a county called Houston, and it's this. It's Crockett. It's the downtown area. This is apparently Houston, Texas. I had no clue there was a Houston County that went under the name of this area here. That is so... It's kind of misleading, to be honest. Alright, let's see if there's any other warnings here that are new. Oh, alright, so this is the most recent warning that was issued, by the way. The one back over here, near Sanger, as well as northern Denton County, northern Collin County, southern portions of Grayson and Cook County, all included in that current severe thunderstorm warning. You might have to refresh 6-pack. Yeah, Paris will get hit by this northern stuff here. There's actually a storm over here. Probably just going to be at most like nickel-sized hail and maybe gusty winds. Not really anything too severe. Heavy rain and pea-sized hail in Sanger. Thank you for the report, Bob. Yeah, this has underperformed massively. I mean, honestly, I still thought, even this morning, like, I thought it was being way under-talked about, and I still think it has been. I mean, this was not really talked about, like, at all. Like, I literally was on Facebook all day yesterday. This event was hardly talked about. People were, like, saying, up to quarter-sized hail, up to, like, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, you know, and that's pretty much what's actually happened, by the way. I'm not even gonna lie, but, like, the potential was there for a really significant severe weather event. But the low-level winds have been way weaker than I thought. I mean, like, really, like, they were supposed to be much stronger. We might be able to pull it up actually on here. Let me see if I can. I can look at the actual low-level winds right now, but they are much, much weaker than what they were supposed to get to. And they are actually, they're a bit higher down here to the south. And this is where the tornado warning has been ongoing. We had a confirmed tornado with this. Low-level winds are closer to 40 to 45 miles per hour. This storm is now just entering into 35 to 40 mile per hour lower level winds. So the wind speeds have been much, much weaker than what was really forecasted. To be able to help rotate some of these supercells. The low-level jet as well is stronger actually back over here. Exactly what I thought, by the way. I thought the low-level jet would be the strongest here. This is where I kind of thought, hey, this is where the tornado threat will be the highest, is like right in here. Not really as far south as Waco, but this was kind of where I thought there would be an increased tornado potential. That's where I thought the highest threat would be, which we've actually possibly seen a tornado out of the high coast storm. Now, I had a report of that. We had a couple of different reports of a possible tornado that briefly occurred there. But at this point, there's nothing that's been absolutely confirmed there. I just had a few reports of that from a couple of viewers. But that is the area that the low-level jet has met with, as well as the strong low-level winds. Things have come together. Just it's not strong enough for this sort of environment, which, again, I was not entirely expecting. I thought it would be a bit stronger than this. I thought there would be a few tornadoes, which I'll definitely admit. I mean, I really thought this would be a bit bigger of an event than what it was. But regardless, we're still seeing, I mean, we're not seeing significant severe weather, but we're seeing severe weather that is still, you know, at least scattered. I mean, we've been seeing, you know, severe storms still ongoing. We had our round 1, we had our round 2. That's all, you know, that all happened. Just the round 2 of storms was much, much weaker than forecasted. I think the round 1, to be honest, was actually stronger than what was forecasted. So, interesting stuff there. Again, busts happen. I wouldn't say this is a bust by any means. It's just much, I would say, underperformed for sure. That's the easiest way to put this. But again, we could still see some significant severe weather. I mean, it's not out of the question. We've seen some significant severe weather already. Our highest hailstone size so far today was tennis ball sized. That was kind of the maximum hailstone size I expected yesterday. Today I thought it would be up to baseball size, but again, the difference is kind of small. We had tennis ball sized hail, I think, back near Heiko. That was where we had a report of that. So Yeah, I mean, again, I'll take it. It did underperform. I'm honestly glad. I always say this, like, I really wish all my forecasts underperformed, because, you know, we don't need all the damage and all that. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County and Tarrant County. This is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. And cloud to ground lightning is also possible with this. So, yeah, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Also includes northeast Parker and southeast Wise County. This goes until 7:45. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail is possible. And make sure you're getting indoors if you're in this area. There is a lot of outdoor events happening out here in the DFW Metroplex today. Please get indoors. Like, please. We do not need people outdoors. A lot of lightning with the storm is probably going to happen as well. Radar for Paris. There's a Durant radar site coming up. It's going to be out in a couple months, I'm pretty sure. It'll help to fill that radar hole. Sunny in Springtown. Yeah, you'll be clearing out over the next, like, 20 minutes. You'll be probably done for tonight. Yeah. I do think that, again, this kind of did underperform, but I'm glad it underperformed than it overperforming. We had that recently. We had obviously the, I wouldn't say, I don't know if I would consider the high-risk day to be an overperformance. I think it was kind of fair, to be honest. What do you guys think? Do you think Friday was like an over or underperformance with the risks that were in play? I think it was kind of fair. I don't think there was really a whole lot of over or underperforming there. That's just my opinion, though. This storm, by the way, still has a hook on it. There is a funnel cloud at the bare minimum with this. I would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning near Meridian, but for right now, this is still an ongoing storm that's producing half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So rotation is picking up on this, though, for sure. Again, this is near Meridian right now. Tornado watch has also just been condensed, so if you're anywhere not in the tornado watch anymore, you're done for tonight. Stephenville's done. Again, west of the dry line, which your dry line is literally located right here. So if you're anywhere west of here, you are done for tonight. But again, this storm is starting to rotate again. And an interesting supercell. Yeah, I know, Reed's been following this one for a while. Yeah, I think Friday was pretty fair. People get mad when I say bust. Okay, I don't really care. Just a term that you use, but again, I wouldn't say this was a bust. I'd probably say that just underperformed. Because again, this if it was a bust, we would have seen severe weather, or we would have seen like 2 warnings, and that'd have been it. This was not a bust. I mean, you could say the tornado risk was a bust, but even then, I don't think it really was a bust. So yeah, just overall, I wouldn't say this was a bust. No, I really haven't had there haven't been a whole lot of busts recently in North Texas. The most recent one that I remember was a moderate risk day that we had last year in like early May or late April. I can't remember what it was, but that was a bust for North Texas. But back up in North Central Texas, it was a complete tornado outbreak. So yeah, completely different there. How's it going, Destiny? I know, I'm telling you, underperforming things are so great to hear. They really are. I'd rather forecast underperforming things than overperforming things, because, you know, overperforming things get pretty hectic, and I bet you probably saw that on Friday. It was really hectic that entire time. It was super, super busy all day Friday. So, yeah. Hey, no problem, Jenna. I'll still be live here for the next probably hour at least. Still covering this stuff. And after this, I'm going to go get Blaze Pizza and eat something nice, because I've been live for almost 5 hours now. I'll treat myself to something, because I've been live for almost 5 hours. I haven't done a long live stream like this, really, at all in the last 3 months, and I do appreciate, by the way, all your support on the videos recently. It means the world. I gotta mention, like, I have not been doing that many live streams recently. I've intentionally not done as many live streams to focus on North Texas weather. This is North Texas weather, by the way. It's just, one thing is, I've had too many things going on the days that significant weather happens, which literally this past Friday, I couldn't go live, other than that, like, little morning stream or whatever. But I really do appreciate everybody watching the videos and stuff. I'm not trying to, like, shift my gears toward videos because I love doing live streams. It's more of that, with college and doing this, it's a lot to balance. And I bet anybody could agree with that. Doing full-time college and this is super difficult. So, I just gotta throw that out there. Like, I try to go live as much as possible. Obviously, I will not be live for every event. We do have a tornado warning that has now been issued for those back in Meridian. This is not surprising. Brand new tornado warning has now been issued for those back over in Meridian. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, brand new tornado warning has been issued. This is for Meridian. Again, this has been a storm that has been rotating for literally over an hour. It's been a long-tracked rotating supercell. Again, tornado is now, or not on the ground, but there's a radar-indicated tornado warning here. Reed Timmer's been on it for quite a while. I know that for a fact. Again, this is now an ongoing tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, that is a brand new tornado warning for Meridian. Let's go over to the velocities. Again, the upper level rotation's been much stronger. The surface rotation's been a bit weaker. This is the current look at the velocities. Very strong rotation right now. A little bit higher up. That's just a little bit off the surface. We're seeing very strong rotation. So at the bare minimum, there's a funnel cloud or a wall cloud. Surface is a little bit weaker, but that is, again, a ongoing tornado warning here near Meridian. Seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is, again, in Hill County, as well as Most County. I don't know how to say that, but that is the latest area that is currently in this ongoing tornado warning. Thank you for $5 super chat from DK. I remember the coverage of your Ian live stream, and that overperformed. I wouldn't say it really overperformed, though. I kind of expected all of that to happen, like, days out. I think a lot of people did, but obviously it was not something that we wanted to see, for sure. I did a whole live coverage of that at night. Will I be live at 9? Probably not, no. I'm gonna go live as long as there's still tornado warnings on the map. I'm probably gonna end the live stream at 8, though, Central. So probably an hour. Unless there's still some stuff going on. I'll be live through DFW, that's for sure. I'll be live here through DFW. I was on a cruise ship during Ian. That is crazy. I cannot imagine being on a cruise ship during Hurricane Ian. And for those that are just tuning in, an ongoing area of rotation is currently centered over Meridian. This is an ongoing tornado warning. Again, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Away from windows. Thank you, by the way, Ryan, for sending that in. I appreciate it. I just saw that on Twitter. Thanks. Take a closer look at it later. See if we have any other reports. We do have nickel-sized hail that was reported in Spring Hill, Louisiana. Yeah, this tornado warning is still ongoing. Quarter-sized hail was reported in Gladewater, Texas. Just catching up on a few other reports I've not seen, and that is it for those right now. We have another tornado warning that was just issued for Anderson and Leon County. That is the tornado warning that we've been talking about, the one in Buffalo. We're going to primarily focus on this one. That is currently ongoing again for Meridian. This is a storm that has been rotating for about an hour now or more. Again, has had reports of a wall cloud at one point. We had a funnel cloud as well. So make sure again that you're seeking shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building if you're still included in this warning. Oh, sorry, by the way. All the membership notifications come through at this exact time. I don't know why, so I do apologize if you're getting those notifications on the screen. Did Pilot Point have confirmed hail? From what I know, no. But there might have been. I'm not entirely sure. It's raining in Lantana. Let me actually, real quickly, we're going to go to the live cam when we have a little break in the action here. Here's Lantana right now. It's Lantana, Texas. Some clouds, a little bit clearing behind it. You can see behind it all the dry air. And, yeah, Lantana is going to get passed here by that storm, it looks like. We're going to go back to the tornado warning. Is Decatur good for the night? Decatur is not done. Or wait, let me actually double check. I think you are done. Yeah, Decatur's done. Never mind. Sorry, I thought the storm was a bit further back to the west. You're done for tonight. Decatur's done. Wise County, Parker County, you're done. Monte County's done. Jack County, obviously anywhere behind the tornado watch, you're done. But Wise County and Parker County are now done from severe weather. Unless you're in this far southeast quadrant or northeast quadrant of those two counties, there is still some lightning, so stay indoors. Obviously, there's still definitely some lightning out there. All right, here's the latest on this little storm here near Meridian. Again, we still have some rotation located a couple of miles now to the east of Meridian. That is where rotation does continue. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We've had at least a wall cloud at the bare minimum with this storm. It is still a very aggressive rotating supercell here, moving down to the east-southeast. But again, stay in shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you don't have an option without windows being a thing, bathroom is always a good idea. Anything that is very interior, like a tub, that's where you gotta go right now. Again, Whitney is gonna be on the track of this over the next several minutes. Meridian is right now over top of that rotation for the next about minute or so. So is there a significant threat for East Texas, specifically for Rose City and Fate area? Not really significant, but there is still a chance for all modes of severe weather through probably about midnight or so, so still have a way to receive alerts and all that sort of stuff. But nothing in particular that I'm, like, you're definitely going to see in the short term. And this tornado warning is still ongoing for Meridian. It goes until 7:45. Make sure you're staying in shelter, away from windows, the lowest floor possible. We'll keep you posted. If there's any strengthening in the rotation, we'll definitely double check the correlation coefficient. All right, we do have a report of a wall cloud on this storm as well, which, again, it was kind of already given. We just had a new report, though, of a wall cloud with this storm. So just keep that in the back of your head. Again, a wall cloud is ongoing. That does not mean a tornado is going to happen imminently, but it could happen at any point. So, again, make sure you're in your safe place. This is, again, where that rotation will be located. It's right there around Meridian. Pretty defined hook. It's a pretty classic supercell. It's a very small supercell, too. This thing was large back near Stephenville. It has shrunk in size, but it is still producing some rotation. We have a clean inflow into the storm. The problem with all the storms that we've seen so far today with a tornado risk has been the literally, it's been, crazy enough, it has been the low-level winds. They have struggled to help to rotate these supercells. So that's been good news so far. We'll see if that can happen with this. But right now, again, Meridian is right now in the track of this, or right now over that tornado rotation. If there's any sort of tornado dropping, it would be probably just to the east of Meridian. But right now, there is a confirmed or at least reported wall cloud just to the east of Meridian. No problem, Pam. Report of baseball-sized hail near Longview as well, which these storms over here near Longview have been insane. Golf ball-sized hail has been confirmed in Longview. This storm's been pretty crazy to say the least as well. This is the live radar. I'll show it real quick and we'll go back. That hail core has been crazy. That's going towards Tatum. We still have tornado warnings back near Palestine as well. We've had a lot of stuff ongoing, a lot of different warnings. Let's go back down to this radar site real quick. Just a quick update on the storm near Gatesville. Small hook there, not a whole lot of rotation though at this current time. This storm is still very concerning near Meridian if it's able to drop a tornado, which again, all these storms so far today have struggled to produce a tornado at this point. And this one is starting to lose its rotation again near the surface, which it's been like that for a while. Not a whole lot of changes from the surface rotation. A bit higher up, we have not gotten a new radar scan there. We're going to have a new one here in a second, so we'll glance at that here in a moment. Heavy rain and wind in Argyle. Thank you for the report. It's raining in North Lake in Argyle with the big sun shining. Look at this. This is actually kind of cool. Let me go to the other screen here real quick. We have a quick, like, 10 seconds before the next radar scan. Look at the right side of your screen. You can see the big supercell cloud, and it's a bunch of clearing behind it. That's in Lantana. It's really dark. The supercell that's kind of over near Lantana. But, yeah, it's, again, right now in Lantana, Texas. Hopefully those people in the park made it to shelter. It looks like there's a car there, so they probably went in the car or something, but that is Lantana. Pretty cool stuff. I should have looked at it a little while ago, but that is the wrong screen. Let's go to that one. There we go. Yeah, rotation's weakening again with this. Lower level rotation has been struggling. It looks as if it's trying still, but Again, this has been a storm that has had rotation on and off, and it still has an inflow. Let's just say that. It still has a strong inflow, has a hook. That's where the rotation's located, but again, I'm not seeing anything that's going to really indicate that there's an ongoing threat for a tornado. But there could be one at some point down the road. We had a report of a wall cloud a few moments ago, so still something to watch out for, but the rotation's been very on and off with this storm so far. Apparently up in Huntley, Illinois, there was a report of ping pong ball-sized hail. I don't know how accurate that is. That might be a glitch. I don't think Illinois is seeing anything right now. No, there's nothing in Illinois. All right, that was a glitch report. Never mind. I say Illinois is not seeing anything today. I'm pretty sure a high-pressure system's dominating that area. All right, let's go a bit further up to the north. For those that are wondering, no rotation right now with any of these storms in DFW. So we're not concerned about a tornado threat right now. Could there be one some down the road? Possibly, but these storms have not been really anywhere capable of producing rotation. Keep you posted if anything changes, but DFW is kind of out of the mix right now for a tornado risk in the next hour or two. But we'll keep you posted. Things may change. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. A lot of lightning with these storms and a lot of rain as well, and gusty winds. These storms are both producing up to quarter-sized hail and damaging winds up to 60 across the Metroplex, so just make sure you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as these storms do roll by. After these storms roll by, you are done for tonight. Just make sure if you go outdoors that there's no thunder or you don't hear any, because lightning can strike upwards of 10 miles away, so... Sherman and Denison done for tonight. You'll be done probably soon. Let me check. You're about done. After that rain passes by, you're done. No problem, Mink. How's it going, Shelly? Welcome back. Live for 4.5 hours. When will Tyler get hit? You'll probably get hit again, maybe in an hour. If not, you might get some of the other storm activity behind it at some point down the road. But no, I mean, the general timeline is through about 11 to 12 o'clock tonight. So your best chance will be until then. But nothing really in the next, 30 minutes. How's it going, Oki? Let me just double check here and see if we have any other updates on Twitter. Houston County is still under a tornado warning, and as well as Anderson and Leon County. Again, that is not Houston, Texas. It is actually Houston County. That is near Palestine. So that is still ongoing. No new reports on Twitter as of now. We have a lot of photos coming in. I'm going to check out some of these. We have a lot of hail videos coming out. Somebody said there was, in Sanger, Texas, this is actually kind of funny. Maybe I'll show you guys this. Out of Sanger, Texas, Gatorade cap-sized hail fell in Sanger. Crazy stuff, I know. Gatorade cap-sized hail. That's from Jamie. Rainbow, actually, by the way, back over in Denton County, if you guys haven't already looked outside. Crazy clouds, by the way. All right. That's all that for the other reports. Back over to here. Yeah, this is an ongoing tornado warning near Meridian. This is going towards Whitney. Make sure you're staying in shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. All right. Interesting comparison. I've actually never seen somebody use a Gatorade cap for hail before. Interesting. McKinney will be impacted in the next 30 minutes. Imagine somebody doing the baseball cap-sized hail, but the very top. You know that little circle that's on top of baseball hats? Imagine if somebody did that. That'd be insane. Little pea-sized hail, but they use a baseball cap for it. No problem, Cliff. All right, let's go back to the velocities. I don't think anything's really changed on this storm in the last few minutes, but we'll double check. This is the latest radar scan as of 3 minutes ago. We'll have another radar scan coming in here in just a moment. But again, rotation's been weakening on the latest scans. We still have strong rotation aloft. Very tight rotation. We have at least at the bare minimum some sort of wall cloud. But nothing that's really getting close to the ground. I mean, there's still rotation, but there's just nothing at the ground right now. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Nothing at the ground, just some rotation in the upper levels. This is a live view here of the lower levels. We'll have another radar scan coming in here in about a minute, so we'll see what happens there. We have a brand new tornado warning back near Shreveport that has just been issued. This is going to be for a radar indicated tornado warning. A little heads up for anybody out this direction. This is actually quite crazy. Rotation's here. It's not strong. It's also broad, but it could strengthen at any time. Damaging winds is a bit more concern over here near the Shreveport area. But again, new tornado warning back over near Shreveport. Make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Away from windows. If you don't have an option away from windows, you should go close to it, like a bathroom, a tub, that sort of thing. Brand new tornado warning back near Shreveport. As well as golf ball sized hail back down here near Tatum. So, again, two different threats right now. We have an ongoing tornado warning near Shreveport. We'll keep a close eye on it as well. Lots of different warnings still. The DFW sorbs are still ongoing. None of these are really that crazy. They're still producing the threat for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Rotation is not that much of a factor with those. And then we still have an ongoing rotating supercell back near Meridian. This is one that's a little bit more concerning if it's able to re-strengthen. Let's go to the velocities. It looks like it's trying to still strengthen a little bit. Upper level winds are still keeping it somewhat strong, so there's still some sort of wall cloud, but we don't have any sort of ongoing tornado at the ground right now in this storm. At least what we know. Thank you, Jennifer, by the way, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that. Thank you. We appreciate the support. All right, let's go back over to here and do that. See if there's any other reports on Twitter here. We have a new tornado warning for Priscilla County, Texas until 7:45. That is this small sector here north of Crockett. So, new tornado warning there, or at least it's updated, I believe. Yeah, it's... by the way, currently near Coral City, Roanoke, Flower Mound, Highland Village, and the Colony, those areas are currently in the threat for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. We've had a report right around 55 to 60, so just a little heads up there. And that's the latest on those storms as well. Again, tornado warning still ongoing here near Meridian for another about 30 minutes, unless something does change here, but that's what we're looking at there. Again, Caddo County, Louisiana, and Harrison County as well are under a new tornado warning. We're going to keep a close eye on that one as well. We have multiple different tornado warnings right now. We have 3. How many pictures? All right. Wow. Oh my god, I'm getting so many photos now. Somebody from Argyle just said, it's pouring, but it's sunny. That is sometimes what happens with some of these cells. Hey, Jamie, I love the picture. It's awesome. Using a Gatorade cap. We have a video from... No, that's not... Kristen, if you're watching, that is not rotation. Thank you, Colin, as well for the rainbow photo. We've had a lot of rainbow photos. Also, Emily, thank you. Another rainbow photo. A lot of rainbow photos. I'm getting a lot of those. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are currently covering the tornado warning that's ongoing in Meridian, Texas. This is still going for another half an hour. It has currently been rotating for quite a while in the upper levels. Near the surface, it has not been rotating at all, really. So we have not really had any drop on this storm, but it is still tornado warned. for the next 30 minutes. If it does end up producing a tornado, it is currently rotating here along 22. That is moving to the east-southeast. Whitney is not really in the center track of this tornado warning. So if you're in Whitney, I'm not overly concerned right now for your area, but if you're kind of on the southern side of Whitney, you might want to be a bit more concerned about this storm. And southeast of Meridian right now, going towards Aquila, or Aquila, I don't know how to say that name, West of Interstate 35, that is going to be southwest of Hillsboro, north of Clifton. That is where that rotation is still currently centered, moving down to the southeast. The rotation at the surface has struggled, though, to come together with this storm. We also have a brand new tornado warning back down near Temple. Things are starting to ramp up again very quickly. Keelan is included in a brand new tornado warning. This is also a pretty nasty looking supercell near Temple. Make sure you seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is again a brand new tornado warning here as well for those near Temple, Texas. Keelan's the main area though in the track of this. This tornado warning has just been issued for those in the Keelan, Nolanville, as well as Salado and Belton areas. Again, this is another storm that we're kind of concerned about as well. There's a lot of different storms that are tornado warning, by the way. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 different tornado warnings. Again, we're going to cover them all very closely for you. We're going to actually go back to the Shreveport one since I've not talked about this one in a few minutes. We'll go back to the other ones here in a second. This is a storm that has some rotation. It did not look overly impressive the last time we looked. This is still what we're looking at. There's some winds that are strong going away from the radar. The winds going towards the radar are very weak. This storm has a threat of a brief tornado at some point in between now towards Shreveport. But again, I would not be, panicking. Just make sure you get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have significant hail ongoing back near Tatum as well. This is potentially upwards of tennis ball sized hail. We also have a tornado warning ongoing near Palestine. We have not really talked about this at all recently. But this is a storm that is still rotating near Elkhart. If you're in Elkhart, get to your safe place immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Our most recent tornado warning is near Keelan. This is again producing currently the threat for some damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, and it has some rotation. That's where it is located right now. The problem with all these cells so far today has been the low-level rotation, but at this at least a few thousand feet into the atmosphere, this is a rotating supercell. And notice this. 2 different areas of rotation right now with this cell near Keelan. One of which is just north of Interstate 14, and the other one's coming between Interstate 14 and S36. So we have 2 different areas here of rotation ongoing, which is kind of, it's a little bit rare with a supercell like this, but both of them are not rotating very well at the surface. So that's what we have right now ongoing in both of these areas. Again, this is our most recent tornado warning. The one back up in Meridian, we'll go ahead and look at again one last time to see if anything's happening here. Again, upper level winds have been rotating for a while. Surface has been very weak. That has been the problem with every single supercell so far today. We've had a bunch of tornado warnings, but none of which are really getting that close to the surface. It's been an issue all day today. But these lower level winds have been just so weak. So check out something, see if we have any other reports on this as well. I appreciate that, Ryan. Let's see. Also, an update for those in DFW. Hail is continuing and damaging winds in northern Tarrant County back through Collin County. These are not expected to produce a tornado threat, but they are still severe. So just make sure you're aware of that. And we have 2 different areas of rotation with this storm. We will be watching it closely. Next radar scan should come in a moment, so we'll go to that here in a moment. This is the storm, again, over near Meridian. We have another radar scan that just came in. The rotation is still very broad at the surface. It is still stronger aloft, so if it is able to strengthen, we could very well see a tornado occur with this storm. But again, it's been struggling. Strong inflow. You have a hook echo there. This is where your rotation's located. Again, that is going towards areas south of Interstate, or right along 22 and just south of 22. That is southwest of Whitney right now. That is moving down to the east-southeast. Another storm to watch out for, potentially, if this does end up going towards areas like maybe Waco. Waco might kind of get close to this storm. Right now, the track of it is going towards North Crest. So, what's happening there right now? Keelan is still under the gun right now for an ongoing tornado-warned storm. We're going to go back to this storm here. We're going to go back to the velocities. And the rotation is not strong still at the surface. Go a bit higher up. We still have some more rotation up that direction. We're going to get another radar scan here in a second. So this is our rotation at the surface. It is strengthening actually a bit right now. There's definitely some low-level rotation with this. In comparison to the storms further up to the north, the low-level jet is a bit stronger down here. But there is a little bit of rotation here near Keelan. Moving down to the east-southeast right now. Going towards Harker Heights. We're going to get our second level rotation here in a second, so we'll look at that. But that, again, that is right now near Keelan. Moving down to the southeast, make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a potential threat for a tornado at some point here down the road. Even potentially in the next 5 minutes. My plant just went flying and hit my car. That is not good. Alright, new radar scan on the slightly higher up levels is coming in now. Yeah, again, rotation is ongoing here slightly higher up in the atmosphere. So we are still seeing some mid-level rotation, very similar to the storm in Meridian, but this one does have a little bit more at the surface in comparison to the Meridian storm. So definitely something to watch out for. Again, this is over Keelan right now. We'll go towards Harker Heights and Interstate 14 over the next several minutes as well. It is currently moving down to the east-southeast towards Belton. So again, make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Don't have a room away from windows, you should just go ahead and get into like a tub of a bathroom, that sort of thing. Rotation's still ongoing there. We're keeping a close eye on that one. Again, very nasty looking supercell to say the least, though. It is a crazy looking supercell. We've had a lot of supercells that have looked like this over the last hour. By the way, greatest area of tornado risk, just to kind of outline it, the Storm Prediction Center just posted this. New mesoscale discussion. The greatest tornado risk is basically where the Meridian and the Keelan storms are. Those have the greatest risk of a tornado potential over the next hour or so. It's this area here. And then over here, up this direction, it's more of just a damaging wind and hail threat, but you can't really rule out an isolated tornado up that direction still. But it's still a very low threat at this point, what we've seen so far. Alliance Airport in Fort Worth just reported a 61 mile per hour wind gust, by the way. That just came in. Wind gust 61 miles per hour just was reported there. All right, so again, new report, 61 miles per hour wind gust out of Alliance Airport. That is back up in the DFW area. Let's go back. We're gonna go back to the DFW radar site since we're in between radar scans. We'll probably have a new one here. We have a 65 mile per hour wind gust report out of North Lake as well. So these storms, these storms over here are producing some wind gusts at the bare minimum. These are not really producing any rotation by any means, but they are still producing some wind gusts upwards of 65 miles per hour. The Meridian storm has been producing rotation, as I mentioned before. It has been the same story for the last hour, I'm not gonna lie. The rotation might be weakening again though, which I've said multiple times, but up in the upper levels, we're still seeing some strong upper level rotation, which does mean that we still have something to look out for, but this storm has been struggling near Meridian. It is not, or just southeast now, Meridian. It has been struggling to stay alive there in terms of its rotation and even get close to the surface. It has been a struggle to have any rotation there. That's what we got going on there right now. All right, we got a new radar scan on the 09 level. Yeah, rotation's weakening out on this storm, so it does seem like we're starting to lose the rotation on this storm southwest of Whitney, which is good news. Starting to lose some of its rotation there. We're again going to keep a close eye on that over the next little while. Yeah, this storm is losing its rotation, and actually, Reed Timmer has a really good shot of it right now. It is really pretty, but the rotation is it's struggling. The storm itself, I'm pretty sure, it's not weakening entirely, but it's kind of losing its intensity right now. Oh, I'm looking at Reed Timmer's stream right now, but yeah, he's actually on the storm right now, but is losing a lot of its rotation. And honestly, I'm not really concerned about this one anymore, at least for right now. We'll keep a close eye on it, but we're gonna go back down to the other tornado warning down near north of, or just south of Waco, because the storm is still a bit more concerning here. Rotation on this one too, Again, surface winds have been struggling today. I'm telling you, it's been a struggle train with these the rotation in the mid levels have been much stronger than the lower levels. It's been very, very weak. We have a new update on the slightly higher up level of this storm here in just a second to look at the velocities. I'll have that here in a moment. Anything happened in the last 30 minutes? Well, we have 4 tornado warnings. There's been not really a whole lot of new developments, though. I mean, we haven't really seen anything too crazy, to be honest with you. This storm also not really rotating that well near the surface either. Going towards Belton. We'll keep a close eye on it, but again, not really a whole lot of anything there. New wind gust report out of Alliance. We already mentioned this at 61 miles per hour. That's near DFW. Shreveport storm, we're going to give a quick update on. This one is also tornado warned. Again, we could have an embedded brief tornado in this area of storms here. That's a large area. Probably the main area would be back up here. That'll be moving towards Shreveport, so just a little heads up for those that are living in Shreveport. There might be some isolated brief tornado over that direction. But again, that threat also still remains quite low. So a lot of these tornado warnings, there is upper level rotation and mid level rotation, but the surface is struggling. So that's a lot of good news. Again, I've been mentioning a lot of good news, honestly, over the last like 30 minutes, but there's still tornado warnings ongoing. We'll keep a close eye on them. If any can actually reach the surface, the one near Meridian, I think, is starting to fall apart just a little bit. So Waco, that storm is not going towards Waco. This one's going southeast towards Temple. The one up here near Meridian is going towards maybe Waco, but I don't know if it'll live that long. It's a storm that might end up surviving long term. It's been going on for like 3 hours now, but I don't know if this thing actually survives all the way down towards Waco, and if it's even as intense as it is, because it has not been nearly as intense as it once was by any means. It's definitely kind of weakened a bit, but it's still there. It's still a long track supercell. It's not like weakened entirely. It's gradually weakened, but the rotation has been struggling on this storm for a while near the surface. See here, the upper level rotation still does exist, which is crazy. We've at least had some sort of like, rotation like higher up, but it's not reached the surface by any means. Let's go back down to the Temple. We're just west of Temple. Tornado warned storm over Keelan. This is the latest on this storm. Rotation has gone away completely over the last scan. There's not any rotation really to be noticed with this, even though there's a very clean inflow, and as well as a pretty defined hook here. There's nothing that's defined here in terms of an actual tornado being imminent in the next, 5 minutes. But again, make sure you stay in shelter in case there is something that actually develops. But again, there's not really been a whole lot today yet. But again, stay in shelter. If you're in anywhere in Harker Heights, Keelan, Belton, Interstate 14, make sure you're in your shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We also still have severe weather ongoing in DFW. We have a couple of warnings. Really, the only ones that are noticeable are the ones back near Roanoke and Louisville. Those cells are weakening quite quickly. Another one back up here near Bonham, and as well as going towards Cooper, is still ongoing as well. You also have over here near Shreveport, still ongoing there. I've been kind of not really talking about this storm a whole lot. It's in a bit of a rural area now, but Elkhart is the area that we still have a little bit of rotation. The rotation's located right about here, so just south of Elkhart. Also another tornado warning ongoing. The biggest problem, though, with all of these cells, except this one, which has had a history of producing a tornado, has been the low-level winds. Otherwise, we'd probably be talking about a good 3, 4, 5 tornadoes today, which a couple of those could have been significant. So, just kind of throwing that out there. Dry line is now going through Denton County and Tarrant County. In Belton right now, it seems all right. Yeah, you shouldn't be too bad with this storm, unless it's actually able to develop and really strengthen. We have a baseball-sized hailstorm back over here in the just southwest of Shreveport. There's now baseball-sized hail potential with this storm back over this direction. So again, brand new area of baseball-sized hail. That is in a very rural area. That is west of Greenwood and north of Carthage. We do have another update on the Keelan storm on the radar. We'll check the velocities again. might be something here. Circle that, kind of outline it. So there's a little bit of rotation still, but that's not where the rotation would be on this sort of storm. It would be back down here. We're not seeing a whole lot. The winds going towards the, or going away from the radar are not there. There's not a whole lot of wind speed in this area. And again, the low-level winds have been struggling all day long trying to, rotate these supercells. This is another instance of it where the winds going away from the radar are struggling. The winds going towards the radar, I mean, they're there, but they're not really like, there's nothing really defined in here. It's very, very broad surface rotation, which would mean that we're not looking at any sort of tornado right now. But again, make sure you're staying in shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, just in case this ends up actually developing into something. Also going again towards Belton, Salado, Interstate 35, and it's right along Interstate 14. The warning has been condensed a little bit as well. Yeah, if you are in Keelan, Belton, make sure you're into your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is still an ongoing threat for a tornado. And just make sure you're in shelter. I know the surface winds have been so weak today, but it's always a good idea to just stay in shelter. Away from windows. For some reason, storms seem to avoid the area of Belton. A lot of people think that way with a lot of storms. So this one's going to take a direct shot, it looks like, at Belton. I mean, this storm, like you can see here, the hail core is very well defined. It's moving right towards Belton. It's moving southeast-ish. Harker Heights is also seeing a little bit of that, possible tornado threat is right about there. So, two different areas that we're looking at here. Yeah, Denton County and as well as the other county up here, Tarrant County, both of them are kind of starting to lose its grip on these severe storms here. These are weakening out pretty quickly. If anything, they're just going to produce gusty winds long term. The one near Meridian, which Reed Timmer's been on for quite a while, is losing its grip quite quickly. We still have upper level winds, but the surface has died down substantially. I don't think this is going to be a cell that we're going to really have to be really concerned about for a little while. It's been rotating for a long time. Nothing really came out of it, so. Colleen? Is it Colleen? A spotter confirmed a wall cloud near Colleen, if that's how you say it. And this is in Bell County, Texas. Let's go over to here, see if there's anything else on here. Yeah, we do have now a wall cloud that's been reported close to Colleen. I'm saying the name right. So again, report of a wall cloud now near Colleen. Back over to here. Yeah, again, reiterating, there is a confirmed wall cloud with this storm. The winds, again, not really strong at the surface, which has been the story all day, but a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. I'm still not seeing a whole lot, but we just had a report of a wall cloud with the storm. That's going towards Belton. Very defined area of rotation, moving again down to the southeast. It's going towards Interstate 35. So again, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in Harker Heights, just east of Keelan now, or Colleen, going towards Belton, Interstate 14, right along that stretch right now in that tornado warning. Still have a pretty well-defined hook. Inflow going into the storm is still there. We still have a hail core back up here to the north. That is going just west of Morgan's Point Resort. Say in the laziest way possible. That's an interesting piece of advice. Alright, here's the latest radar scan, and this is getting kind of really feisty storm here. It's really interesting, this hook. This is your hook again, inflow going into the storm. Rotation would probably be right about there. Let's go to the velocities and see if anything's really transpired with this yet. This is the most recent radar scan, and again, surface winds struggling near Harker Heights, but we are still looking at damaging wind potential at the bare minimum, so stay away from windows. Again, yeah, it's been struggling to say the least. Going towards Belton. And make sure you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Thank you, live for the report. I will not be live probably past. I'm trying to get off like around 8, but if there are still tornado warnings ongoing in North Texas, I'll still be live. So we'll see. Storm, by the way, back near Grapevine has a small hail core still, possibly quarter-sized hail near Colleyville and Euless. Otherwise, this is just producing damaging winds up to 60. I don't expect a new warning unless those intensify. The storm near Whitney has been, again, long-tracked rotating, but the rotation has been a lot weaker recently. We have a new radar scan coming up slightly higher up. We'll see if there's still upper-level rotation with this, which there has been for a while. This storm has had really no signs, though, of significant weakening. It's been very consistent with its overall approach recently. We'll see if it actually does develop into anything interesting. And this is the 0.9 degree level, so we're kind of looking slightly higher up into the atmosphere. Not anything too impressive here. And then we'll go to the 1.3 degree level. That'll update here in a second. Yeah, it looks like the upper level winds are also starting to weaken on this storm. So yeah, again, all these storms look like they're really significant, but they have struggled with the lower level winds. This is, again, the storm back down near Killeen, moving down to the south and east towards Belton. Yeah, DFW Airport has wind gusts upwards of 50 to 55 miles per hour. That's the ongoing threat over that direction. Art Dog, this is currently over in Killeen, south of Waco. Also, a new severe or not new one, but a update on the severe thunderstorm warning no longer includes Killeen. Killeen, you're pretty much done. You can get out of your shelter unless you're on the eastern side. Stay in your shelter for the next few minutes. Parker Heights, you're basically over the rotation right now, and you will be probably for the next few minutes. So stay in your shelter place for the time being. Yeah, it's actually a bit lower, and honestly, like, the thing is, like, you know, the tornado watch is huge, but it's pretty massive to say the least. But yeah, it does obviously extend all the way back down to Killeen. I cannot recall, was Waco included in the, or not Waco, Austin included in the initial tornado watch? I can't remember, but I thought Waco was, like, not going to see anything today anyways, but we have a report of tree damage from winds around 50 miles per hour back over in Harrison County, Texas. Tornado warning still ongoing near Shreveport. See if there's anything here that's ongoing, that's rotating, and much more of a damaging wind threat. So the tornado threat is much lower on the storm right now, close to Shreveport. Massive hail core producing baseball-sized hail near 79 still. And make sure that you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And then this storm is no longer going to be tornado warned, so we'll lose a tornado warning there. Lost a tornado warning over there. We'll see if this storm gets extended on a tornado warning. It's going to be hard to tell because this one has not been rotating very well near the surface. And the storm back down near Killeen has a better chance of potentially being, you know, a tornado warning cell here for a little bit. But yeah, the winds have been struggling to rotate the supercell, but it's still going. It's moving down to the southeast. And then the cell back over here, still rotating a little bit. We'll go back to the velocities here. And this is the point. Oh, it's actually, I think, coming in right now. Yeah, all right, it's coming in right now. We'll see what happens on this next radar scan on the velocities. Hope everyone's having a good evening, by the way, so far. If you're just tuning in for the first time, make sure to like the stream if you've been enjoying it. Also, make sure to subscribe as well. This is the latest velocity scan at the surface, or close to the surface, not actually at the surface, but pretty close to it. Rotation is still very, very broad. I mean, we're not looking at anything that's concerning at the surface. We've had reports of a wall cloud, but nothing that has actually indicated that we're going to have a tornado on the ground right now. One, though, could develop at any time. So just make sure, again, that you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, as this tornado warning does continue for the next several minutes. It does go until 8 o'clock, so. But this cell is starting to kind of lose its grip a little bit, too. Yeah, I've had a lot of reports of rainbows, especially back up in DFW. Rangers are winning right now 2-1. That's nice. I'm guessing their dome there is closed or whatever. It is quite unbelievable. I just saw a video on Twitter. This person has had so much drama recently and a lot of stuff. They were driving on the wrong side of the road while filming a tornado. It is unbelievable. Like yesterday, I also saw a video of somebody that almost hit Reed Timmer while he was storm chasing, and apparently that was a storm chaser that passed him. Just some crazy chasing drama recently. Crazy stuff, I tell you. Velocity scan taking forever on radar scope. The National Weather Service is able to essentially, like, they basically can control the radar speed that it scans at. And so right now that's kind of what's happening. I have a lot of, oh my goodness, I have so many photos that just got sent in. I gotta go through a lot of these. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas. Alright, so that is a new warning, just posting on Facebook. But we do have a new warning that has been up or been posted here for those back over in the DFW area. I actually posted or did the wrong photo here. But again, new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Dallas and as well around that area near Euless. This is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. Make sure that you're staying away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Away from windows. Cannot stress that enough. All right, let's go back down to the Colleen storm again. We'll keep a close eye on this one as it continues to unravel. But again, rotation at the surface has been very weak so far. We'll see if this does develop into anything at any time soon. Now, I'm pretty sure they're not even a rookie storm chaser. It's just an actual, like, thinks they can break the law when, yeah, just, it's drama. Storm chasing drama. I have so many photos. Holy cow. Okay, we got a rainbow photo. If you guys want to look at that, we got a rainbow photo out of the DFW area. This is sent in by Anna out of Sherman, Texas. Nice little rainbow photo. We've got a lot of rainbow photos over the last little while. Be posting that over to Facebook. If you have any other photos or videos, you can feel free to email me, send them in by Messenger, on Facebook, that sort of thing. Again, we are currently looking at a tornado warning that is ongoing. This does include areas like Belton, Interstate 35, Interstate 14 for the next few minutes. Again, make sure you're staying away from windows. Lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. All right, that is scheduled then. Cool. All right, we have a lot of photos I'm going to go through. I'm going to probably show you guys a few of these. We've got a lot of different photos sent in over the last little while. There's been a lot of rainbow photos. If you're in DFW, feel free to go outside and look. As long as there's no storms. There's been a lot of rainbow photos. Like, a lot. Man, like, literally, I've had so many sent in. All right, new update on this storm, by the way, near Colleen. This is still an ongoing tornado warning. Again, rotation's been very weak at the surface. I'm not really, honestly, that confident that this will actually produce a tornado. But you should still oh my goodness. You should still stay in shelter for the next several minutes if you're anywhere near Belton, Salado, Interstate 35, or Interstate 14 near Harker Heights. Just stay in shelter for the next few minutes as this storm continues to unravel and move off to the southeast. The one back up in Meridian is no longer tornado warned. I do not think it'll be tornado warned again, but we'll see. And tornado warning still ongoing near Shreveport. So we are currently down to 2 tornado warnings. And I'll actually make that count 1 because I do not think that one in Shreveport should be anymore, but we'll do that. All right, so here we go. And this is the ongoing tornado warning near Belton. Still producing some large hail as well. Sky is orange near DFW. That would be the effect of the sunset. Sunset is definitely a thing. Let me go back over to real quick. Yeah, and if there's nothing too big on developments here, I'll probably end my live stream after this tornado warning, but we'll see. But yeah, this is pretty much winding down, I think, in terms of the tornado risk with this storm. There will still obviously be severe weather possible from now until like 1 a.m. I will not be live that entire time. I'm actually losing my voice now, so I will not be live that entire time. But again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and all that sort of stuff. I will be live for the next several minutes in case anything does develop, though, with this, so stay tuned. Again, this is currently near Colleen, going towards Belton. If anything does develop, we'll keep you posted. But in the meantime, I'll be looking through photos and showing you any that I think are cool. Because we've had a lot of photos sent in. Like, a lot. I'm not even kidding. I've literally had so many rainbow photos sent in. The rainbows are like the most popular thing to be sending me in right now, apparently. Out of DFW. Justin, if you're watching the live stream, that is a scud cloud that you sent me. Scud clouds do look kind of like a funnel cloud or a lowering, but they are not. Wow, this is Killeen, Texas. Look at this thing. Wow, this is insane. This is out of Killeen. I know it's going to be a bit blurry, but that is incredible. It's out of Sonic, I can tell. But yeah, that's in Killeen. I have to post that on Facebook. That's insane. But again, Killeen, Texas. That is where that was taken. That was sent in by Gina Crowder. So that's the storm that we're looking at here right now that's tornado warned. So wild stuff to say the least. Still waiting to see if I can pop this photo here. Still coming in. So yeah, I'll be posting that to Facebook if you want to see it. It's gonna be more in high depth if I post it on Facebook. So yeah, that's again a really crazy cloud there. That's out of Killeen, Texas. Not too long ago. In Killeen. Thank you, Gina, by the way, for sending that in. That's Gina. So that's on Facebook. I have to do so much multitasking when doing North Texas weather. It's absolutely insane. We have another video. That is so loud. Holy cow. Dude, stop. Alright, just rain. Sounds good, Zach. I don't know if you're watching the stream. Wow, we've had some really crazy photos. I'll have to post a lot of these to Facebook. I can't look at all of them right now, but there's been some like really cool like sunset photos, all sorts of stuff. It's been a really interesting night to say the least. Been very interesting. I will not be live Tuesday, most likely. Again, I just assume that I'm not going to be live. There'll be other people live for sure. I have stuff going on Tuesday. I already had pre-planned for months, so I probably will not be live. However, if I am, surprise, because I don't think I'll be able to change my plans at this point. Like 2 days out. Again, rotation's been weakening on this cell. Still staying sheltered just in case, but the warning is definitely going to be winding down here. Severe weather still ongoing back over near Shreveport. Up to hen egg-sized hail back over near Shreveport is possible. And we're still looking at a little bit of hail potentially back up near Bonham for the next little while. There are 2 threats that are currently still existent. Currently just radar indicated rotation, but no tornado as of right now. That's currently going towards Belton near Temple, Texas. Yeah, that's a wild photo. This is a bit better, by the way, for those that were looking just a second ago. This is the storm, slightly more high depth. Not really that big difference, but this is currently what we were just looking at in Killeen not too long ago. This is the tornado-warned cell that was moving in. If I zoom in a bit more, you can kind of see it a little bit better. But yeah, again, this is the Killeen storm. We had this sent in by one of our viewers, Gina. So, pretty crazy stuff there. That is the tornado-warned cell, again, near Belton and Temple. But this storm, again, seems to be weakening out in terms of its rotation. It's not as well organized as it was, so. Also, there was a funnel cloud, Reed Timmer just posted on Twitter. Funnel cloud, though, near Waco, Texas. That northwest of Waco, Texas. That's this storm here. It's weakening though. This thing's this thing's gone in a few, probably about 5-10 minutes, or maybe not. It's probably been gone here pretty soon though. This storm's been weakening for a while. There is still a funnel cloud with this, but daylight heating is not treating it well at all. It's still alive, but it's not going to live probably much longer. That Supercell, which is good news. But this one still is ongoing. It could, I mean, it could go for like another hour, but I doubt it'll be really intensifying much at all. That's the latest there. If you're just tuning in, by the way, friendly reminder to subscribe, like the video if you've not already. All right. Hey, no problem, QSO. Appreciate you tuning in. Colleen is done for today. You literally are now out of the tornado warning. You're behind the dry line. You are done. And really, a lot of these areas will be done here pretty soon. DFW Metroplex will be done in the next, like, 30 minutes. How's it going, Jen? I did Alaska. Yes, I did. I actually got it back, like, the day after that live stream. I couldn't believe it, but I did. I was... Apparently... So, I'll tell you the story about the Facebook thing. Actually, I haven't really talked about it, but... I basically got... So, I was live streaming on Facebook and YouTube at the same time that Thursday when we're doing severe weather coverage in North Texas, and apparently my stream was, like, basically reported as spam, and my page basically got suspended. Obviously, my stream was not spam, so I didn't have a page for 24 hours or whatever. I finally got it back, but yeah, it was basically just a false suspension or whatever. I was posting a lot, though, at that time. There was, like, different tornado warnings, but I don't know if that had to do with it. I have no clue. They don't really tell you, so. Yeah, it is back. Interesting stuff. To say the least. And we've had so many double rainbow photos, it's not even funny. We've had so many. I would show you guys all these photos and stuff, but a lot of them come out blurry, so I just post them to Facebook. Makes it easier. Temple will be done in about 40-ish minutes. After the storm passes, you're done. Yeah, there's still a severe storm in Dallas. It's not really going to be that severe, though. It's just potential for maybe some damaging winds up to 60 and quarter-sized hail, but that storm will be winding down here in a little bit. It's not overly severe. It'll probably last for a little while, but the severity of it's not overly significant. This is the latest radar scan on this tornado-warned cell in Belton. And again, we're still looking at some rotation there, but it's pretty broad. This is a still very nasty storm near Temple. We're probably talking very large hail potential now near Belton, maybe upwards of golf ball sized. Definitely an increase in the hailstone size, but the overall threat of a tornado with this storm is definitely decreasing. This storm is going east. East-southeast. It's not going towards Waco. Got no other recent reports of anything with these severe storms, but we're looking at, that's pretty much what we're going to be looking at, though, for the next few hours. It's just this next round still ongoing of severe storms, some isolated to scattered hail, damaging winds, maybe an isolated tornado threat, but severe weather action it won't, like, wind down entirely, but the threat is definitely going to diminish a little bit because of daylight heating ending. This storm does have a lot of potential, though, down the road for sure, for Temple and just to the east of there, Little River Academy in the track of that. Once it passes Temple, this thing is going to be a much more rural area here, but still a bit more concerning there if it's able to strengthen and develop. Bonham is, let's see, Bonham is going to be clear now. The second round already hit you. That's the second round. Second round was not as bad as forecasted. Again, it underperformed to what it was supposed to be, mainly because the low-level winds were so weak tonight in comparison to what was expected. It basically lasted, or basically made it so that this threat was much lower than what it could have been. So, Argyle and Lantana are done. Yes, you're done. All right, new warning for Temple, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, as well as ping pong ball-sized hail. Along with the threat for a isolated tornado does still exist with this. This will not be re-tornado warned. So, there you go on that warning. Should be pretty much done. Tornado warning, by the way, over near Shreveport has officially been canceled. Took a while, but it is canceled. Fort Worth is done. Yeah, Dallas is about to be done here in a little bit too after that storm passes. Alrighty, well, that's going to be it for the stream. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. I said I would end right about 8 o'clock. It is now 8 o'clock. This storm, again, is still producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Isolated tornado threat still exists, but the storm overall rotation's been very weak. So overall, not a bad day, honestly. It seemed to be a lot worse. I've been live for over 5 hours. I honestly thought it'd be live a lot longer, but things have definitely been a lot less active, or not a lot less active, but a lot less severe in intensity than what was forecasted, which is great news. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Before you leave, make sure to like the stream. We're only 5 likes from 1,000 or 1,500. And also make sure to subscribe down below if you're new here. Click the bell icon so you're notified whenever we go live and do more weather forecasts. I plan on another live stream tomorrow night that'll cover the severe weather event for Tuesday. You can ask all the questions that you want there. I'll be live for probably about an hour on tomorrow night. I'll also have a video out probably tomorrow. I don't know when, but I'll probably have a video at some point. So stay tuned for that. I'll also have a live stream possibly Tuesday morning. I will probably not be live, though, Tuesday night. I've mentioned this a few times. I already have something going on. I will see if I can change it, but if not, I probably will not be able to go live on Tuesday. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Have a great, safe, fresh night, guys, and we will see you guys all again soon. And again, this is the regional map right now, so if you're curious what's happening, severe weather overall, not too shabby for the rest of this evening. Couple isolated severe storms, and that'll be it. Stay safe. Have a great, safe rest of your night. See you guys all again soon. I will get my Blaze Pizza. Actually, it's getting a little bit late. We'll see. Have a great night, guys.